I want to take you back to something I've carried with me for a long time now. It was a cold morning in October of 2007, and a retired day hiker was making his way up the North Lateral Marine Trail when he came across something just off the path. A shallow karst cave system, almost like a crack in the granite rather than any proper cave. He had a habit, this man, of shining his flashlight into dark places. He was interested in what he called pioneer relics.
Rusted tin cans, shattered crockery, the kinds of things left behind by the old covered wagons that used to wind through the Front Range. So he looked. And what he found that morning was not an antique. He found bones. Human bones, scattered across the cave floor. He said they looked old, bleached and white. He thought at first they were animal bones, and then he found the skull. He told the dispatcher that it looked like maybe something left over from the daughter party. 100 years old, he said. He was wrong. When remains are found and they're not fresh, medical examiners get the call. That's me. Most of the time, it's straightforward enough. You drive out, you look, you drive back. But these remains were high up in the Rockies, so we flew in by helicopter. We arrived around midday. Myself, a tech from the CBI lab in Greeley, a photographer from the coroner's office, and a couple of rangers from the Park Service. It took some time to find the cave the hiker had described, and once we did, we suited up in Tyvek and switched on our headlamps and went in to lay out the baseline grid. What struck me first was that the remains were partial, not a complete skeleton. We found a detached mandible, fragments of a radius pair, a scattering of phalanges and thoracic vertebrae. But there was no pelvis, no long bones below the femur. The thigh bones were entirely absent. The hiker wasn't wrong that the bones appeared old. Under my LED beam, I could see the cortical bone was marked by fine vertical striations, which suggested decades of exposure to the elements. Freezing winds moving through that crack in the rock, year after year. But the more I looked, the more something started pulling at me. When we found the skull, I examined it carefully. I was looking for gnaw marks, rodent activity, carnivore pitting from large predators. There was nothing like that. What I found instead was uniform periosteal stripping, and it was far too clean to be weather damage. That left one explanation. The flesh had been cut away by something very sharp. I bagged a bone fragment right there for preliminary histology, and once we had our mobile unit set up at the trailhead, we ran the sample under a portable FTIR spectrometer. It lit up. High hydroxyapatite crystallinity, and alongside that, unusual thermal degradation signatures. Sublethal heating. Somewhere between 170 and 220 degrees Fahrenheit. No charring. This wasn't decomposition. This wasn't diagenesis. The bones had been boiled. We went back into the cave and kept working, and the picture kept getting darker. At the rear of the cave, we found a well-used enameled iron cooking pot. Inside it, traces of bone marrow residue, and the lipid profile was consistent with human femur. High in oleic acid, low in polyunsaturated fats. The defleshing had been methodical, not crude. There were parallel incision marks on the ends of the bones, and the microstriations told me they'd been made by a carbon steel filleting knife, most likely with a serrated edge. My best assessment was that the flesh had been removed immediately after death, before the bones were simmered down for the marrow. There would be no logical reason to do this other than consumption. The missing lower limbs made sense in that context. The better cuts had most likely been taken elsewhere, and this was not survival cannibalism. the kind people associate with desperation on the Oregon Trail. It had been staged in isolation, away from rangers and trail traffic. This was deliberate. This was planned. We had the remains airlifted to the Denver lab that afternoon. The full post-mortem took several weeks. Carbon dating placed the year of death somewhere between 2003 and 2005. No dental records matched the teeth that remained in the skull. The molars showed moderate wear but no fillings, no orthodontic work. My initial thought was that the victim may have been a vagrant of some kind, someone without a fixed address or regular medical care. We extracted degraded DNA and ran it through the state database and through SOTUS. Nothing. No familial matches, no cold case crossovers. Enamel analysis suggested a Midwestern upbringing, but the toxicology complicated my theory. The only thing that came back was trace caffeine metabolites, no signs of substance use, no restraint artifacts on the wrists. Cause of death was most likely asphyxiation or blunt force trauma, executed somewhere else. Then transported to the karst cave for what I've come to think of, quietly, as the harvest. The case files have been sitting in the Colorado Bureau of Investigation's unsolved ledger for more than 6 years now. The killer, almost certainly male given the physical demands of what was done, never surfaced, never left a trace we could follow. Somewhere out there, in flyover country or a small mountain town, someone who did this is still breathing. I used to think about it sometimes. The pot on the heat, the careful packaging of what remained. I still do. In this line of work, some fractures never close. You know, looking at me now, you'd never guess I used to be someone else entirely. These days I fix engines and exhaust pipes for a living. But a big chunk of what I know about machines I picked up in another life, when I was the guitarist in a touring rock and roll band. We weren't famous or anything. No sold-out arenas, no gold records on the wall. But we moved enough tapes and t-shirts and show tickets to keep ourselves fed and housed and on the road. And that was enough for us. We were out of Boston, mostly playing New York and Philly, but we toured all over. Old school style too. Paper maps and phone books. That's how 5 guys from Massachusetts ended up doing a Rocky Mountain circuit in the autumn of 1978, cutting through Utah, Wyoming, and, most importantly for what I'm about to tell you, Colorado. Cold had already started biting by then. Leaves stripped bare. Sky the color of a bruise most days. And this biting little wind that would cut right through your jacket if you let it. Now, somewhere along the way, we got ourselves booked onto the bill of a small music festival in a little mountain town called Lake City. It was a family crowd, so we dialed it back. Played some Gordon Lightfoot, a couple of Neil Diamond numbers, the softer stuff from our catalog. My old man, a World War II vet, had a phrase for easy assignments. Light duty, that's what it was. Still work, but the kind of work that gives you room to breathe. We finished our set around 5:30 and just sort of wandered around, talking to people, taking in the town. I had this green chili bison burger that I am still thinking about to this day. No burger since has touched it. Not one. Meanwhile, our bassist, this absolute madman, demolished an entire plate of Rocky Mountain oysters by himself, while half the locals stood there watching with these enormous grins on their faces. And if you don't know what Rocky Mountain oysters are,
I envy you from the bottom of my heart. One of the people we fell into conversation with was a man named Jeb.
Warm guy, easy to talk to. He was especially glad we'd played If You Could Read My Mind, said it was his and his wife's song. So we got talking about the heavier stuff we played too, the Sabbath records and the Priest albums, and he laughed and called us a band of traveling Satanists. But he wasn't being mean about it. He knew the whole moral panic around metal was nonsense. Told us he remembered when Psycho came out in 1960 and people were saying civilization was going to collapse. Said he'd taken his teenage son to see Carrie the previous Thanksgiving and loved every minute of it. Turned out we were both big Stephen King people, and we spent a solid chunk of time just talking about that. Then maybe an hour later, Jeb said he had to get going. But before he left, he stopped and asked if we'd be interested in visiting a genuine ghost town before we headed to our next show. A place called Carson, up in the mountains. Well, I don't think there were 5 things on earth that could get all 5 of us equally excited, but the words ghost town did it. We were in before he finished the sentence. We met him early the next morning. Cold gray sky, that kind of flat autumn light where the sun never really seems to commit. Followed his car up these narrow gravel tracks until they just stopped. Jeb got out and apologized, said we'd have to walk about a mile to reach Carson on foot. We didn't mind one bit. After so many hours crammed onto the bus, it was genuinely good to move. After a short walk through bare, skeletal trees, we came out into a clearing. Maybe a dozen wooden buildings, all of them derelict, sagging into the earth. The wind moved through them, and they made this low, creaking sound, like the whole place was trying to say something. Jeb told us Carson was established in 1889 as a silver mining settlement. At its peak, it housed close to 500 miners, plus a handful of families who ran food stalls, equipment stores, laundry operations. The town did well for a few years. More bunkhouses went up to hold more workers. And then, by 1895, not a single person remained. The place was completely abandoned. We asked why, and Jeb said there were 2 answers to that question. The official one and the real one. The official story came from the mining company's owner, who claimed the silver vein had simply run out and tried to sell off the land. But the real explanation, the one Jeb said was God's honest truth, had been passed down by word of mouth through the generations. Jeb had heard it from his grandfather, who was a deputy sheriff, a man Jeb described as someone who could smell a lie the way other men smell bread baking. And his grandfather had believed every word of it, not just from one source either. He'd spoken to a handful of people who all said they were there. The story went like this. Something erupted up in the mine. Some said it started as a workers' strike that turned violent. But the woman Jeb's grandfather interviewed, whose father had actually gone up to the mine and seen it with his own eyes, said it was nothing so simple. It wasn't a riot. It was a slaughter. Every man for himself. Total chaos. The people down in Carson first knew something was wrong when they heard what they thought were gunshots echoing off the mountainside. But hunters and trappers were common enough up in those hills, so at first, no one thought much of it. Then the miners started coming down, stumbling, bleeding, some with cuts, some with stab wounds, some peppered with buckshot. That's when people knew. Half the company's armed guards were off duty, asleep in the bunkhouses or drinking in the canteen. But when word reached them that miners had somehow turned on each other and overpowered the guards on duty, they grabbed their guns and headed up the mountain. The families in Carson started tending to the wounded as best they could. They waited for the guards to come back down, having sorted things out. They never did. When the gunfire finally stopped and nobody returned, some of the men from Carson went up themselves to see what had happened. What they found at the mine's entrance was already terrible. Bodies scattered everywhere, miners and guards together. But it was nothing compared to what was waiting inside. From the entrance all the way down to the pit, the dead and the dying lay side by side. Jeb said he was told that in certain sections, blood was running down the shaft in small rivers, pooling and overflowing from the upper passages into the lower ones. At least 100 dead, another 50 barely holding on. Carson's men started carrying the wounded out as fast as they could back to the camp doctor. And the wounds. I don't want to dwell on this too long, but Jeb described some of what those men looked like, and it wasn't something you could hear and then just set aside. Shotgun blasts at close range. Pickaxes used as weapons in ways I won't describe. Men impaled. Men whose skulls had been destroyed. And in some cases, the only mark on a man was a single hole at the top of his head. It was the worst thing any of the Carson men had ever witnessed. And these were people who'd survived brutal mountain winters, bear attacks, outlaw raids. They had seen hard things, but not this. Men were dying faster than they could be reached. You'd carry someone out, he'd seem stable, and by the time you came back to check on him, he'd bled out. No time, not enough hands. And it wasn't over yet. At some point, the butcher's son went running down into the mine to fetch help. He didn't come back. When his father went in after him, he found the boy deep in the shaft, completely covered in blood, swinging a pickaxe into the bodies of the dead with this frenzied, mindless energy, like he'd forgotten where he was, or who he was. The father tried to pull him out. The boy turned on him. He fought him, wouldn't stop, couldn't be reasoned with. And in the end, the butcher had no choice. He stopped his own son to keep him from killing anyone else. He came back out of that mine screaming in a way that nobody who heard it ever forgot. That was when they decided to seal it.
They gathered up as much dynamite as the wounded could manage to carry, and they blew the entrance, burying the dead and the dying and everything else inside. The explanation most people settled on was that the boy had snapped, that seeing so much death in such a small, enclosed space had broken something in his mind. The smell of blood, the dark, the sheer scale of it. But the people who were actually there said it wasn't just grief they saw in that butcher when he came stumbling back out. Something had gotten into him down there, too. Some of the survivors thought it might have been a gas or some kind of spore, something living in the deepest part of the mine. Something that, at certain concentrations, did something to the people who breathed it, made them turn. And whatever it was, they thought burying it was the safest thing anyone could do. The mining company eventually came up to collect the bodies on the surface, but they turned around and fired every survivor and tried to have them imprisoned for destroying company property. They thought they'd cleared the mountain, but Jeb said there were people who'd found human bones in the woods below the mine. Not animal bones, human. He actually offered to take us out looking for some, said there was a chance we might even find a souvenir. And we thanked him and told him we were completely fine and had seen everything we needed to see. And look, when we all laughed at that, it was a real laugh. But I'll tell you right now, it wasn't entirely a joke. Not for me. I didn't want any piece of that mountain following us to Aspen. We said our goodbyes, got back on the bus, and I watched Lake City disappear in the side mirror. But Jeb's story didn't disappear. It rode with me the rest of that tour, and then all the way back to Boston. When we got home, I went to the library and checked out a book on mining disasters. What I found was that there's a gas called hydrogen sulfide, something miners used to call stink damp.
and in sufficient concentrations, it has a narcotic effect. It's not impossible that men deep in that mine were suddenly hit with a massive dose of it and lost control of themselves entirely. You could even stretch the theory to cover the herd panic, the way frightened and disoriented men in a dark tunnel might turn on anyone near them. I can see how that story writes itself. But here's the part I keep coming back to.
The guards who had been stationed in town, the ones who went up after the fact, the ones who'd had no exposure to anything in that mine. Jeb said it appeared that even some of them had begun attacking each other in the final stages. And that detail doesn't fit the gas theory. It doesn't fit any theory I've ever been able to put together. I've spent a lot of years turning that over, and I've also spent a lot of years learning to put it back down.
Because when I let myself keep going with it, when I start really sitting with the question of what was actually in that mine, my imagination gets to a place that I'd genuinely rather not visit. Some things you're better off not knowing, and I'm pretty sure Carson is one of them. The ring never came out. That's the part I keep coming back to. I was 29 when it happened, living in Denver, doing the whole health kick thing, yoga, running, eating clean. My friends were still deep in the late nights and open bars, and I loved them for it, but I just didn't have the appetite for it anymore. So one evening, I left early, stepped outside to hail a cab, and a guy standing nearby asked if I was waiting for one too. That was Marcus. He'd been out for his brother's birthday, but hadn't touched a drink in years. Said he got out before everyone got too messy. I liked that about him immediately.
We flirted on the curb long enough to miss a cab that drove right past us without stopping. When the next one came, he waved me into it like it was nothing. Gentleman, handsome, easy to talk to. When he texted about coffee, I texted back fast. 2 years we were together, deeply in love, or what I believed was that. He was thoughtful, funny, the kind of guy who researched things obsessively and showed up prepared for everything. His one blind spot was the outdoors. He was a gym guy, a gadget guy. The idea of a trail hike would normally make him grimace. So when he asked me one Sunday morning if I wanted to go hiking up near Golden, I knew. About 6 months earlier, we'd had one of those big abstract conversations. Marriage, kids, all of it. Not quite directed at each other, but sort of. He asked me where I'd want to be proposed to if it ever happened. He threw out Central Park, the Eiffel Tower. I said I'd want somewhere natural, somewhere real. He nodded like he was filing it away. I didn't think he'd actually file it away. I spent the week before that hike texting friends in a panic, saying I didn't know if I was ready. They all said I was in my own head. And honestly, the moment I realized what was probably coming, I felt this pure hit of happiness. I stopped second-guessing. I just waited. The morning of the hike, Marcus showed up with the right boots, the right pack, and about 4 gadgets he didn't need. Straws with built-in water filters, a solar phone charger, a little collapsible camp stool. Very him. The weather was perfect. The Rockies were doing what they do in good light, which is make everything feel significant. He led us up a steep trail to this earthen overlook, a sharp lip of a cliff with a long drop down to forested land below. Incredible view. I started tearing up before he said a word. He looked at me, smiled, and said, "You know I'm going to ask you, right?" I laughed, said yes, waited for the knee. He didn't kneel.
Instead, he said there was something he needed to tell me first. I felt the air change. He didn't reassure me it was nothing. He just stood there until I said, "Well, what is it?" He asked if I loved him, if I trusted him. I said yes to both. Then he asked if I could keep the most important secret of his life. I said yes to that too. I was wrong too. He told me about his second year of college, a warehouse party, a rave type of thing. He and his frat friends were at their worst back then, drinking constantly, fighting, making problems for people around them. He met a girl at the party. They went off somewhere and made out. She asked him to come back inside and dance. He went to get drinks first. When he came back, she was gone.
He found her about 30 minutes later. She was barely upright. He said it wasn't alcohol, something else. Something slipped into whatever she'd been drinking. Roofies was the word he used. She was on the edge of passing out. He tried to steer her somewhere, and when she was just conscious enough to resist, he didn't stop. He took her to a dark corner of that warehouse and assaulted her. He said it was the biggest regret of his life. He said it made him afraid to have daughters. He said he'd lived with the shame of it ever since, and that he wasn't that person anymore.
I didn't say anything. I just listened. Then after a moment I asked if he'd ever tried to find her, to apologize, to make any kind of amends. That's when I understood the story wasn't over. He told me that when he was done, he left her there. She was unconscious by then. He went back inside to get a drink because he was thirsty. An hour passed, a full hour, before it crossed his mind to go back and check on her. When he did, she was awake, angrier than he'd expected. She remembered everything. She told him she was going to the police, that she wasn't going to let some frat boy walk away from what he'd done. He said he felt his entire life collapsing in front of him. And then he described snapping. He used that word, snapping. When he finally said the words, "I didn't mean to kill her," I felt something drop out of the bottom of the world. He said he only wanted to scare her, then just to stop her, but the fear had him squeezing too hard, and he didn't understand what he was doing until he felt her throat give way. Her eyes went wide. She couldn't pull in air. And then she was gone. He said he could have run for help, but didn't because he was scared. Once he was sure she was dead, he went back into the party and found his closest friend. That friend helped him. Over the next few hours, they moved her body somewhere. He never said where exactly, but he hinted it was a park or forest. That's when it clicked why he'd always hated the idea of hiking. He told me he was deeply sorry, that he'd undo it if he could, but that it was a mistake made by his old self, and he didn't believe his new self should have to pay for it. And he looked at me and asked if I thought that was a reasonable thing to say. And standing on that cliff, I understood exactly how isolated I was. If I told him what I actually thought of him, there was nothing stopping him from making sure I never told anyone else. A push down that slope, a fall, a missing poster, my family wondering. I knew what I had to do, which was make him believe I was with him. So I told him I agreed, that the new him shouldn't be punished for his old crimes. I told him I wasn't going to let one chance at happiness slip away. I said things I'm ashamed of. I said them to survive. Then I leaned into it. I asked him what would happen to us if he ever got caught.
whether he was scared the body might surface one day. Colorado had the death penalty then. He said if he got caught, it was over for both of us.
And then we stood on that cliff and talked about futures and contingencies like two people having a completely normal conversation. I told myself I had him. I told myself I'd played it right, and that all I had to do was hold it together until I got home. We walked back down the trail. He drove me home.
I held myself together all the way to my front door.
Then I fell apart completely. I cried for an hour alone, then called my mother and cried for another hour. It was the worst day of my life by a wide margin. When I was done, I called 911.
I packed a bag while I waited for them. I planned to stay with my mom once Marcus was in custody. He wasn't there when they arrived at his place. He was already gone. I spent weeks talking to Denver PD. Then 2 detectives from Arizona called. That's where he'd gone to college. The details about when and where helped them narrow down where the girl's body might have been left. Then an FBI agent called and asked whether Marcus had ever gone by a different name or mentioned owning a second passport. I said no to both. The agent didn't say it outright, but it was obvious they believed he'd left the country. They just didn't know where or how. They asked if there was anywhere in the world he'd ever mentioned wanting to go. I told them he'd once said something about Paris and Rome, but he'd never really seemed interested in travel beyond that. He has never been found. I still hope that changes. My best case is opening the news one morning and seeing his face under a headline about a fugitive picked up somewhere overseas. My worst case is different. In that one, I'm home alone, and there's a knock at the door. I don't check the peephole because it hasn't crossed my mind to be afraid yet. I open it, and there he is. You know, I've been flying for Utah's Department of Public Safety for going on 17 years now, and people always seem surprised when I tell them how much ground the job covers. Sure, we back up law enforcement, but we're also out there doing medical evacuations, helping with wildfire response, flood response, and most relevant to what I want to tell you today, we're deep in search and rescue operations out in the Rockies. I'm on call around the clock, every day of the week. So there's been plenty of times I'm grabbing my gear mid-dinner or out of a dead sleep because somebody's gotten themselves into trouble out in the UWC. That's the Uinta-Wasatch Cache National Forest, roughly 30 miles east of Salt Lake. Mostly it's hikers who've gotten lost, climbers who've taken a bad fall, or in the winter, skiers caught in avalanches. But every now and then, I fly into something that doesn't sit right with me the way a lost hiker does. And those are the ones that stay with you. The aircraft I fly most is the Airbus H125, single engine, built for mountain work. She's got the power for high-altitude operations, which matters out here because you're regularly pushing 10,000 feet or more. I lift off from Salt Lake, and within minutes I'm threading up into the peaks to link up with the ground team. The air thins out fast, so you manage your power carefully, and the H125 handles it well, but it flies different than anything near sea level. Beautiful country, genuinely beautiful, but the weather up there doesn't give you any warning. Clear blue sky one minute, then you're suddenly in the middle of a downdraft off the peaks, or a snowstorm that closes your visibility right down to nothing. And even on good weather days, the flying itself can get dangerous in a hurry. I've hovered above narrow ridges with my rotors less than 20 feet from the treetops, holding position while the crew lowers a hoist line to a climber sitting on a ledge with a broken leg. Those hoists pull people out of places you simply cannot land, steep canyon walls,
sheer cliffs. But they're not a solution for everything. So my crew and I keep the aircraft stocked with night vision gear, searchlights, and recon detectors that can pick up reflective material on clothing. Flying search and rescue in the Utah Rockies is no joke, and you take every advantage you can get. Most operations, if I'm being fair, are pretty routine in terms of how they resolve. We spot somebody, drop the line, bring them up, and we're cracking cold ones back at the hangar. But there's one from a couple of years back that I still turn over in my mind. I have never fully made peace with it. It started the way most calls do, my phone going off on the nightstand, pulling me out of sleep.
A man's wife had called 911 a few hours earlier after her husband didn't come home from a solo hike up near Hayden Peak. I wasn't bracing for anything too heavy. The previous couple of operations had involved rescuing inexperienced day trippers who'd underestimated the terrain, so I figured this might be more of the same. But after we flew a thorough pattern over the area surrounding Farm Creek Peak, there was no sign of our hiker anywhere. The ground team was already down there working the trails on ATVs, so we made the call to open up the search area. Eventually we found ourselves flying over a place called Wilson's Peak,
The highest point in the state. The terrain up there is brutal. Sheer faces, deep snowpack, no mercy. And it was a long way off from where the hiker was supposed to be, so none of us were expecting much. But we'd barely gotten close before my co-pilot picked up something through the thermal imager.
The signature was faint, but it was unmistakably human-shaped,
Sitting up on a narrow bluff at around 8,000 feet. I banked us in closer, and there he was. He was seated near the edge of the bluff. No tent, no pack, just him in a thin windbreaker, one arm moving weakly, the kind of wave that tells you a person has nearly nothing left. His head was dropped slightly, and his posture had that collapsed quality, the stillness of someone who has stopped thinking about the cold and started just existing inside it. I radioed the coordinates to the ground team. They acknowledged and pushed their ATVs toward us.
but 20 minutes later, the lead came back over the radio. The approach was solid ice and far too steep. To reach the bluff safely without putting the aircraft at serious risk, they'd need technical climbing specialists, and that was about 2 hours out. I looked at our hiker on that ledge. I did not think he had 2 hours. My co-pilot and I looked at each other. We didn't debate it long. We agreed. We're going in low. We're dropping the line. To call it risky is a substantial understatement. Protocol says to maintain clearance buffers for wind shear and rotor wash. But I dipped the nose and threaded the aircraft between the pine canopy and the contour of the slope. The terrain warning system started calling out at us as we closed within 50 feet of the bluff, which is dangerously low for a winch operation in gusty conditions. My winch medic, a man named Danny Reyes, who has genuine ice in his veins, clipped into the cable, lowered himself onto the line while I held our hover, and then made his way across the face of the ledge toward the hiker. When Danny reached him, he asked the man if he could hold on. He couldn't stand, but Danny worked the harness into place, got the man secured, and signaled he was ready. Fuel was going and the wind was building. I'd already spotted a flat meadow about a mile down the valley, open enough to set down safely. My co-pilot took up the tension on the line. Danny and the hiker came up off the bluff, and we moved. We set them down gently in the meadow, and then I brought us down to wait for the ground crew. Once the rotors stilled, my co-pilot and I climbed out to go check on the man. We found him, propped against a fallen log, wrapped in foil blankets, while Danny was already setting up an IV line. And right away, something felt off. This man had been missing for less than 24 hours, but he looked gaunt in a way that didn't match that timeline, like someone who hadn't eaten in 2 or 3 days.
His lips were cracked and dry.
His tongue was visibly swollen, and he had trouble forming words.
When we asked his name, he didn't answer. Not because he couldn't hear us. His eyes were moving, tracking. He was present, but the name just wasn't there. There was this moment of watching his face work, like he was reaching for something that kept sliding away from him.
Hypothermia slows a person down, makes thinking sluggish,
But it doesn't erase someone's own name. And this wasn't sluggishness. This was a gap. After maybe a minute or two, it seemed to surface on its own, the way an old phone number sometimes just appears when you stop trying to recall it. He said his name, quietly.
and I knelt down beside him and said, "Hey, what happened out there? How did you end up on that bluff?" He broke eye contact, stared somewhere past my shoulder, blinking slowly. Then he said he couldn't remember. What he could piece together was this. He'd been hiking alone. At some point, he realized someone was following him. He ran, and the next thing he was clearly aware of, he was high up on the mountain, too exhausted to climb back down. That was all he had. No timeline, no details of the climb, just the certainty that he'd been followed, the fear, the running, and then the bluff. The ground crew rolled up on their ATVs about 10 or 15 minutes later, and the medics took over. We waited around hoping the man would get more talkative as the warmth came back into him, but his memory stayed patchy. They loaded him up and took him to the emergency room in Provo, with the general consensus being that exposure and delirium could explain most of it, and that everything would clarify once he'd rested and recovered. We wrapped the operation, flew back to base, filed the paperwork. On the surface, it was a successful rescue, maybe even a life saved. It should have been high fives and cold drinks at the hangar bar. Instead, all of us just sat around talking through it, because none of it added up. Wilson's Peak is nearly a full day's walk from Hayden, the area where the hiker was reported missing. That means he covered over 15 miles of Rocky Mountain terrain as the crow flies. If you know that country, that distance on foot is close to impossible. And not just on flat ground. To end up on that particular bluff, this man, a weekend walker from the flatlands, no climbing background, no gear, no experience, had to have free climbed a Class 5 face in the snow, in the dark, while in a state of blind panic. That's vertical rock. That's the kind of thing that experienced climbers with equipment approach carefully. And he did it without ropes, without shoes designed for it, without apparently stopping once. The investigators followed up on the story of a pursuer. They found no second set of tracks in the snow below. No reports of suspicious activity anywhere else in the area. The man recovered. He went home to his wife and children after a short hospital stay, and by all accounts he did well. But the memory never fully returned. The last thing he recalled clearly was the feeling of being followed. After that, just fragments. Running, climbing, fear. And then long stretches of nothing. I've gone back over it probably 100 times since. The only thing I've been able to land on that makes any kind of sense is a bear. A large, black bear up on its hind legs in the trees. That's the kind of sight that could flip a switch in a person so deep that they stop being rational and just run on pure animal instinct. A mother protecting cubs, maybe. That's the scenario that fits the fear response. But then I sit with it a little longer and I think, what if it wasn't a bear? What if there was a person out there, moving through those trees, waiting? Because that's a different kind of fear, and it's a different kind of story. Either way, neither of those explanations accounts for 15 miles of mountain terrain
and a free solo climb in the dark.
And I've never found anything that does.
The man is home and healthy, and I should feel good about that, and I do. But I'll be honest with you, it still gets to me. Because I know what that bluff looks like, and I know what it would take to climb it. And whatever put him up there, I don't think I'll ever know what it was.
You know, there are some things that happen to you in life that you never quite shake. And this is one of them for me. This goes back more than 20 years now. Summer of 2003. And I had just gotten news that my Aunt Jean had passed away.
Suddenly, no warning. Jean was the person I was closest to after losing my mom when I was little, so losing her hit me in a way I still have trouble putting into words. And the timing made it worse, if that's possible. I was in a bad stretch financially. I'd moved across the country a couple of times chasing something I believed in, and it hadn't worked out the way I'd hoped. I was living in Newark, barely keeping it together. I couldn't afford a plane ticket, and my truck, if I left it parked on the street for a week, I was pretty sure it wouldn't be there when I got back. So I made the decision to drive almost 3,000 miles from New Jersey out to Sacramento for the funeral. And then my thinking was, maybe drive something back. Maybe an RV if I got a little inheritance money. Come back to Jersey in style, I guess. Looking back, I have no idea what I was thinking. But at the time, I just wanted to go. Partly for Jean, and partly because I needed to be anywhere but where I was. The first couple of days on the road were fine. Long, but fine. I got into a rhythm. By the third day, I was crossing through Wyoming, western side, and I'd stopped in a little town called Lyman for something to eat. Nothing much, just a sandwich. And the plan was to fill up in Evanston before crossing into Utah. But somewhere around 40 minutes after getting back on the highway, I saw a town off in the distance that didn't look right for Evanston. Too small, too quiet. I thought, well, I'll just stop and top off the tank anyway. No sense in passing it up. I pulled in slowly and started looking around for a gas station. The place had a strange quality to it. Hard to describe exactly. The storefronts had signage in what looked like German, maybe Swedish, something Northern European. A few of the buildings looked a little rough, but honestly the town itself was pretty, tidy, picturesque almost. People were out walking. It had that kind of Saturday morning feeling to it. That wholesome, small-town thing that makes you think everyone knows everyone, and the worst thing that ever happens is a dispute over a fence line. So I wasn't worried at all when I spotted a woman on the sidewalk. Middle-aged, carrying a couple of canvas bags, just walking along. I rolled down my window and called out to ask about a gas station. She came over right away. Smiled. Said welcome. Told me the station was near the town square, not far, couldn't miss it. I told her the town was lovely. She said thank you. And then, just as I was starting to pull away, she did something odd. She raised her fist and extended her index finger and her pinky, that rock and roll gesture, the devil horns, and she said something. It sounded like thin and gangly, just those two words. Said it pleasantly, with a smile, then turned and walked off. I sat with that for a moment. Thin and gangly. I figured I'd misheard her. The window was only halfway down. There was road noise. And whatever she said, she'd smiled when she said it. So I let it go. Maybe some local expression. Maybe she had a hand thing. I kept driving. The gas station was where she said it would be, near the town square. And the pumps. They look like they belonged in a photograph from 60 years ago. Big old analog dials, the kind you had to finesse. An attendant actually came out to walk me through it. Friendly enough, clearly tickled by the whole thing. I was the city person who couldn't figure out the antique pump.
Fine. I took it in good humor. When I went inside to pay, I tried to make a little small talk. I realized I hadn't seen any sign coming into town, so I didn't actually know what the place was called. I mentioned that to the attendant. He sort of chuckled, shook his head, said something like, "Damn kids," under his breath, and then went back to his newspaper. Didn't answer the question. Didn't offer the name. I thanked him and turned to head back out to the truck. And that's when I heard it again. From behind me. The attendant's voice. It sounded like from thin and gangly. Said the way you'd say "see you later" to someone walking out the door. I turned and asked him what he'd said. Politely. I wasn't spooked yet, just curious. He said it again, but this time slowly, deliberately. Von hinnen gang. Each syllable separate, and the tone had changed completely. It wasn't friendly. It was a warning. The kind of warning you don't ask about twice. I walked out, got in the truck, and I remember sitting there for just a second, both hands on the wheel, telling myself to stay calm and just get moving. I was heading for the western edge of town when I came up to a red light near the square, and there was a man on the sidewalk to my left, waving at me, smiling. He made that gesture, rolling his fist in a circle, the universal sign for roll your window down. I cracked it, just a couple of inches. Maybe I shouldn't have. He pointed his fist at me, index and pinky out, and started yelling that phrase. I rolled the window straight back up. The light was still red. I had to just sit there. And he kept yelling, loud, over and over. What struck me, what still strikes me, is that people were walking right past him, a fair number of them. And they just didn't react. Some of them glanced over and smiled. A couple of them laughed quietly to themselves. Like it was nothing. Like it was just something that happened here sometimes. I was trying to process what I was seeing when he walked up and hit the window with his fist. The car behind me was already honking because the light had gone green. So I just went. I stayed under the speed limit. I didn't want to give anyone a reason to pull me over. I was focused on finding the road out of town and staying on it. I got turned around once, but I found what I thought was the right street heading west. And then, 2 teenage boys stepped off the curb directly in front of me. I had to brake hard. They stood there in the road, both of them, fists raised with the index and pinky out, yelling, "Von Hinnengang," big grins on their faces. I tried to ease around them, and they moved to block me. I backed up, tried again. They shifted again. I heard the truck window crack before I fully understood what was happening. A third boy had come from the side with a stick, a long one, heavy, and he'd put it into the glass hard enough to spider the whole pane. I don't remember deciding to move. I just moved, put it in drive, and went. They scattered fast enough. And then they ran after me. All 3 of them. Right down the middle of the street, screaming those words until I cleared the town limits and hit the open highway. I held it together for maybe 5 or 6 miles. Then I pulled over and I cried. I just sat on the shoulder and cried for a while. Grief had been sitting on my chest since I got the call about Jean, and whatever just happened in that town cracked something loose. It took a good while before I was steady enough to drive. When I finally got to Evanston about an hour later,
I looked up the sheriff's department on a paper map. This was before you could just search for something on a phone. And I drove straight there. I didn't want to ask strangers for anything, not after that. I sat down with an officer and told him what had happened.
I left out the phrase, the Von Hinnen gang part, because I knew how it would sound. But even without that detail, the way I described the town and what the people had done, he was raising his eyebrows by the end of it. He asked me to wait while he spoke to his chief. I expected to be sitting there for an hour. It was 5 minutes. The chief came out himself. He was kind about it, but what he told me, I still have trouble sitting comfortably with it all these years later. He said I wasn't the first. That this town, which the locals in Evanston called Germantown, had a long history of treating outsiders this way. That it went back to sometime in the 1800s, when someone passing through was believed to have brought illness into the community. The town was already deeply religious, heavily superstitious, and after that, it just became tradition, ritual almost, running off anyone who didn't belong.
The phrase, von Hinnen gangen, was Old German, archaic. It meant something close to, get out of here, get away from us. I asked why nothing had ever been done about it. He said the most anyone had ever managed was a disorderly conduct charge, because local law enforcement there simply looked the other way. Everyone in the town closed ranks. Without witnesses willing to testify, there was nothing to build a case on. He said I could try, but it would cost me time and money I probably didn't have, and it would go nowhere. He said the best thing I could do was get back in my truck and keep driving, and try to put it behind me. I sat there for a moment after he said that. I don't know what I expected him to say instead, but not that. I made it to the funeral. I said goodbye to Jean, and I didn't buy an RV. I ended up flying back east, collected what I had, and flew back to Sacramento to stay with my dad for a while. There's more to that story. But I think what happened in that town was part of what pushed me toward making that choice. It had a way of clarifying things. What mattered, what didn't. We understand, in cities, that there are streets you don't walk down at night, blocks you avoid. You just learn it and you adjust. I never thought about it applying the same way to a small, quiet town in the middle of Wyoming. A pretty little place with old signage and friendly-looking people and a gas station attendant who reads his newspaper. I think about it sometimes when I'm driving somewhere new. That particular feeling of a town on the horizon and not quite knowing what it is. So yeah, people ask me what I do for a living sometimes. Not often, because apparently limnologist is the conversational equivalent of a brick wall. I say it, they blink, they say, "What on earth is that?" And then I spend the next 30 seconds explaining that I'm a scientist who studies fresh water. Lakes, ponds, reservoirs, how they function as ecosystems, temperature, oxygen levels, what lives in them, how all of it shifts through the seasons. I measure depth. I run chemical analyses. I'm basically a doctor for bodies of water that can't tell me what's wrong with them. Call me a water nerd if you want. I've been called worse, but I genuinely love it. Part of that love comes down to the field work. I've never been much of an indoor person. The idea of sitting under fluorescent lights while perfectly good wilderness sat outside the window was never going to work for me. So when it came time to find a career, field work was less of a perk and more of a requirement. I visit national parks regularly, but a good chunk of my work takes me to places most people don't even know exist. Lakes hidden behind miles of unmaintained logging roads,
ponds so far into the backcountry that your phone signal flatlines, and the nearest gas station is an optimistic fantasy.
You learn to prepare for everything out there. Or you think you do. Now, the day in question was a late October one out in the Nevada desert. One of those gray, pressing autumn afternoons where the cold had teeth and the sky couldn't make up its mind between overcast and outright hostile. I'd been working a remote site on Lake Walden since well before the sun came up, pulling sediment cores from the lake bottom. For the uninitiated, a sediment core is essentially a long, heavy cylinder packed with mud extracted from the deepest part of a lake, and analyzing it layer by layer is like reading a very slow, very wet history book. Important work. Also absolutely brutal on your arms and back. By the time I had the last core sealed, labeled, and logged, every muscle I owned had filed a formal complaint. The light was fading fast, that flat, cold autumn light that disappears earlier than you ever expect it to, and the wind off the water had picked up enough to make the whole place feel genuinely unfriendly. I hauled myself back up the trail to where I'd parked, my old field truck sitting right where I'd left it, loaded with gear, data sheets, a cooler full of samples. Expensive stuff. We're talking equipment that costs significantly more than I do, which is either a compliment to the equipment or an insult to my salary. Probably both. And that's when I saw it.
The driver's side window smashed in. I ran. My brain, in its infinite efficiency, had already constructed an entire catastrophic future in the 30 seconds it took me to reach the truck. Some stranger had broken in, grabbed tens of thousands of dollars worth of specialist equipment, and was already in the process of converting months of my work into whatever they needed that week. All those sediment cores, all that data, gone. Replaced by the creeping certainty that I'd be explaining this to my supervisor in the most humiliating meeting of my professional life. I was catastrophizing, obviously, but panic doesn't really wait around for you to get your reasoning together. Except nothing was missing. I stood there in the cold wind, crunching through broken glass, looking at a truck that had been violated, but not robbed. And then I noticed something tucked under the windshield wiper. A torn piece of cardboard, the kind ripped from a box in a hurry, with 4 words written on it in marker. "We left you a gift." The window, near as I could tell, had been punched in by a fist-sized rock that was now sitting on my passenger seat like it owned the place. I assumed that was the gift. Cute. Very funny. I was also scanning the tree line like my life depended on it, because someone who breaks a stranger's window and leaves a note about gifts in the middle of absolutely nowhere is the specific type of person you do not want stepping out of the shadows behind you. Nobody came. Small mercies. I swept the glass off the seat with my sleeve, because of course I did, there was nowhere else to be, and started the long crawl back down the dirt road toward the highway. The cold air was rushing straight through the empty window frame. I was equal parts furious and relieved, which is not a great combination for calm driving. My working theory was teenagers. Old enough to drive out here, not old enough to have developed anything resembling judgment or a conscience. I was running through the entirely realistic odds of local law enforcement catching them. Spoiler, not great. When I felt something moving against my leg, I figured it was a moth, something small that had drifted in through the broken window. I gave my leg a shake and went back to being quietly furious about property damage. But it didn't stop. And the thing is, when something doesn't stop, you start to understand at a cellular level
that it's not a moth. I looked down. A bark scorpion was making its way up my thigh with what I can only describe as absolutely no urgency whatsoever. I want you to understand something about bark scorpions.
They are not dramatic creatures. They don't posture. They just move, calm and deliberate. And they are among the most venomous scorpions in North America. I am a scientist. I have a graduate degree. I study ecosystems for a living. And it took me an embarrassingly long time to connect the note, the rock, and the creature currently climbing toward my lap into one coherent and deeply alarming picture. That was the gift, not the rock. The scorpion. Someone had put a scorpion in my truck and driven away. I was doing 60 on a winding desert road with no shoulder and a scorpion in my pants situation developing in real time. Every instinct I had, and they were loud about it, told me to stand on the brakes and get out immediately. I did not do that. What I did was grip the wheel hard enough to leave marks on my palms and breathe in a way that was technically breathing, but felt more like controlled drowning. I eased off the gas. I signaled. I genuinely signaled, which tells you something about the human brain under stress. I rolled onto a narrow gravel turnout and shifted into park. Then I got out. Slowly. One leg, then the other. I pulled the fabric of my pants away from my skin, because a sting through denim is a very different outcome than a sting on bare skin. And I shook. I shook until the scorpion hit the gravel and went about its evening. I got back in the truck and shut the door. And then I just sat there with my forehead in my hands for a while, because that seemed like the appropriate response. Here's the honest part. People rarely die from bark scorpion stings. I knew that. What I was actually terrified of, what kept playing on a loop as I'd driven those last few minutes, was the vision of my legs going numb, convulsions starting, and trying to keep a vehicle on a winding road in the dark while my body staged a full revolt. If another car had come around one of those bends, that would have been a very different story with a much worse ending. I filed a police report. Didn't need anyone to talk me into it. I wanted very much for whoever thought this was an amusing way to spend their afternoon to face some kind of consequence. But I also knew Nevada is a big state, and that gravel road sees maybe 4 visitors a year, so I wasn't exactly holding my breath. A year passed. I didn't hear anything. I'm still not surprised. What stays with me isn't the scorpion really. It's the premeditation. Someone drove out to a lake that requires genuine effort to find, spotted a stranger's truck, and decided the thing to do was break the window and leave a venomous animal inside it. Then they went home. My grandfather used to say, some people are just born with the devil in them. I'm a scientist, so I'd phrase it differently. But honestly, sometimes the phrasing doesn't change what you're looking at. Some people are just wired wrong, and knowing that doesn't make it any easier to sit with. I'll keep my name out of this if you don't mind. But I can promise you what I'm about to tell you is real. I grew up in the UK. My parents are Greek and Iranian. They met in London after immigrating, worked hard, built something for themselves, and then had me. They pushed me academically, picked me up when my dreams of becoming a professional footballer fell apart, and were absolutely over the moon when I got into Oxford to study Greco-Persian history. My father liked the idea of me staying in academia. My mother agreed, but thought I should have gone into medicine instead.
Not long after I graduated, a letter arrived from an organization called the Government Communications Headquarters, GCHQ for short. Now, to most people, that sounds like a very dull office job.
It isn't. GCHQ is responsible for signals intelligence for the British government and armed forces. It goes back to just after the First World War. In the Second, they were breaking German Enigma codes out of Bletchley Park in Buckinghamshire. Getting hired by them didn't make me some kind of glorified IT administrator.
It made me, for all practical purposes, a spy.
I later found out I'd been quietly headhunted while I was still at university. Partly my academic record, partly athletics, but mostly language. My mother's family were heavily involved in my upbringing, so while I wasn't completely fluent in Farsi, I knew far more than most. I could pass as Iranian without much difficulty.
That made me an ideal candidate for operations focused on the Islamic Republic. For the first 18 months, I trained specifically for that. Then, on a clear afternoon in September 2001, 19 hijackers changed everything. After the towers came down and the world shifted overnight, my department's focus moved from Iran to Afghanistan. Dari and Farsi are close enough that it made me a valuable asset and one that was ready to be used.
Less than 2 weeks after the attacks, I was in a briefing room getting the details of my assignment. London to Cyprus, Cyprus to Turkmenistan, and then I shed my identity as a British civil servant and became an Iranian journalist before crossing into Afghanistan by taxi. My destination was the ancient city of Herat. I was there to gather intelligence on Taliban morale and troop numbers ahead of what was obviously going to be a coalition invasion. While in the city, I learned that a significant number of Taliban fighters had moved into the mountains roughly 30 miles to the southeast.
They were digging in, stockpiling weapons, and preparing to hold their ground. So that's where I went. I was advised to hire a guide. I didn't want to get lost, but I also didn't want to draw attention to myself. I found a ride to a small village within 2 days' walk of the mountains, and from there I went on foot. Getting up into those mountains was the hardest physical thing I've ever done. After one particularly punishing climb, I crested a ridge and looked down into a gently sloping valley. It was striking in its way, quiet, almost peaceful. Then I noticed 2 men standing on a ridge behind me. Small as specks at that distance, but they were watching me. I remember thinking that I'd be in serious trouble if either of them was carrying a rifle. I kept walking. The valley stayed quiet. I started to tell myself they were just shepherds, curious locals, nothing more. Then the first bullet hit the rocks about 50 meters away. There are no words that do it justice. I've never felt anything like it before or since. There was nothing in front of me but open ground. So I ran. I ran as fast as I could and hoped that whoever was shooting was an amateur with a Kalashnikov and not someone who knew what they were doing. Because if it was the latter, I was already dead. The second shot landed closer, 20 meters ahead. Gravel sprang up after it passed over my head. The next was closer still, almost within arm's reach. But by then I'd reached a cluster of large rocks and threw myself between them, getting something solid between me and the shooter. I waited. Silence. Then I ran for a gentle ridge ahead, expecting another shot the whole way across. None came. Getting over that ridge was a relief. Out of sight. But I knew I wasn't safe. The gunmen could be following. There could be others further ahead. I had no choice but to keep moving, and I did, pushing hard until I spotted a thin column of smoke rising in the distance. A tea house. As the sun was going down, it was exactly what I needed.
Afghan tea houses vary, but many have back rooms or a second floor that serves as a guest house. It's basic, a mat on the floor shared with other travelers, not the Ritz, but warm and shelter, and that was enough. When I walked in, a few eyes followed me. The owner asked where I was from, loudly enough for the room to hear.
My cover story settled things down. I was left alone to eat and drink. After a few hours talking with other travelers over tea, I asked about a room for the night. I was shown to a back room.
4 or 5 men already sat on their mats around the perimeter. Bare walls, an assortment of carpets on the floor, a large silver tea set at the center, and one man with a Kalashnikov resting across his lap. A few of them recognized me from the main room and introduced me to the others, telling them who I was, or rather, who I was pretending to be. I leaned into the cover. I started asking their views on Al-Qaeda, the United States, Osama bin Laden, taking notes in Farsi shorthand on a small pad. They took me at face value and, true to Afghan hospitality, promised to look after me during my stay. At some point, one of them asked how my time in Afghanistan had been going. I don't know why I mentioned it. Maybe the adrenaline had faded enough that it came out naturally. But I told them about being shot at that afternoon. Some of the men made disapproving sounds. Bamashi, a few of them muttered. Criminals. Thugs. As I described the shots coming from behind me on the ridge in my run for cover, I noticed the man with the rifle exchanging a look with the fellow seated beside him. A very specific kind of look. Sheepish doesn't quite cover it. I finished the story. And then the man with the gun essentially told me he was the one who had shot at me. He took a very long, very winding road to get there, starting with, "I shot at someone today, but it couldn't have been you," moving through, "It might have been you," and arriving eventually at, "It was probably you, and I'm sorry." That was the shape of the apology. To understand how strange that moment was, you have to understand the framing. If I had nearly killed a man, I would beg his forgiveness. Not only because of the legal consequences, but because I would have come within inches of taking his life from him. That is a very Western way of thinking about it. There are parts of the world where it simply doesn't work that way. So when I tell you that this man apologized to me, the way you might after clipping someone's trolley in a supermarket queue, I mean that without exaggeration. His shots had missed because God had not allowed them to find me. And since God was clearly on my side, I must be a man worth knowing. But why shoot in the first place? When I asked, he gave me 2 reasons. The first was that I was obviously a foreigner. That threw me completely. I had spent months preparing. My clothes were authentic, well-worn Afghan attire. And yet, he said, he knew I wasn't Afghan because of the way I walked. He didn't elaborate much beyond that. The second reason he gave was that there was a reasonable chance I was some kind of American infiltrator. Not far off, as it happened. And, since that might be the case, he saw no particular harm in taking a shot. Then his companion, a co-worker of his, as I understood it, someone he operated alongside regularly, spoke up and said something to the effect of, "I told him he'd never hit you at that range. He's a terrible shot." To which the gunman replied, "Oh, is that right? Watch me." It was a bet. I had nearly been killed over a bet. A matter of pride, of not wanting to back down in front of a colleague. They were apologetic. They said they never would have fired if they'd known I was an Iranian Muslim. And maybe that was true. But it was still a very strange and very bitter thing to sit with. The knowledge that I'd come within a few meters of dying because one man didn't want to lose face in front of another. And it was a sharp reminder. If they ever found out who I actually was, there would be no apology. There would be nothing. So I kept my face still. I told them, calmly, that God clearly had a plan for me. Both men were satisfied by that. It was the right thing to say. But inside, I was more frightened than I had ever been in my life. My training had taught me not to let that show, and it held. We talked through most of the night. I made notes on everything useful. The two men even offered to walk me further up into the mountains to reach the Taliban positions. But before the call to dawn prayers, while everyone was still asleep, I slipped out. I reached the positions. I conducted interviews with lieutenants and commanders without my cover coming close to unraveling. And a few weeks later, American B-52s were hitting those same mountains, based in part on what I'd sent back. I still think about that tea house sometimes. I hope it came through the bombing intact. One day, if things are different, I'd like to go back. Just as a traveler, nothing more. So I've been obsessed with post-apocalyptic stuff for as long as I can literally remember. And I mean that. The first movie I ever watched, or at least the first one that really stuck with me, was this Peter Graves flick from the 70s called Where Have All the People Gone? It's about some kind of solar event that just turns most of humanity into ash and leaves the survivors wandering around this empty, dead world. If I watched it today, I'd probably think it was a little cheesy, but back then, man, it was the coolest thing I'd ever seen. Mad Max was great too, don't get me wrong. But there was something about the idea of people just vanishing. Like, everything still intact, just no one around. That felt almost peaceful to me. Still does, honestly. So fast forward about 15 years or so, and it's the summer of 1998. Me and my buddy Stu had spent most of that summer driving around Texas ticking off ghost towns. We hit Mesquite over in Borden County, then Best and Reagan, then Langtree out in Valverde. The routine was pretty simple. Walk around, take pictures, drink a few beers, wait till we were legal again, then drive home. And look, I get why people assume once you've seen one abandoned town, you've seen them all. But that's just not true. Every single one has something different going on. Sometimes it's beautiful. Sometimes it's just deeply weird. And sometimes, well, we'll get to that. After Langtree, we started looking for the next place. And it wasn't easy back in '98, because nobody in our circle had the internet at home yet. So when Stu actually found something, he called me up on the phone, genuinely excited, and started telling me all about a little place called Lobo. According to what he dug up, water was discovered out there sometime in the mid-1800s, and it became a stop for pioneers heading west. A railroad depot got established not long after, named Lobo on account of all the wolves that used to roam the area. By the late 20s, the town had maybe 30 permanent residents and over 100 railroad workers stationed nearby. There was a hotel, a general store, the whole deal. And then came the earthquakes. 2 of them. And then the wells dried up. But here's the part Stu swore up and down was totally true. Some guy named William Cross bought the whole place in the 60s. Opened up a general store and a gas station. Offered cheap rent to anyone willing to come settle there. Genuinely trying to breathe life back into it. And for a little while, maybe it looked like it might work. But then there was this weird run of crime around Lobo. And then one night, all of Cross's businesses burned down. And that was it. He walked away. That was 1991. So, by the time me and Stu rolled up in the summer of '98, the place had been sitting empty for about 7 years. What made Lobo different from anywhere else we'd visited was that almost every building was still standing. Most ghost towns you go to, things have been picked over or knocked down or collapsed. But Lobo was like someone had just hit pause. It was the most complete abandoned town we'd ever seen, and honestly, the closest I'd ever felt to actually living inside one of those old, post-apocalyptic movies I grew up watching. Me and Stu were both absolutely buzzing. It felt like walking onto a film set. We didn't know it was about to turn into a horror movie. We'd only been walking around for maybe 5 minutes when we heard a scream. A real one. And I know this sounds ridiculous, but my first instinct was to look at Stu and go, "Did you set this up? Like, had he hired someone to jump out and scare me?" But I looked at his face, and that idea went away immediately. The man was pale. Now, we'd heard Lobo was popular with other urban explorers, people who like abandoned places the same way we did. So our first thought was that some other group had run into trouble. Some kind of accident, maybe. The screaming was bad enough to suggest real pain. So we did what we figured anyone would do, which was run toward it. As we got closer, we could hear a second voice underneath the screaming. Quieter. I think I assumed at first it was someone trying to calm the screaming guy down. Like he'd taken a fall, broken something, and a friend was trying to get him to breathe through it. That was my read on it. It wasn't that. Stu shouted out something like, "Hey, hang on, we're coming." And the person screaming immediately started yelling for help, really desperate, and we heard the second voice again. And something about the way that voice sounded stopped me cold, even mid-run. There was just something wrong about it. But I couldn't make it out clearly over everything else, and we were still convinced someone genuinely needed help, which was true. We just couldn't do anything about it. Because before we could find the person who was screaming, the people making him scream found us first. We didn't see the victim. What we saw was a guy, easily 6 foot something, wearing gloves and carrying a crowbar. And next to him a smaller guy, who the second he clocked us just started yelling at the big one to get them. That was enough for me and Stu. We turned around and ran flat out back to the car, with that enormous man behind us. Lucky for us, he wasn't exactly built for speed. We watched him fall back in the rear view as we got out of there. We stopped at the first gas station we found and called the police. A deputy drove back out there with us to show him what we'd seen. We didn't expect anyone to still be around. And they weren't. But there was blood. A lot of it. The kind of amount that makes your stomach drop when you see it. The deputy's take, and ours too, was that it was a torture situation, not a killing, or at least not yet when we were there. Either they wanted something from the guy, or it was payback for something. Either way, whoever was behind it was serious enough that they weren't going to leave a witness lying around. The fact that they bolted when they saw 2 random idiots with cameras says they weren't done yet when we showed up. Just typing that out still gives me a chill. That was the first time anything like that happened to us during our ghost town trips. And while it wasn't the absolute last time things got weird, nothing ever came close to what went down that afternoon in Lobo. Okay, so I never grew up wanting to do this job. Nobody does, right? I wanted to be a doctor. That was the dream. But my grades just weren't there for medical school, and I still had this deep love of anatomy, so I thought, coroner. That's my way in. And for those who don't know what that actually means, I'll keep it simple. When someone dies and we're not sure how, I'm the one who figures it out. I spent years doing that work in the city. Years. And I'll tell you, there's only so long a person can do that in a place with nearly 4 million people before something in them starts to break. So I made a decision. I moved. Somewhere quiet. That's how I ended up in Pelson, Montana. This small, genuinely beautiful little town on the edge of a bay, maybe 5,000 people total. Back in the city, I was doing 3-4 postmortems in a single day sometimes. Out here, maybe 3 or 4 the entire year. And honestly, even with the pay cut, that felt like a gift. But here's the thing, and I know how strange this sounds. It was out there in that quiet little town where I ran into the most disturbing case of my entire career. The most disturbing. And I've seen a lot. One morning I get a call from a deputy sheriff, and I can tell immediately from his voice that this one is different. A young woman had been found the night before, wandering along Route 35, barefoot, in the dark. A driver spotted her, pulled over, turned around, and what he found when he got to her was someone barely holding on. She looked starved, beaten, and she was mumbling. Just incoherent sounds, not real words, until she collapsed. The driver tried to keep her talking, tried CPR when he realized she was slipping away. Emergency crews never got there in time. So the sheriff's department wants answers. They want to know what killed her, and more importantly, they want to know if there's a who behind it, accident or murder. Those are the questions I'm walking in with when her body arrives at my office. And then I see her and, okay, here's where I need you to really pay attention, because this is where it stops being a routine case and becomes something else entirely. She's about 5'7", looks like she's somewhere in her late teens to maybe early 20s, but she doesn't weigh 70 pounds. 70. Her skin has this terrible yellow cast to it. That's liver and kidney failure. That's your organs shutting down. And her body, almost every surface of it, is covered in burns and scarring. Not random. Systematic. Like someone had been working through her methodically, one patch of skin at a time, over a long period. Her eyes had been gouged out. Her fingernails and toenails had been completely removed, deliberately. And there was evidence, clear evidence, that someone had pierced her abdomen with heated wires or needles. Torture. Or an attempt at something even more horrifying than that. The forensic pathologist I work with, he's seen everything, this man. He looks at me and says he has never seen anything like this. Not once. We collect samples, run the standard procedure, the pathologist makes the incision, and we get to work. Her organs show the full damage of long-term starvation. But then, and this is where it gets even stranger, we find a significant amount of partially digested organic material in her lower digestive tract, which shouldn't be there, given how starved she was. So we test it. Along with blood and spinal fluid, we send it all to the on-site lab. What comes back stops us cold. The contents of her stomach are 2 very specific fungi: fly agaric and deathcap. Deathcap, if you don't know, does exactly what the name says. It kills you, and it does it badly. Fly agaric doesn't kill you outright, but it causes severe hallucinations, intense ones. And the moment we understand what we're looking at, the implications they settle over the whole room like something cold. Here's what we concluded, and I say we because I couldn't have written this alone. I needed someone else to look at it and agree with me before I believed it myself.
Someone had kept this girl captive. The bruising around her wrists, ankles, and neck made that clear. The starvation had gone on for a long time, long enough to bring her down to 70 pounds. During that time, whoever had her tortured her, maimed her, destroyed her systematically. And then, when she was hungry enough to eat absolutely anything placed in front of her, they fed her those mushrooms. Both of them together, the hallucinations and the poison. And then they let her go. Or something went wrong for them and she got out. We genuinely couldn't say which. What we do know is that she spent her last hours stumbling through the woods completely blind, completely out of her mind from the fly agaric, dying from the inside from the death cap, alone, in the dark, on a highway in the middle of nowhere. The official finding was murder by poisoning, with starvation and sustained physical abuse as contributing factors.
A murder investigation was opened.
It has never been closed. No one was ever identified. Not the girl, not whoever did this to her. I've overseen more postmortems than I can count. Some of them have stayed with me, but none of them, not one, haunts me the way she does. This young woman whose name I never knew, who spent her final hours on this earth blind and terrified and completely alone. I think about her more than I'd like to admit. Right, I'm going to tell you this story, and I want you to understand something before I start. I was not the problem here. Well, okay, I was partly the problem, but not the main problem.
The main problem was a lake, a country lane, and someone who will remain nameless deciding he wanted to go camping in October like some kind of deranged Boy Scout. So this is 2012. Me and 3 mates, all mid-20s, doing what you do when one of your friends has a birthday coming up. You ask them what they want to do. Simple enough. Except our friend, who I'm calling Birthday Boy because he doesn't want to be named, decides to throw everyone a curveball. I'll call him BB. Every single year before this, BB wanted to go out. Clubs, bars, the whole thing. Newcastle, Manchester, you name it. So when November rolled around and we asked him where he wanted to go, we were fully expecting the usual answer. But no, BB wanted to go to Wales. He wanted to go camping. Now, to be fair, it wasn't completely out of nowhere. He'd floated the idea before, this notion of swapping the great indoors for the great outdoors, so we didn't fall off our chairs. But actually organizing a camping trip from scratch as a group of people who had never once gone camping together, that's a different beast entirely compared to booking a hotel and a couple of train tickets. We had to find a decent location. We had to buy gear, proper gear, not just sleeping bags nicked from a cupboard somewhere. We had to brush up on survival basics. First aid, fire lighting, which mushrooms you can eat. Spoiler, the answer is none of them. Don't touch any of them. And then there was the small matter of the weather, because we weren't going in some sun-soaked window.
We were going in November in the UK, which means the only thing you can guarantee about the weather is that it's going to be genuinely awful. Cold, dark, wet, the full British experience. And on the day we actually went, it delivered exactly that. The sky was low and gray, the kind of gray that's almost brownish, and a cold, steady rain had been falling since before we even got on the train. Not a dramatic downpour, just relentless. Miserable. The trees we passed through the train window were mostly bare. What leaves remained had gone that dark, almost black kind of wet. It smelled like mud and cold air the whole way there. Did we care? Not even slightly.
We were in high spirits. We had lager on the train. We had more lager as we walked from the station toward the campsite we'd picked out, which was a short walk from a lake. It was already getting dark by the time we were making our way down the country lane, torches on, bags on backs, rain tapping steadily on our hoods. Miserable conditions, brilliant mood. And then, at the bottom of the lane, there's a small house. Light in the window, smoke from the chimney. And out the front, doing something in the garden, despite the cold and the dark and the rain, is this man. He straightens up as we pass. I give him a nod.
He asks where we're headed. I point down the lane and tell him we're going to camp by the lake. He doesn't look particularly pleased to see us. But when I mention the campsite specifically, something shifts in his expression. Not alarm exactly, more like amusement. And then he says, and I can still hear this, "I wouldn't go down there if I were you lads. The shores of that lake are haunted."
And I mean, we're 15 minutes from the lake at this point, so I asked him, fairly reasonably I thought, how he himself gets on with the ghosts, given that he lives about 100 meters away. He pointed to the small wooden cross above his doorframe. Then he looked us over and said, "We didn't strike him as believers." Now, he was wrong about that, at least partially, because BB, birthday boy, was what you might charitably call our resident Bible basher. Devout, genuinely so, and he was quick to correct the man on that point. But all the Welshman said back was, "Well, at least one of you will be all right then. The rest of you, I can't speak for." That's when our friend Marcus, who was, without question, the funniest of the four of us, did a big theatrical ghost wail, which set us all off laughing. The Welshman did not laugh. He just kept that odd little grin and said, "Mark my words, boys. You'll see." We knew he was winding us up, and being only a couple of weeks before the end of November, and with the whole atmosphere of the place, dead leaves, bare branches, rain running off everything, we sort of appreciated it in a weird way. We pitched our tents about 100 meters from the shoreline, and honestly, the first night was great. We got a fire going, cooked on it, had a few more drinks around it to wish BB his many happy returns. I remember how soft the ground was, all that wet moss underneath the tent, far more comfortable than I'd expected. And as I was drifting off, the rain came back, this gentle tapping against the canvas, and it just added to that feeling of being cocooned. Warm inside, cold and wet out there. Perfect. Then, about 4 or 5 hours later, I woke up and my sleeping bag was damp. Then I realized the inside of the tent was damp. Then I realized that was because the outside had essentially become a lake itself. The spot I'd chosen to pitch, and yes, I chose it, I'll get to that, turned out to be sitting in a natural basin in the ground, a miniature floodplain. So as the rain came down through the night, the water had nowhere to go except directly underneath us, and it had been slowly rising the whole time. Just after 5 in the morning, still dark and absolutely freezing, we were all awake, soaked, and deeply unhappy. And because I was the one who'd picked the spot, I got it in the ear from all 3 of them, and I took it. I took it because they were completely right, and I should have looked more carefully at the terrain beforehand. Full stop. But what we couldn't agree on was what to do next. Chris, the one we'd nearly lost to a bed and breakfast, wanted to cut the trip short, pack up, find somewhere warm and dry, head home the next day as planned. But BB wasn't having it. He wanted to find a new spot, dry off by the fire, salvage the trip. Marcus and I sided with BB, and Chris dug his heels in. Now, we were all exhausted and soaking wet, which is not the ideal state for a reasoned debate. It got vicious.
Like genuinely vicious. And eventually Marcus just held up both hands and said something along the lines of, "If you two are going to keep going at each other like children, I'm going for a smoke." He grabbed his rolling kit, took out a pre-rolled joint he'd been saving, and walked off down toward the country lane. We called after him. Instead of answering, he turned around and held up one of the 2 walkie-talkies we'd brought. Someone had thought they'd be useful or fun, and honestly, fair play to them, as if to say, "Don't worry, I'm right here." And then he disappeared into the dark. We carried on arguing. The sky was beginning to lighten by the time we finally agreed to at least pack up and find somewhere else. And that's when BB suggested we radio Marcus to come back and help. I tried. No response. All right, I thought. He's got his earbuds in, listening to music while he smokes, ignoring the world. Bit daft, but that was Marcus. I'd give it 10 minutes. 10 minutes later, I tried again. Nothing. Just static. And there's this moment. I can still feel it. When the 3 of us sort of registered it at the same time. This silent collective, oh. Not panic yet, but the beginning of something wrong settling in. There was no good reason Marcus wasn't responding. We packed up what we could, shook the worst of the water out of our gear, and headed in the direction he'd walked. BB kept trying to reassure us. Maybe the battery had died. Maybe the range wasn't good enough. Maybe the signal was getting broken up by the terrain. And I wanted to believe that. I really did. But the feeling didn't go away. And it got worse the higher up the hillside we went, because from that elevation, we could see almost the entire area we'd camped in. The lakeshore, the lane, and Marcus was nowhere. Not a shadow of him. We hit a stretch of woodland and started shouting his name. We tried his mobile too, but the reception out there was so bad, we couldn't even get a text through. And the longer it went on, the more the silence felt like a physical thing pressing down. BB suggested at one point that maybe Marcus had just decided to go home. Got fed up with the arguing, had his smoke, walked back to the station. But that wasn't Marcus. Marcus wasn't passive-aggressive. If he was done, he'd come back and say he was done. If he'd vanished without a word, it wasn't voluntary. We found a decent campsite in the woodland and dropped our bags, but we didn't pitch anything. We went straight back the way we came to keep looking. I was getting so frustrated with the walkie-talkie that I handed it to Chris. Let him take a turn trying. We spread out to cover more ground, moving faster without our packs. At one point, BB and I were up on higher ground in the trees, while Chris had gone down toward the lake to have a look around. BB and I were talking quietly, both of us saying out loud what we'd been thinking for the past hour. That we were frightened, that this didn't make sense, that something must have happened. And then we heard Chris shouting for us. He came running up the slope, and when he reached us, he looked scared, properly scared. And he told us that Marcus had come through on the radio. I knew before he said another word that it was going to be bad. I asked what he'd said. Chris looked at both of us and said, "Let me out." There's something that happens in the brain when you hear something that bad. It refuses it. You go into bargaining immediately because the alternative is too awful. BB and I were both like, "Are you sure?" Maybe it was someone else's signal bleeding through. Maybe he said something that sounded like that. Or, and this is how scared we were, maybe it's a prank. It's almost Halloween season. He's trying to wind us up, of course he is. But Chris was certain. Male voice, and it had sounded like whoever said it was in pain.
Suddenly, this wasn't a case of where's our mate gone. It was a 999 situation. Except, of course, no phone signal. We ran, back up to the country lane, hoping to flag down a vehicle. About 10 minutes in, a van came down the road. We flagged it, piled in the back, and the driver took us back toward the start of the lane. Only a few miles from where Marcus had gone missing, but, crucially, it had reception. Chris made the call. He sounded as panicked as we felt. He gave Marcus his name and description, explained what had happened as best he could. The dispatcher listened and then told us she was going to try something. Since the most likely explanation was that Marcus had been hurt, she was going to check her system for any ambulance patients matching his name. A minute or two of silence. Then she came back on. She'd found him. We didn't feel relief. Not yet. Found him still meant he might be in hospital, or worse. We just said, okay, go on. And then she told us he was fine. That's when the relief hit. Briefly, because she also told us he wasn't entirely fine, because he'd been arrested. He'd been picked up by police a few hours earlier and was being held at the station in Abergavenny. Just, what? We got the station's number, called them, found out Marcus would most likely be released that evening once he'd been formally processed. And so began the long, sodden, miserable process of collecting our gear and traveling to Abergavenny. We were almost at the station when Marcus called. He'd been let out early. He was at a pub near the train station, waiting for us. And when we sat down with him, cold pints in hand, he told us what had happened. Remember the country lane? The one where we'd hitched that ride? That's where Marcus had gone when he walked off. He'd found what looked like a decent tree stump to sit on, but it was completely soaked through from the night's rain. So instead, he'd just started walking up and down the lane, smoking, taking in the morning air. Dark sky just beginning to lighten. Dead quiet, cold enough to see his breath. He walked up to a bend in the lane, turned around to come back, and heard an engine. He assumed it was a farmer, but when he looked around the bend, it was a police car. Now, Marcus was about 6 feet tall, bright red hair worn in dreadlocks at the time, dressed in a vivid purple jacket, and he had an enormous joint hanging out of his mouth at 6 a.m. in rural Wales in November. He said he knew immediately that they were going to stop him, and faced with the choice of standing there to be questioned, lectured, and nicked, Marcus, bless him, decided to run. He did not get far. One officer was out of the car before it had fully stopped, and the other drove ahead to cut him off. Marcus looked for a fence to hop, a gap in the hedge, anything. By the time he realized there was nothing, the police were on top of him. All he had was one joint, but running added a whole other charge to it. Something about fleeing a lawful stop, which meant they could take him in for processing, which they did. That was why it seemed like something had snatched him out of thin air, because for all intents and purposes, something had. The walkie-talkie had come off his jacket during the chase. The cheap clip gave way, but he was in handcuffs by then and in no position to ask them to stop and retrieve it. They drove him to the station, and that was that. The four of us sat around that table and absolutely ripped into him, in the way you do when someone you were terrified about turns out to be completely fine and entirely responsible for their own situation. We laughed, and we gave him grief, and we remarked on the spectacular bad luck of it all. And then Chris went quiet and said, "Hang on. If you never used the radio, who was asking for help on it?" The table went silent. Marcus looked around at us like we were winding him up. We explained.
He told us he hadn't used the radio once.
He'd walked off, got 2 or 3 puffs in, and the next thing he knew, he was in cuffs on the ground. No radio. Definitely no let me out. So who said it? These days, the 4 of us have quietly agreed, without ever saying it too loudly, that it was probably the same thing as the man outside his house with the cross above his door.
Someone found the dropped radio, heard us calling out for our mate, and thought, how do I unsettle these idiots in the fewest possible words? If that was you, and you're somehow listening to this, well done, genuinely, because it worked, and it has stayed with us. And on the nights when it's late, and it's dark, and the rain's hitting the windows, and there's nothing else to fill the silence with, the other explanations start to crawl out, and those are the ones none of us want to sit with for very long. So this was just over 20 years back now, fall of 2003, and me and my buddy Derek finally got our act together and headed out for a hunting and camping weekend up here in Wyoming. It had been something like 6 years since the last time we'd done it, and that's a long stretch when you've been doing something your whole life. The reason for the gap was Derek. He got married, started having kids, and that was that. He always said to me, once the boys are in real shoes and not diapers, I'll be free again.
And I believe him. Right up until his wife got pregnant again, and we'd be back at square one. But then life kind of exploded on him all at once. His oldest was maybe 7, the little one just turned 3, and his wife handed him divorce papers. Same week, he caught a DUI coming home from a bar. Now, on its own, maybe he weathers the divorce okay. But her lawyer got hold of that charge and painted him as a drunk and a deadbeat, and Derek just didn't have a leg to stand on. She walked away with the kids, the house, the cat they'd had for years, and half of everything he'd built. What he kept was his truck and his tools and his business. That was the whole of it. And when he called me and laid all of that out, I just listened to the whole thing, and then I said, "All right, so what do you want to do?" And he was quiet for a second, and then he said, "Let's go hunting." About a week later, there we are, deep in the sticks, way out past where most people bother going, setting up a camp we planned to live in for 2 nights. And I want to tell you, Derek looked better out there than he had in years. Something about getting the tent up and getting a fire going and just being somewhere that had nothing to do with courtrooms or lawyers or any of it. It knocked about 10 years off both of us, honestly. I made a point to keep the conversation on football, on deer patterns, on old trips we'd taken when we were younger. Nothing about kids or custody or any of that. I wanted to keep him in that bubble for as long as I could. Once we had camp sorted and got our blaze orange vests on, we headed into the trees to track some deer. Cold morning. Frost still on the ground. Sky the color of old concrete. It's a slow, quiet kind of hunting. The kind where you're moving maybe 50 yards over the course of an hour, just watching and listening. We didn't see much. A couple of fat squirrels working overtime before the cold really hit. A woodpecker going at a dead pine, but it didn't matter. It just felt right to be out there. A couple of hours in, we spotted what looked like a 6 or 8 person canvas tent through the trees off to our left. Good sized thing, the kind that takes a while to put up. Figured it was probably another hunting party, so we started heading over to say hello. We were halfway there, calling out, making noise so we didn't startle anyone. But nobody came out. Place looked empty, and then I noticed what was sitting around the outside of it. Stacked up under a little rope shelter along the front and sides were what looked like hard plastic gun cases. Big ones. A lot of them.
Whoever owned that camp wasn't there for deer. I mean, the tent slept maybe 6 or 8 people, and there had to be close to 15 cases, maybe more, just sitting there. Derek said something like, "I don't think we ought to be poking around someone's camp when they're not here." And he was right. We should have just kept walking. But I was still standing there trying to work out whose militia they were supplying when I saw the arm of Derek's vest just burst open, stuffing an orange fabric in the air, and then he was dropping, and then the crack of the rifle came bouncing through the trees after it. I went down with him. I hadn't been hit. I just needed to get low and get to him. Thing was, I'd been standing right up against one of those cases, which gave me cover. Derek had been a couple of steps away, and he was still out in the open. I started crawling toward him, and I watched a bullet punch the frozen dirt about a foot from his shoulder. I told him to roll toward me, and he did it, teeth clenched, face white, and another bullet hit the exact spot he'd just been laying. Once we got ourselves behind those cases, I thought maybe the shooting would stop. It didn't. Whoever was out there started trying to fire through the gaps between the cases, like they were working angles, trying to thread a bullet through to us. I could hear shots snapping just over our heads, and I'll be honest, I was pretty sure I was going to be sick. But nothing connected. My biggest fear right then was that the shooting was just to pin us down while somebody else was walking up behind us. I rolled onto my side and got my rifle up and told Derek to press his hand into the wound on his arm and otherwise not move. And I waited, shaking like a leaf, watching the tree line for movement. Nobody came. When the firing stopped, I figured they were reloading. Derek figured the same thing. He was already trying to get his feet under him before I even said it was time to move. He left his rifle where it was, didn't even think about it. We both just stood up and ran to put the tent between us and wherever the shots had been coming from. It didn't help as much as I hoped, because one round came through the canvas itself, punched right through the far wall and the near wall and passed close enough to me that I didn't hear a crack. I heard a zip. The shooter had figured out that we'd gone behind the tent and was trying to guess where we'd be standing. If we'd been 2 feet further left, that would have been it. It hit me later that, whoever this was, they were willing to put holes in their own shelter to finish us off. That told me everything I needed to know about how badly they wanted us dead. We ran until Derek said he couldn't anymore. He was gray by then, sweating even though it was maybe 30 degrees out. His jacket sleeve was soaked through from about halfway down the bicep, dark and wet. He kept asking me if he was going to die. I told him not if I had anything to say about it, which is the only honest answer I had. I had a basic kit on me, not much, but enough. Enough bandage to rig a tourniquet around his upper arm. I gave Derek my rifle to hold with his good hand and told him to shoot anything that came over that ridge that looked unfriendly. He could barely keep the barrel off the ground with one hand. It was not a great defensive position, but it gave me just enough of a feeling that we weren't totally helpless to let me focus on getting that wrap tight and tied off. Then we were moving again. I was certain at the time they'd be following us, trying to make sure we didn't make it out. Looking back, I think they knew exactly what our next move was. Hospital, then police. So they probably spent that time breaking camp and getting gone, instead of chasing us through the woods. But I didn't know that then, and every snapping twig for the next 2 hours made my stomach drop. We couldn't go back the way we came, too close to that camp, so we swung a wide arc around where we thought it was, which added a good chunk of time and distance to a walk that was already brutal. Derek was leaning on me by the last mile. He kept telling me to leave him, to just go get help and come back. I kept telling him to shut up and keep walking. I meant it with love.
We made it back to my pickup. Derek was still on his feet, still awake, which felt like a miracle given how much blood was on both of us by then. I got him in the passenger seat and drove to the hospital like I was trying to set a record. The doctor said he'd keep the arm.
He'd need a couple of weeks in there, then a long stretch of rehab to get the movement back all the way. But he was going to be all right. I sat with him before they took him into surgery, and he thanked me for dragging him out of those woods. I told him there was nothing to thank me for. I told him he would have done the same thing for me, because that's just what you do.
So, okay, I want to tell you something, and I need you to understand right away that this is the one mystery in my life I genuinely cannot let go of. Decades. I've been sitting with this thing for decades. I'm fine going to my grave without cracking the meaning of existence or whatever. But this, what I saw out in those woods,
I think about it constantly. And if any of you listening recognize even a sliver of what I'm describing, please, I am begging you, leave a comment. I will be down there reading every single word. So back when I was in my early 20s, my friend Greg, my friend Thomas, his girlfriend Nina and I all took a camping trip out near Washington and Jefferson in Virginia. Late October, 4 of us, 2 tents. Me and Greg in one, Thomas and Nina in the other. The first day we hiked in, got everything set up, ate dinner, had some hot chocolate and called it a night. Pretty low-key. The second day was actually wonderful. We walked around, took in the view of all the leaves turning. It was one of those scenes that makes you wonder if somebody painted it deliberately, you know? We found some chestnuts and roasted them that evening. Watched the squirrels absolutely losing their minds, burying food for winter. At some point, a pair of deer wandered through the edge of our camp and just stared at us for a while. It felt like the perfect fall trip, exactly what we all needed. Now, we'd built ourselves a pretty serious campfire, had to because the nights were long and cold, and we'd been burning it maybe 8 or 9 hours a night, which meant we went through firewood fast. We'd already stripped just about every piece of kindling within 100 meters of camp, so when it was Greg's turn to collect wood that early evening, he had to go further out than any of us had gone before. And I was back at camp digging through my bag when I heard him, way off in the trees, just yelling, "Hey, guys!" And then he came crashing back through the brush, completely out of breath, and he said, "You've got to come see this, right now." So we followed him. And when we got to where he was leading us, the first thing I noticed, the very first thing, were these patches of disturbed earth. Long, rectangular, kind of shaped wrong. Shaped like something you'd see in a cemetery. There were several of them scattered beneath the trees, and everyone started swearing immediately, like under their breath at first, and then not under their breath at all. But Greg said, "No, look up. Look at the trees." And when we did, every single trunk that had one of those dirt patches at its base had a face carved into it, all carved at the same height, all with their eyes closed, and every face was different. Not random, not abstract. Different in a way that felt intentional, like each one was meant to represent whoever or whatever was underneath it. We stood there for maybe a minute, just completely silent except for the swearing, and then we ran. We got back to camp and called it in, and maybe an hour and a half later a ranger showed up. A woman, very calm at first, a little skeptical, which, honestly, fair enough. But we walked her out there, and I watched her face change the second she saw it,
She got real quiet. And then she said there would almost certainly be a forensics team out before the end of the day. We went back to camp after that, and we tried to act normal for about 20 minutes before we all silently agreed we couldn't stay there. Not with those carvings looking so fresh. So we broke everything down and drove to the complete other side of the park and set up again for our last night. It helped a little. Not a lot, but a little. Just knowing there was distance between us and whatever that was. The real update came a few days later when we were all back home. The police called Thomas, actually. He'd been the one who gave his number. And the news was, in some ways, a relief. They dug up every single one of those grave-shaped patches of earth. Every one. And they found nothing. No remains. No artifacts. Nothing. Just empty holes. The officer thanked Thomas for reporting it, said public tips were a genuinely important part of how they worked, but ultimately told him there was nothing criminal to investigate. And I get that. I do. But here's the thing. We didn't just find holes and carvings. We know what we saw. The care that went into it, the consistency, every face at the same height, every grave the same shape, every tree chosen deliberately. Nina had a theory, and I want to be clear, I actually love this theory, even though I can't fully believe it. She thought maybe it was some kind of ritual, a positive one, like people going out into the woods to bury their old selves, to put something painful to rest, and walk out feeling lighter. I think that's a beautiful idea. I really do. But in my darkest moments, sitting with this thing, the way I have for all these years, I don't think that's what it was. I think we stumbled into something, and I think whatever it was, it wasn't done. You know, I still get a little shiver when I think about how ordinary that morning felt. We were just loading up the car, stretching our legs, that kind of lazy end-of-trip feeling where nobody really wants to be the first one to admit the weekend is over. This was years back now. My friend Jake and I had driven out into the Cascades for a camping trip, just the two of us. Jake was, and I mean this, one of the funniest people I've ever spent time with. Not in a loud, performing kind of way. More like he had this quiet, perfectly timed thing where he'd say something just under his breath, and you'd completely lose it. He always said he could only be like that around people he trusted. I used to tell him he should try his hand at stand-up, and he'd just kind of smile and shake his head and say, "Nah, I'd freeze up." I believed him, but it was still a waste of a real gift. Getting a dry weekend in Washington is genuinely rare, even in the summer. So when we noticed there was a stretch of 3 days in early October where the forecast was sitting below 20% chance of rain, we didn't overthink it. We just went. And it was exactly what you'd want from a trip like that. Good weather, cold beers, a fire, a lot of laughing. The kind of weekend where you look up and 2 days have already slipped past you without you noticing. All that beer didn't hurt in terms of making everything feel warm and soft around the edges. But honestly, it was just a good trip. Simple and good. So by Sunday morning, we had everything packed away. Tent was down, gear was loaded, and we were pretty much just standing there, ready to head home. I was starving and already thinking about where we'd stop to eat when Jake holds up a hand and goes, "Hey, hold on. I need to use the bathroom." I said, "Sure, no problem. Just be quick." And he gave me this slightly apologetic look and said, "It's not that kind of bathroom break. It might take a minute." I rolled my eyes. I remember doing that very clearly.
And he just shrugged and said, "Hey, when nature calls," and climbed out of the passenger seat and went around to the trunk to dig through our bags for the toilet paper. Found it, tucked it under his arm, and disappeared off into the trees. I had this old book in the door compartment on my side, a World War II history I'd been chipping away at the whole trip, so I figured I'd just read while I waited. I got into this chapter about German paratroopers during the battle for Crete, how their parachutes would catch in the olive trees and the locals would come out and meet them with whatever they had. It was vivid, detailed stuff, and I got a little too absorbed in it. So when Jake came bursting back out of the trees at a full sprint, screaming at me to start the car, I nearly came out of my skin. I didn't ask anything. I just started the car. There was something in the way he said it that made asking feel like completely the wrong move, and I trusted him enough to just react. We were moving before I'd even consciously decided to go. It was only once we were on the dirt road and picking up speed that I asked what had happened, and I barely got the question out before I looked up into the rearview mirror and saw a man break from the tree line behind us. He had a bandana pulled up over the lower half of his face, and he was carrying something. I couldn't make out exactly what, but it had a long handle. An axe, or something close to it. And he was running hard. I shifted up and put my foot down, and we pulled away from him without much trouble once we had some real speed. But my hands were shaking on the wheel for a long time after we reached the highway, and he was long out of sight. Once I was sure we were clear, I asked Jake to tell me exactly what had happened. He said he'd gone looking for somewhere private and found what looked like a good thick patch of brush a little ways into the trees. He pushed through it, came out the other side, and there was the man, bandana on his face, standing over a blue tarp he'd laid out on the ground, holding an axe. There was nobody else there. No one on the tarp, nothing obvious to explain any of it. Just the man, the tarp, and the axe. Jake said the moment their eyes met, something just told him to go. He didn't analyze it or talk himself out of it. He just ran, and the man came after him. We stopped at the first gas station we found and called the police. A couple of days later, Jake got a call saying officers had gone out and looked around, spoken to a few people in the area, but hadn't found anything and didn't have anyone to point to. The officer Jake spoke to even suggested, in what I'm sure was meant to be a reassuring way, that maybe what he'd seen hadn't been as alarming as it appeared. That maybe there was some perfectly reasonable explanation for all of it. Jake told him, politely, that there wasn't. The officer said he'd be in touch if anything developed. He never called back. We still talk about it when it comes up. We've turned it over a lot, the two of us, trying to figure out what we actually saw. And we don't think that tarp was laid out for Jake. We think whoever that man was, he'd gone out there with a purpose already in mind, for someone else entirely. We think the only reason Jake became part of it was because he'd stumbled through those bushes at exactly the wrong moment. Because he'd seen the man's face. Because now there was a witness. Neither of us ever really says that last part out loud when we tell the story. But we both know it. We've known it since the drive home. This happened about 15 years ago now, and I still think about it more than I probably should. I was working as a long-haul truck driver back then, so any chance I got to be home and present with my family felt like gold. My buddy Howell and I had been friends since we were kids, and when we cooked up this camping trip out to Makoakita Caves, it felt like exactly the kind of thing we needed. A few days off the road for me, a few days away from the office for him. Something normal, something good. Growing up around Makoakita, we'd spent plenty of time out there as kids. It's one of those places that sort of gets into you.
Iowa doesn't get nearly enough credit for its natural beauty, but Makoakita has more cave systems than just about anywhere else in the state, and a lot of them connect to each other through narrow tunnels and wider passages that seem to go on forever if you let your imagination run. On the western side especially, it draws a pretty steady stream of tourists, particularly in the warmer months.
You know the kind of setup. Rangers in khaki walking families along wooden boardwalks, explaining the difference between stalactites and stalagmites while everyone cranes their neck upward. Some of the larger caves get closed off now and then for structural reasons, but the smaller ones always felt open and manageable. Safe enough for kids. That's what we told ourselves. So we packed up both families and drove out in early fall. The leaves had just started to turn. That first blush of orange and red, though the air still held some of that stubborn late summer warmth. The kind of afternoon where your shirt sticks to your back if you move too fast. We found a big campsite close to a cluster of smaller caves, set everything up, and had lunch from the picnic baskets our wives had put together. Egg salad sandwiches, cut fruit, the works. After that, we walked the kids around the area and gave them the basic rundown. Don't leave food out. Stay put if you get turned around. Don't wander. That first night was everything a camping trip is supposed to be. The kids crashed early, and the four of us adults sat around the fire with some wine coolers, just talking. Easy conversation, the kind you can only have when the day has already done its work on you.
The next morning, Howell and I were up before everyone else, and I want to tell you, there is no combination of smells on this earth that comes close to wood smoke and coffee and bacon fat hitting a cast iron pan at 6 a.m. in the middle of the woods. I genuinely believe that. If you'd asked me right then how the trip was going, I would have told you it was as good as it gets.
But the morning didn't hold. Our kids were a mixed group, boys and girls ranging from about 7 to 10 years old, and they'd been getting along easy the whole time, the way kids that age do when you give them enough space and trees. Around early afternoon, they asked if they could go play near one of the nearby caves. Howell and I had looked it over that morning. Wide mouth, a narrow tunnel dropping off into darkness at the back.
We told them they could go, but they had to stay near the entrance and leave that tunnel alone. They nodded and ran off. Less than half an hour later, one of the girls screamed. It was the kind of sound that reaches straight through you. We were all moving before anyone said a word, crashing through the trees toward the cave, and we met the kids coming back the other way.
Some of them were crying. All of them were shaking.
But they all told the same story. They'd been playing outside the cave, doing exactly what we'd asked. When a man came crawling out of the mouth of it, they said he looked wrong from the start.
Wrong enough that they stopped playing and just stood there watching him. My daughter said the air got very still in that moment, which is the kind of detail that stays with you when a 9-year-old says it. The man walked toward them and asked if they'd like a free tour of his cave. When they said no, he told them he was a friend of their parents, that we had asked him to watch them. They were young, but they weren't fooled. One of the kids said they didn't believe him, and that's when he chased them. I had 100 questions I wanted to ask, but in that moment, all Howell and I needed to know was where the man had gone. The kids didn't know. I figured he might still be coming, so, without thinking too hard about it, we took off toward that cave. Hal has always been faster than me. He ran track in high school, lean and quick in a way that I, at 210 pounds in my 30s, was never going to match. By the time the cave mouth came into view through the trees, he was a good 20 feet ahead of me and accelerating. I heard him shout that he could see the man, and then he seemed to find another gear entirely.
I couldn't see anyone. I was just running, the blood loud in my ears, branches snapping under my boots.
Howell shouted that the man was going into the cave, and then he went in after him. I yelled for him to wait, to hold the entrance until the police arrived, but he was already gone. In hindsight, he had a reason.
It turned out the cave was a dead end, only if you didn't know about the side tunnels, and the man was clearly using them to get clear. But standing there at the entrance in the dim afternoon light, all I could think was that my friend had just run into the dark with nothing but his phone screen to see by. I stayed at the mouth, yelling his name. About a minute passed, maybe a little more. I was just about to go in when Howell came back out. He looked pale. I mean, genuinely pale. The color gone from his face the way it goes from someone who has just been sick. He didn't stop when he reached me. He walked right past, heading toward the tree line, and I followed alongside him asking what happened, whether he'd gotten a look at the man. He was shaking. I could see it in his hands, in his shoulders. Then he stopped and put both hands flat on top of his head, fingers laced together, elbows out. That posture. If you've ever watched someone absorb a piece of news that their body doesn't know how to process, you know exactly the posture I mean. He looked at me, and I don't know how else to put this except to say that he looked younger somehow, smaller, like something had taken years off him in the wrong direction. He said, I had him.
And I let him go. So I told him to spit it out, and he did. He said he'd followed the man to the back of the cave, switched on his phone light, and caught a glimpse of him turning down a side tunnel. The man was quick, but Howell was quicker, and within seconds, he'd closed the gap enough to reach out and grab him. He got a hand on the man's arm. The man spun around, and he hissed at him. Howell said he hissed like an animal, like a cat. Then he swiped at him with nails so long and yellowed they curved like something you'd see on a claw, and he bared his teeth while he did it. Howell said the teeth were so dark with rot that it was almost impossible to believe they were still anchored in the man's jaw. The smell, he said, hit him like a wall. Unwashed skin, something damp and earthy and deeply wrong. The man looked like he hadn't seen sunlight in a long time, hadn't washed in longer than that. Howell let go. He said it wasn't fear exactly, more like his body made a decision before his mind could catch up. And the man disappeared back into the dark. What stayed with me, and still does, is this. Whatever state that man was in, there was still enough working behind his eyes to watch children from a distance, to choose a story he thought might work on them, to try and lead one of them into the dark with him. That combination, the decay on the outside and the calculation underneath it, was the part I couldn't shake. By the time we got back to camp, my wife had already called 911. A ranger came out and listened to everything we told him, and then he said, carefully and not unkindly, that there was very little point in trying to search the caves. Too many entrances and exits spread across the park. If the man knew them, he could surface anywhere or nowhere. They'd watch for anyone matching the description, and if they found him, he'd be arrested, and we'd be contacted immediately. They also told us, with the slight hesitation of someone choosing their words, that it was essentially impossible for a person to be living in the cave system without them knowing about it. They said it like they were trying to reassure us. I'm not sure it landed that way. The kids refused to spend another night there, and honestly, I don't blame them. We packed up and left that evening. Howell and I were the only ones who dragged our feet, and it wasn't because we wanted the trip to continue. It was the other thing. That particular kind of helpless fury that comes from knowing someone tried to hurt your child and is simply still out there breathing. We were two tired dads in our 30s, and if the rangers themselves were telling us there was nothing to be done, then there wasn't. But that didn't make it sit any easier. Hal went down a pretty deep rabbit hole afterward. looking for any reports of similar encounters out at Makuakita. He never found anything. I know he still thinks about it. He's told me that what bothers him most isn't what happened in that tunnel. It's that he had the man within arm's reach and let himself get spooked by what he saw. He wishes he'd handled it differently. I understand that completely. I'd honestly give a lot of money for 5 uninterrupted minutes alone with whoever that was. I think Howell would too. Look, I need to tell you something that still makes my blood boil when I think about it, and I've thought about it a lot over the years. So sit down. I'm a girl, and I grew up online in the early 2000s, back when meeting people on the internet was still considered genuinely dangerous. And honestly, good. Good that we treated it that way, because there were some serious weirdos out there. And I mean serious weirdos. The kind who were just discovering what computers could do, and were absolutely drunk on it. This all happened on ICQ. You remember ICQ? Old instant messenger. Had this feature where it could just match you up with a random stranger. Totally random. And the thing was, you had no way of knowing whether someone had added you deliberately by typing in your username, or whether the program had just thrown you at each other. No way to tell the difference at all. So I had this whole little world on there, a mix of school friends and online-only people, the usual collection of internet oddballs you accumulated back then, without ever really tracking how they'd ended up on your list. One of those people was a guy I'll call Scott. Scott was cool. He'd send me dumb jokes, early meme stuff before we even called it that, and he'd recommend music to download off Napster or LimeWire or whatever sketchy thing we were using that week. He had that quality some online guys had back then, of being funny and a little mysterious, and you kept the conversation light because you were both way too cool to get deep about anything. If you were a loser introvert internet teen in the 90s and early 2000s, you know exactly the vibe I mean. You just do. So, it was late autumn, November, dead leaves, that gray cold that gets into everything. My parents were away for the weekend. I was in the early part of my senior year of high school, home alone, and I was just kind of rattling around the house in the dark when Scott messaged me out of nowhere, saying he was going to come over that night because I was home alone. Let me be very clear about something. I had never told Scott which city I lived in. I had never given him my address, and I had not told a single person that my parents were away. I figured it was a joke. Had to be, right? So I played along, said something sarcastic back and waited. He said he was serious. I went back through our whole conversation history just to check, just to see if maybe I'd casually mentioned being alone that weekend and forgotten about it. I hadn't. Not once. Now, I didn't want to blow up what I thought was a good online friendship over what was probably just a weird prank. So I tried to keep it breezy, ask him how he knew my address, made it sound like I was in on the joke. Scott got serious then, said he had to tell me something. That we actually went to the same high school. That he'd added me on purpose, not randomly. That he could tell I thought he was just some stranger, but we actually knew each other in real life. And that's when my stomach started to drop. Not full panic yet. Just that low, uncomfortable feeling. Because either Scott was some kind of creep who'd been digging up information on me, or he was someone from my actual life who had been pretending not to be this whole time. Neither option felt great. But he still hadn't technically done anything, so I just asked him directly about showing up, and he said yes, he really meant it. He wanted to talk to me face to face, said he had feelings for me and was worried I'd react badly if he told me who he was before seeing me in person.
I asked him why it would be better in person. He said it just would be and refused to explain further. That's when I got mad. Actually mad. Because here was someone who had spent months acting like he was just some random cool guy on the internet, and now it turned out he'd known who I was the whole time. He'd been performing, and the way he chose to finally reveal it was by making it obvious he knew my parents were gone. That is not a casual detail. That is not something you mention by accident.
That felt like a move. Like he was showing me something about what he knew and what he could do with it. By this point, I had convinced myself it was a guy from my school, a skater kid I'll call Aaron. Aaron had had a crush on me in sophomore year and had been pretty persistent about it until I told him to ease off. In my head, it fit perfectly. Aaron would have had reason to want to explain himself in person. And so, in my mind, Internet Scott had just unmasked himself as real-life Aaron, someone I wasn't interested in and had already turned down, and now he wanted to come over on a dark November night with my parents away. No, absolutely not. I said something along the lines of, "How about we just forget this ever happened?" And I blocked him. It stung a little, losing that version of Scott. But I kept reminding myself that that person had never really existed. I figured that would be the end of it. About 15 minutes later, my doorbell rang. I didn't immediately connect it to Scott. Not at first. But by the time I got to the bottom of the stairs, it clicked. And I felt cold in a way that had nothing to do with the November air coming in under the door. Aaron was a big guy. Strong. And here I was, alone in this house in the middle of the night. My front door had frosted glass panels, the kind where you can see a blurry shape if someone's standing there. I crept up to it and looked. No shape. No one standing there. So I went to the peephole. Nobody on the step. But through the peephole I could see the driveway, lit just enough by the street lamp to make out what had been sprayed across it in thick white letters. An insult, written right there on my driveway for anyone to see. So he had come. He had come, found the door locked or lost his nerve, and he had done that instead. And in that moment, I was so glad I had listened to my gut. I spent that weekend scrubbing it off before my parents got home. I know, naive. But I was a teenager, and I knew that the first thing that would happen is I'd get blamed for giving my address to a stranger online. No matter how many times I tried to explain that Scott had to already know where I lived. So I just dealt with it myself and said nothing. The following Monday, I went to school with two of my friends as backup and walked straight up to Aaron. I asked him what he had been doing Friday night. Before he could even open his mouth, like 5 of his friends immediately said, "Skate park," all at once. Turned out he'd landed some notable trick at a late-night contest there, and they all assumed that's what I was asking about. I took the out. I acted impressed, made some comments about it, and walked away. Embarrassed. No closer to knowing who Scott actually was. But Aaron came and found me later that day. He'd figured out something was actually bothering me, and honestly, he was decent about it. I'd written him off as a nuisance, but he sat there genuinely concerned and listened, while I explained that someone from my ICQ had threatened me, someone who seemed to know me in real life, and had implied a previous crush. Aaron laughed a little and said he was far from the only person who'd ever had a crush on me, which made me feel terrible. But then he was actually kind. Said he'd ask around, see if any gossip surfaced about who it might have been. He never found anything. And I think I understand why now. Because I'm 99% sure that Internet Scott
was my history teacher.
I can't prove it. I never could. But think about it. A person who couldn't reveal who he was online, who needed to explain himself face to face, who clearly knew details about my life and my house and my parents' schedule. After I blocked Scott, this teacher who I'd always had an easy and chatty relationship with became completely different towards me. Cold, distant, snapping at me in class for no reason. He was the only person in my life whose behavior changed immediately after that night. He was young, late 20s. We'd always gotten along well, talked about music and books and films, in that way a cool teacher and a dorky student sometimes do. I'll be honest, I had a tiny crush on him at the time, because I was a teenage girl and that happens. But here's the thing.
It is an adult teacher's job to shut that down, to be the grown-up, not to go online and cultivate a fake, anonymous friendship with a student and then show up at her house in the dark when her parents are away and spray an insult on her driveway when she says no. I didn't actually put it all together until graduation. And by then I was heading off to college and there was nothing I could do. No proof.
Just a horrible dawning realization, and nowhere to put it. So this happened when I was in my late teens, sometime around 2008. I was still in high school. My parents had gone out together to some kind of fundraising dinner that evening, which meant I had the house to myself for the night. For the first hour or so, everything was completely normal. I was just downstairs, watching TV, maybe getting a glass of water, doing nothing. And then the calls started. The caller ID showed a blocked number every time. I honestly can't tell you why I picked up the first one. Maybe I just wasn't paying attention to the screen, because I answered it in this bright, cheerful voice. Something like, "Hello, you've reached the residence, how can I help you?" Like I was some kind of receptionist. I almost laugh at that now, but at the time I had no idea what was coming. The voice on the other end was deep and strange, processed somehow, like something run through a voice modulator. And what it said wasn't a threat or heavy breathing or anything dramatic. It was just a description of me, of what I was wearing, of what I was doing right there in the living room. It named the color of my shirt. It said what I'd just done with the remote. It was like someone reading from a list of observations. I know people think of something like that and picture a horror movie, all tension and atmosphere. But in real life, it just felt squalid. There was nothing cinematic about it. It was just this deeply uncomfortable, intrusive feeling, like realizing someone has been going through your things. I felt watched in a way that made my skin crawl, and I screamed at him to leave me alone and hung up. And then, of course, he called back, and I answered again. I know how that sounds, but I want you to understand what was going through my head. There was someone who could see me, and I needed to understand how much danger I was actually in. The dread every time the phone beeped was physical. I could feel it in my stomach before I even looked at the screen. So while the calls kept coming, I was moving through the house, closing every blind, checking every window latch, testing the back door. The air inside felt different somehow, stale and close in a way it hadn't an hour before. And I started paying attention to the details of what he was describing, because the more he talked, the more I could figure out. I noticed that whenever I went upstairs, he'd go quiet and hang up. He could only see me on the ground floor. That told me something, even if I didn't know yet exactly what.
I made the probably very unwise decision to try baiting him a little. I'm not proud of it in retrospect.
I was a stubborn, hot-headed teenager, and I was genuinely offended that this person had decided to creep on me,
And some part of me wanted to catch him out. So I kept engaging, kept asking questions. What are you getting out of this? He never really answered. He'd just keep stating things in that flat, robotic tone. That I'd nearly sloshed water coming through the kitchen doorway. That I'd just tucked my feet under me on the sofa.
It wasn't lurid. It was weirdly mundane, which almost made it worse. There was no clear motive to latch onto. It felt like he'd decided to do this, and then, once he was doing it, had no idea what he actually wanted from it. Eventually, I stopped answering for a while, just to see what would happen. He called over and over without stopping. One call would end and another would start immediately, the ringtone just going and going in the quiet house until I finally snatched up the phone and demanded to know how he could see me. And he said, very calmly, in that same flat voice, "I'm in the house with you." And then he actually said, out loud, in monotone, like punctuation. Now, I was fairly sure he wasn't physically there. I'd checked the rooms. I would have heard him. But hearing those words as a teenage girl, alone in the house at night, my legs went cold. I sat very still for a moment, and the refrigerator hum from the kitchen felt very loud. And then I started thinking carefully. I tried to map out everything he described seeing across the whole night. It was always the living room and occasionally the kitchen doorway. The angle was consistent, and I remembered him mentioning the water incident, me almost spilling as I came through from the kitchen. That was a specific sightline, and something about it felt familiar to me. I'd seen that view before. That particular framing of the living room with the kitchen entrance just visible at the edge. And then it landed. That was the view from the family computer's webcam. This was around 2008, and the idea of someone remotely accessing a webcam to spy on you was just starting to become something people were aware of. I ran to the computer, grabbed the webcam. It was this big, clunky thing attached by a cable, and I unplugged it. The phone went silent. He didn't call again. That told me everything. Some stranger had gotten into the family computer and was watching through the webcam. And as horrifying as that was, it was also, strangely, a relief. It meant he was probably nowhere near me. He almost certainly didn't know my address or my name. He was just some person on the internet who'd gotten access to a camera in our living room. A family friend came by later that week and ran a scan on the computer. There was software on it, something that had been downloaded about a week before. We never confirmed who installed it by accident, but I have a very strong suspicion it was my younger brother, who was around 12 at the time, and had a well-established habit of clicking on things he absolutely should not have clicked on. We did report it to the police, but cybercrime wasn't really something local departments knew how to handle back then. And, I'll be honest, I didn't give them the full picture. I left out how many times I'd answered the phone and the part where I'd essentially kept the conversation going out of stubbornness and morbid curiosity. So nothing came of it. We never found out who was on the other end of those calls. I'm grateful, more than I can say, that it was only the living room that camera could see. The thought of a camera in a bedroom being accessed like that. I've had tape over every webcam I own ever since. Every single one. My kids know why. I've made sure of that.
I've thought about this story a lot over the years. I've turned it over in my mind probably more times than is healthy. And I still don't know exactly what to make of it. But I think it's worth telling because it changed something in me in a pretty permanent way. So growing up, I was a bit of a late bloomer. I'm a librarian now, which probably tracks. But back then, I was just a quiet kid who loved summers at Grandma's house. She was my mom's mom, and there were 4 of us cousins on that side.
We'd sort of drift in and out of each other's lives through her, which sounds more poetic than it was, honestly. It was just summer vacation in Grandma's house and cousins, and it was good. It was genuinely good. That particular summer, I was 12, old enough to feel like I was basically an adult, young enough to prove conclusively that I wasn't. The plan had been for my cousins Saffron and Davis to arrive that week too, but there'd been some mix-up with travel arrangements, and they were coming a few days late. I didn't mind. I liked having Grandma to myself sometimes. She made good food and let me stay up too late, and we watched whatever I wanted on television. Grandma had a thing she did every week, bingo. She walked into town for it because she'd stopped driving a few years before, and she'd be gone maybe 4 or 5 hours. Usually she'd arrange things so one of us wasn't left alone, but I told her not to worry about it. I was 12. I had my handheld game console and Grandma's couch, and I was, in my own estimation, completely fine. She left. I started playing my game. And you know how it is with games. Time just evaporates. The doorbell rang and I went to answer it without even really thinking. Genuinely half assuming Grandma had forgotten something because it felt like she'd only just left. I pulled the door open with this big smile ready for her. And there was a girl on the doorstep. Young, maybe 18 or 19. She had this cool, kind of alternative look to her. And before I could even really process what was happening, she stepped inside, gave me this small, quick hug like it was totally normal, and pulled the door shut behind her. I stepped back a bit and asked who she was. I remember being embarrassed even asking it, because she seemed so comfortable, like she absolutely belonged there. She did this performance of being offended, not angry, just playfully mock-horrified, and told me she was Alicia, my cousin, Uncle Jim's daughter, Martin's sister. And it clicked. Martin was one of the cousins who stayed at Grandma's regularly, same as me, but he had older siblings too, ones who'd aged out of the whole summer vacation tradition by the time I was old enough to be part of it. Alicia was one of them. I genuinely hadn't thought about her in years, and looking at her now, I could see the family resemblance, even though she'd changed a lot since I'd seen her last. There were photographs of her in Grandma's living room even. I looked at them. I looked at her. I didn't doubt it for a second. She dropped a duffel bag on the couch and looked around like she was half expecting Grandma to materialize, and I told her Grandma was at bingo but would be back later. Alicia made this show of being bummed about it, but said she was staying the night anyway, so she'd see her when she got back. We just hung out for a while after that. She asked about my mom, and I mentioned, kind of awkwardly, that my parents had divorced a couple of years back. Alicia got this look on her face, like she hadn't known. Made this whole apologetic thing out of it. Said she felt awful for not realizing. It was a little over the top maybe, but I didn't read into it. Why would I? At some point she brought up hide and seek. Said she remembered playing it in Grandma's house when we were little, back when Granddad was still alive, and the house felt enormous. I did vaguely remember that. And she brought up this story about how she'd hidden in the basement once, and nobody could find her for ages, because apparently all us younger kids had been too frightened to go down there. She said I'd been the worst of all of us,
said I used to cry if the basement door was left open. I honestly didn't remember any of that. I laughed and said the basement didn't scare me at all now.
And she kind of smiled and said, "Okay, prove it then." She'd give me $10 if I went down there. I want to be very clear about where I was mentally at this point. I was 12 years old. I was alone. I was talking to someone I had absolutely no reason not to trust. All I had were hazy, warm memories of playing with this cousin when I was small, and she was standing in Grandma's living room next to a photograph of herself on the wall. The dare felt goofy, a little childish maybe, but in a fun way. And honestly, $10 was $10, and Grandma's basement was just a food storage room with a light switch by the door. There was nothing remotely frightening about it. I went down the stairs, and the door swung shut behind me, and I heard the key turn in the lock. For a moment, I just stood there. I thought it was a prank. I even laughed a little, I think. I called up to her to knock it off. I waited. She didn't come back. By the second hour, I had stopped thinking it was a prank. By the third, I was screaming. My throat went raw, and I sat down on the bottom step, and Look, I was 12. And I'm not embarrassed to say it now, even if I would have been then. I cried until I had a headache. I paced, and I screamed, and I sat down, and I cried. And the whole time I just kept thinking about Grandma coming home, and how long that was going to take. It felt like it had been years by the time I heard footsteps upstairs. Grandma's voice coming through the door, worried and frail sounding, in a way that made my stomach drop. The lock turned, and I came up the stairs fast, and she caught me, and I just folded completely. She held me there in the living room for a bit, and then very gently started asking what had happened. I told her. Alicia had come. I'd let her in. She'd locked me in the basement. Grandma's hand went to her mouth, and she went very still. She asked me, very carefully, if I was certain it was Alicia. Uncle Jim's daughter, not someone else. I said I was pretty sure, yes. That was who she'd said she was. Grandma went to check something. I didn't follow her. And when she came back, she was white. She wouldn't tell me what was missing that night. She never told me, actually. She took that to her grave, and it caused a lot of pain in the family afterward, because whatever it was had clearly mattered, and other people had expected to inherit it eventually. The arguments that followed were quiet and long, and the kind that don't really resolve. They just get absorbed into the background of family gatherings. I learned the rest of it in pieces over the years. Alicia had been estranged from Uncle Jim and his wife since she was 15 or 16. She'd gotten into a bad situation, fallen in with people who weren't good for her, developed habits that took over. The adults had kept it from the younger cousins. I assumed to protect us, or maybe just because it was painful and complicated. And so I had no way of knowing when she turned up at Grandma's door that evening. The theory that makes the most sense looking back is that she'd been watching the house. She knew I was alone. She knew she could get in if she just convinced me she was family, which, given that she actually was family, wasn't difficult. Here's the strange thing I'm still grateful for, though. Martin told me years later about something that had been found in Grandma's living room after that night. A hammer, sitting on the cabinet by the door. Nobody could explain where it had come from. Grandma never could account for it. Martin had a theory. He thinks Alicia brought it with her. He thinks if she hadn't been able to get me into the basement, she would have used it. I don't know if that's true. I genuinely don't. But I think about it sometimes. Nobody in the family ever heard from Alicia again, as far as I know.
Grandma passed a few years back now, and in the last stretch of her life, Alicia had become one of those family subjects that everyone understood existed, but nobody brought up directly. There's something sad in that. A whole person just sort of becoming an unspoken thing. For me, that summer marks a kind of ending.
Not a dramatic one. I wasn't hurt. Nothing catastrophic happened in the end. But something shifted in how I understood the world and the people in it. Even people who share your blood. Even people smiling at you in a house full of photographs. It took me a long time to stop second-guessing my own instincts after that. Longer than it probably should have. But I did come out of a brightly lit basement instead of something worse. So I try to hold on to that part. So look, I grew up in foster care, which means I have a whole highlight reel of memories involving being home alone. Most of them are honestly pretty forgettable, but there's one that I will never, ever forget. And the fun part? It actually changed my life for the better. Which is a sentence I did not think I'd be saying about the night a grown man screamed obscenities at me through a door while I hid in a closet. But here we are. Before I get into it, I just want to say, if you're thinking about becoming a foster parent, please do it for the right reasons. I got lucky. A lot of kids don't, and that should bother all of us. Okay, so, the family I was placed with, I'll call them the Hendersons. I'd been with them for about 4 weeks when this happened. I'd just come out of a group home, so at first I was thrilled. New family, new start, great. Except it became pretty clear, pretty fast, that the Hendersons weren't interested in me so much as the check that came with me. They weren't cruel. I want to be fair about that. They weren't mean or abusive. They were just checked out, negligent. And honestly, at 6 years old, I'd take negligent over cruel any single day of the week, even though neither should be an option. Here's the thing, though. I was the perfect kid for people like this. Quiet, shy, basically feral in terms of self-sufficiency. I liked hiding under my bed and reading. I didn't need attention. I didn't cause scenes. So within a couple of days, the Hendersons figured out they could just leave me alone in the house most evenings and I'd be fine. And honestly, I thought this was paradise. Snacks whenever I wanted. Cartoons. No one telling me to go to bed. Bliss. Mr. Henderson had 3 rules every time they left. Don't damage anything. Don't answer the door. Brush your teeth before bed. Every single time. Like a little pre-flight checklist. And up until the night I'm about to describe, none of those rules had ever really been tested, because nobody had ever knocked. So one evening I'm watching TV, minding my business, doing absolutely nothing wrong, and there's a knock at the door. And I obviously don't answer it because I'm 6, not an idiot. But I crept into the hallway just to listen, because the front porch couldn't see inside, and I felt brave. Very brave. 6-year-old brave, which is its own special flavor of brave. The guy outside somehow heard the floorboards creak, because of course he did, and he calls out to me in this really calm, gentle voice, and says he's from CPS and just wants to check that everything's going okay at my new placement. Sweet, lovely. Except I didn't want the Hendersons to get in trouble for leaving me alone because I wanted to stay. So I didn't answer. He kept talking. Said he knew I was in there.
Said I should just open up so he could make sure I was fine. Then his story changed. Suddenly he'd left something behind from a previous visit, and the Hendersons would want me to let him in. He even used their full names, which, I'll admit, rattled me a little. So I finally asked him to say again who he was. And this time he said he was a friend of the family. Right, CPS worker. Friend of the family. Sure, totally consistent. I was 6, and even I caught that one. So I told him, very politely, that I couldn't let him in because the Hendersons said not to open the door to strangers. And he said, this is my favorite part. He said that was great actually, because they'd wanted to test me, and I'd passed. Gold star, very good. Now open the door so he could grab his wallet. And I said, very sweetly, very sorry. But no, that was apparently the wrong answer. What happened next is something I still hear sometimes if it's quiet enough. He just exploded out of nowhere. Hit the door so hard I felt it from across the hallway. Started screaming things that I'm not going to repeat. But let me just say that a 6-year-old girl should not be hearing those words directed at her. Or at anyone. Ever. My reaction to terror, always, was to find a closet. So I ran upstairs and got into mine. Less useful than I'd hoped because my room was positioned in a way where I could still hear everything. And everything was bad. He was banging, shouting, making threats, carrying on for what felt like forever. At some point it sounded like he was trying to get through the lock. I sat in that closet shaking and crying while this man, this stranger, did everything he could to get inside. And then I heard other voices. The Hendersons. And then shouting from outside and some banging, not gunshots, more like things being broken or thrown around. And I cried harder because now I was sure something terrible was happening to them too. But then the front door opened and went quiet. Really quiet. And I heard Mrs. Henderson's voice calling for me. I didn't move. I stayed in that closet. Eventually, Mr. Henderson found me and told me to come out, that it was over. He wasn't warm about it. He was annoyed, actually. Which, fine, not the vibe I needed right then, but I was too scared to ask any questions, and they weren't offering any answers. So I just went to bed. Next morning, Mr. Henderson was gone. Mrs. Henderson made me breakfast without saying a single word about anything that had happened. And then there was a knock at the door. A different knock. The kind I'd apparently needed all along. And it was my caseworker from CPS, there to take me back to the group home. Mrs. Henderson said goodbye and wished me luck with the rest of my life. Didn't look at me once. I was too scared to ask what was happening. But on the drive back, I mentioned to my caseworker that a man had come to the house the night before. She just said, "I know, sweetheart," and ruffled my hair. And that was that. I never saw the Hendersons again. I looked them up years later out of curiosity and found absolutely nothing. A few months in the group home, and then I was placed with a family who eventually adopted me. The family I consider my real family. I got a happy ending, which is more than a lot of kids in that system ever get. And that man at the door, I still don't know who he was. I don't know how CPS found out. I don't know what would have happened if he'd gotten inside. Part of me has spent years wanting to know. But honestly, the bigger part of me is pretty sure can guess what kind of man he was. And that part of me is very, very glad I'll never have to know for certain.
You know, there are stories you tell because they make people laugh. And there are stories you tell because they changed something in you. This one did both, I suppose, though I did not find it funny until many years had passed. My family has heard this story more times than they probably care to count, and still, when I get to a certain part, the room goes quiet. My father, I called him Ray, most people did, was a park ranger out near Beacon Rock. He and my mother had parted ways not long after I came into the world, and their separation left the two of us in that particular kind of relationship where love was never in question, but presence often was.
Ray was not a man built for routines or subdivisions or school pickup schedules. He was built for early mornings in the trees and the kind of silence that only exists miles from a paved road. I understood that better as I grew older, and I made my peace with it. After he passed, I found myself grateful for every hour I had with him, rather than bitter about the ones I did not. For most of my childhood, visiting Ray meant something improvised, a weekend here, a camping trip there. But when I was around 10, he had settled into a more permanent post and had himself a small, clean cabin up near Beacon Rock. Tidy place. Wood stove, a decent kitchen, a back room that was more of a narrow corridor than anything else. And that summer it became the place I looked forward to more than anywhere on earth. We fished. We hiked. We sat on the porch in the evenings and he would point out animals moving through the tree line with a kind of quiet certainty that only comes from years of paying attention. I was at that age where a father feels like the most capable person alive, and Ray had earned it, truly. He was steady and unhurried, and seemed to know things about the natural world that no book could fully explain. Now, I should tell you that I was absolutely fascinated by the Bigfoot stories connected to that region. Ray would tolerate my questions with a patience that I now recognize as love, rolling his eyes slightly before launching into whatever account I had managed to drag out of him. He preferred talking about elk or black bear or the migratory patterns of birds. I preferred the large, unverified residents of the deep forest. I make no apology for that. I was 10. It was a July evening when the call came in. A search and rescue had been activated somewhere further down the park, and they needed every ranger available. Ray argued with the person on the other end of the line in the way that told me he genuinely did not want to leave. We had planned a movie night, some food, an easy evening. But he sat across from me at the kitchen table and explained it plainly. Sometimes, he said, someone's life is depending on me being there. I told him I understood, and I meant it. I also had my GameCube with me, and a copy of Wind Waker that I had been meaning to get back to, so the evening was not without its compensations. He drove off in his truck down the trail, and the cabin settled into that particular stillness that comes after an engine fades into the distance. I played for a good while, watched the dark settle fully outside the windows, thought now and then about whoever was lost or hurt out there in the trees, and hoped Ray would find them. I do not remember exactly what time it was when I first heard the sound on the front porch. A slow, deliberate kind of creaking. The weight of something moving across old boards. I assumed it was Ray, that the rescue had wrapped up faster than expected, and I set down the controller and waited for the front door to open. It did not open. Whatever was out there moved around the porch with a kind of unhurried quality, and then I heard the door handle rattle. Not the casual jiggle of someone fumbling for keys. This was a sustained, methodical testing of the latch. My father had a key. He would simply have used it. I understood in that moment, with the particular clarity that fear produces, that this was not my father. I moved carefully toward the door, thinking I might be able to see something through the narrow window beside it. And as I drew close, the rattling stopped completely, as though whatever was out there had heard me coming and paused. That is when I noticed the smell. I can only describe it as something between wet fur and deep earth, thick and animal, and impossible to ignore. I had heard Ray describe it once, in a story he told halfway seriously and halfway to humor me. It matched what he had said so closely that my 10-year-old mind did not question it for a single second. 3 slow knocks followed on the door. Not frantic, not threatening. Almost like a greeting. I stood there, genuinely frozen between disbelief and something I can only describe as awe. And then, from the back of the cabin, I heard splintering wood. That sound was nothing like the front door. It was sharp and aggressive, and wrong in the way that a sound is wrong when you know it means someone intends to come inside, whether you want them to or not. I moved quickly to the door of the back corridor and looked around the frame. And there, at the far window, was a figure. Human-sized, crouched, working something around the edge of the frame. The wood had already given way slightly, and I could see fingers beginning to push into the gap. I made a sound. I am not certain it qualified as a shout, but it was loud enough that the figure heard it, because the prying intensified rather than stopped. And so I called out for help, loudly and without any particular dignity. What came back was a sound from outside that I have spent a long time trying to properly describe. A roar is perhaps too theatrical a word. A bellow, maybe. Something with weight and volume, and a quality that did not belong to anything I had encountered before. It came from the direction of the front of the cabin, and it was followed by the sound of something very large moving, fast. The figure at the window stopped, withdrew, disappeared. I went to that window and looked out into the darkness of the backyard. The porch light was off. Ray had left it that way deliberately, wanting to keep the cabin unremarkable from the outside while I was there alone. In the moonlight, I could make out shapes more than details. I watched a figure move quickly away from the cabin wall, and then something else, larger, coming from around the side of the building, crossing through my field of view and continuing on into the trees. The footsteps I heard as it passed were heavier than anything I had expected. Not the sound a man makes. I locked the window. I turned off every light in the cabin. I pulled some cushions off the couch and settled under the table in the living room. And I stayed there until I fell asleep out of pure exhaustion. At some point in the night, without fully waking, I became aware of the smell again. Musky and thick, present near the front of the cabin. And I want to be careful how I say this because it sounds strange even now. But rather than frightening me, it settled me. I felt, in that half-conscious state, that I was being watched over rather than threatened. I drifted back under without fear. Ray came through the front door at around 7 in the morning. He found me unfolding myself from beneath the table and stared at me with the expression of a man who has had a long night and is now being handed a new problem. But he was holding something, and he kept looking between it and me with a kind of careful puzzlement. It was a smooth stone, placed squarely in front of the door, with a single feather tucked beneath it. He said it had not been there when he left. We sat at the table and I told him everything. He listened without interrupting, which was how Ray listened when something mattered to him. As for what had drawn him and the other rangers out that night, it turned out the rescue call involved 2 men who had been hiking together and had argued badly enough that one had shoved the other from a small ledge. Other hikers had witnessed it from a distance. The victim was found and treated. The man who had done it had run into the forest and was never located, not that night and not afterward, as far as Ray was ever able to determine. We believed, without either of us saying it outright at first, that this was the same man who had come to the cabin window. A ranger's cabin, marked as such, with a ranger known to be out on a rescue call, it would have seemed an obvious refuge to someone running and frightened and not thinking clearly. Whether he knew a child was inside, we never learned. And the other visitor? Ray picked up the stone and the feather and turned them over in his hands for a long time. He never made definitive claims about things he could not verify. That was not his way. But he told me, quietly, that there had been other things over the years. Signs he had cataloged and set aside. Sounds from the tree line that did not match any animal in any field guide he owned. He said he believed the forest held more than most people were willing to sit still long enough to notice. I was there that night. I heard those footsteps. I smelled that smell. I watched something large run through the dark and drive away someone who meant me harm. And I felt safe afterward, in the presence of whatever had stayed near the door. I am not asking you to believe what I believe. That is yours to decide. I only know that I woke up the next morning safe in my father's cabin, and that something left a stone and a feather on our doorstep before the sun came up. That has always felt, to me, like a gesture, like something saying, I see you. You are all right now.
So, okay, this is something I've been wanting to share for a while now, but I kept telling myself it was just a dream. I really did. For most of my adult life, I was pretty sure it was just one of those weird, heavy childhood dreams that sticks with you for no good reason. But then, not too long ago, my mom brought it up out of nowhere. Just casually mentioned it in conversation, and I kind of froze and said, "Wait, that actually happened?" And she just looked at me and said, "Yes."
Just yes. And I think part of me wishes she'd said no, honestly. So I should tell you this takes place in a small flat in Edinburgh, in one of those old stone tenement buildings where the walls are thick and the stairwells always smell faintly of damp. I was about 4 years old. It was winter, I'm fairly sure, because in my memory, everything feels dark in that particular way. You know, that kind of deep midwinter dark where even the middle of the night feels heavier than it should. And it was, I think, somewhere around 2 or 3 in the morning, though I can't say that for certain. I woke up, and the flat felt completely still. Not quiet in a peaceful way, still in a way that told me, even at 4 years old, that I was alone. I don't know how children know that, but you do, don't you? You just do. So I climbed out of bed and went down the short hallway to my parents' room, and their bed was empty and made, which, that's its own specific kind of unsettling. I was too small to reach the light switch, and there were no street lights coming through. Or maybe there were, but they weren't helping much. I just remember using whatever faint light there was to find my way. I went through to the sitting room, and the telly was on, just static. No picture, no sound, just that gray, flickering nothing. I have no idea why. I don't know what time it was or what channel it had been left on, but that's what was there. And throughout everything I'm about to tell you, I remember these red lights sort of bleeding in through the windows.
I didn't understand them at the time, but I'll come back to that.
I went into the kitchen looking for my mom and dad, and... Okay, this is the part. At first I didn't see her. There was a woman sitting at the kitchen table in the dark. An old woman. And when she spoke, I nearly came out of my skin. I went to go find the light switch. There was actually a low step stool near the counter that I could have climbed to reach it. But she told me not to turn on the light. And I didn't. I just didn't. I was 4, and I suppose I thought adults were to be listened to. I could see her outline against the window, the faint light just barely catching her shape. And even now, even all these years later, I would swear, I would absolutely swear that she wasn't wearing any clothes. I can't explain why that didn't frighten me more at the time. I just sort of accepted it the way children accept strange things. She told me she was a neighbor from the floor below, and that my parents had asked her to come and sit with me. She said that Mommy and Daddy had had to go out, but that she was there now. And then she said, and this is the part that still sits wrong with me. She said she'd always be there. Not, I'll be here until they get back. Always. I was 4, so I don't think I fully processed that. But something about it must have landed somewhere, because I still remember the exact weight of it. And then, before I could really think about any of it, I heard the front door, the lock turning, the specific creak of it opening. I ran out into the hallway, and there were my parents coming in, still in their coats. And the lights came on, and my mom scooped me up immediately and said she was sorry. She was so sorry for leaving me. I told her it was fine, that the lady downstairs had come to stay with me, that she'd said she'd always be there. My mom asked where the woman was, and I said the kitchen. My dad went in and turned the light on. The chair was knocked over. The back door, which led out to the communal stairwell, was wide open. Now here's what my mom told me when she brought it up recently. That night, there had been a fire. Not in our building, but in one across the street. A bad one. The red lights, I remembered, were the fire engines and the ambulances. A lot of the neighbors had gone out into the street to watch, and my parents had slipped out for just a few minutes, maybe 5, thinking I was fast asleep. They hadn't gone far at all. When they asked me about the woman afterwards, gently, they were careful not to frighten me. I apparently told them that she hadn't come to look after me. I told them she'd come to take me away. I also told them she wasn't wearing any clothes, and that I didn't like her, and that I was glad they'd come home. My mom says that when they found me, the woman had seemed to be on the verge of leaving with me. The detail I didn't remember at all. And this is new to me. My mom only mentioned it this last time. Is that I apparently kept describing the woman as slimy. I used that word over and over as a little kid, and apparently couldn't explain what I meant by it. They found a jar of something on the kitchen table with a clear, unknown substance around it. My mom isn't someone who would have added that detail on her own. It's too specific. It's too strange. And my parents always wondered. They never stopped wondering, apparently, whether the fire across the road and the naked woman in our kitchen were connected somehow. Whether whatever that substance was on her had something to do with it. My best guess, for what it's worth, is that it might have been some kind of accelerant. That's the only thing that makes any sense to me. And even that doesn't really make sense. So, I spent most of my life relieved that I'd only dreamed it, and now I know I didn't. And I'll be honest with you, being well into my 30s, knowing that this actually happened doesn't make me feel any better about being home alone at night. Not even a little.
So me and my old coworker, we used to work the same line at a warehouse for like 3 years. I'll just call him Dutch. We decided to do a camping weekend up in New England last fall. You know the kind. Cooler full of beers, pack of hot dogs. Just get the hell away from everything for a couple nights. We landed on this forest up near the Vermont state line, some state park called Satan's Kingdom. I'm dead serious. Look it up.
Wildest name I've ever seen on a road sign in my life. But honestly, that's exactly why we picked it. Sounded spooky, sounded cool, and we were already sold before we even looked at a map. So we threw a cooler, 2 sleeping bags, and this tent that I'm pretty sure was older than my dad into the back of my Jeep, and off we went. The plan was simple. Hike in, set up, drink beers by a fire, don't think about work for 48 hours. Nothing complicated, nothing crazy. Day 1 was honestly just about perfect. We found this little clearing maybe a mile in, ringed by these big old pines that smelled like Christmas trees. Got the tent up, got a fire going, tossed a frisbee around like a couple of idiots all afternoon. At night we roasted hot dogs and cracked jokes about how we'd definitely survive a zombie apocalypse out there. It was exactly what we needed. Then day 2 came and things got weird. It's late afternoon, sun starting to get low, and Dutch is off collecting firewood while I'm crouched over the fire pit, trying to look like I know what I'm doing. I am absolutely failing at starting a campfire. Turns out it's way harder than it looks.
When I hear Dutch just absolutely lose it out in the trees. Like full volume, like something got him. I drop the stick I'm poking around with and take off toward the sound. He comes crashing out of the brush, face drained completely white, eyes huge, holding his arm against his chest like it's broken. I ask him what happened, and he goes, "Bugs, man."
This massive bug just bit me. Like monster movie massive. I figured he was exaggerating. People do that. But then he showed me his forearm, and I stopped thinking it was funny real quick. There's this huge red welt swelling up fast, with 2 puncture marks in the middle of it, like actual holes, and something was seeping out of them that I really didn't want to look at for too long. He said it was as big as his fist. Wings, legs, the whole thing. Said it hurt like you wouldn't believe. And here's the thing about Dutch. This is a guy who once took a wasp sting right to the cheek at a cookout and just laughed it off. He's not a complainer. He's not dramatic about that kind of stuff. Seeing him that rattled made my stomach drop, because if Dutch was scared, that meant I probably should be too. We got back to camp and I dug out the first aid kit. Genuinely one of the better decisions I've ever made in my life. Cleaned the bite up, put antiseptic on it, wrapped his arm with a bandage while he winced through the whole thing. I told him we'd probably be laughing about it by tomorrow. He didn't even smile. Just sat there, staring at the fire like he was somewhere else. By the time the sun was fully down, he was a lot worse. Sweating through his shirt even though it had gotten cold out. Kept saying he felt dizzy, disoriented. He'd curl up in his sleeping bag shivering and then kick it off 2 minutes later. His voice went raspy, and when I checked his arm, the welt had swollen up more, and there were red streaks running up from the bite toward his elbow. You don't need a medical degree to know that's not something you just sleep off. Around midnight, he started dry heaving into the bushes, and I said, "That's it, we're going to the hospital." Dutch told me absolutely not. Said he wasn't paying $1,000 for a doctor to tell him he had a bug bite. "Just take me home," he said. That's all he wanted.
I told him fine, it was his call. We broke down camp, loaded the Jeep, and started driving. The drive was brutal. Winding roads, pitch black, trees on both sides. Dutch was curled up in the passenger seat, groaning quietly, and I had the heat blasting, trying to keep him warm, but he was still shaking. About 20 minutes in, he sits up fast with this look on his face and says, "Pull over, I have to go to the bathroom. Like right now, no waiting." I asked if he could hold it. He was already clawing at the door handle. I got on the shoulder, and he was out before I even had the Jeep fully stopped. We were on some random stretch of road, nothing around but trees on one side, and a big dark open field on the other. Dutch disappeared into the field, swallowed up by the dark, and I just sat there with the headlights on, thinking about how badly the weekend had gone sideways, and how worried I was about him. Then I heard a scream. Not a startled noise, not a curse word. A real scream. The kind that hits you somewhere deep and makes your body move before your brain catches up. I was out of the Jeep yelling his name before I even realized I'd opened the door. I was about to run into the field when I saw him coming back, fast as he could manage, which wasn't very fast. Face completely white, and his hands, both of them up to the wrists, were covered in blood. He didn't stop to explain anything. He just said, "We gotta go. Get in the car, now!" His voice was different. Not sick different, scared different. We got in and he was practically screaming at me to drive, so I drove, tires and everything. The whole rest of the ride, he wouldn't tell me what happened. He just kept shaking his head and asking me to go faster and get him to the hospital. The guy who'd said 30 minutes ago that he'd rather die than pay an ER bill was now begging me to get him there. We made it to this little hospital and the doctors took one look at Dutch and moved fast. I was out in the waiting room for about an hour, drinking the worst coffee I've ever had in my life out of a machine, just pacing. Eventually a doctor came out and asked me if Dutch had been attacked by something or if he'd had any memory gaps in the last day. I told him everything I knew, which wasn't much. Bug bite, got sick fast, that's all I had. They let me see him a little while after that. He was hooked up to an IV, looked rough, but he was okay. Infection, the doctor said. They kept him overnight and discharged him the next morning with antibiotics. On the drive home, he didn't say a single word, just stared out the window the whole way. A few weeks went by, and I started to notice Dutch was avoiding me. Wouldn't text back, wouldn't pick up. I finally just drove over to his apartment and knocked until he answered. He looked awful. Worse than the hospital. Dark circles. Hadn't slept properly in a long time by the look of it. The place was a mess. But I wasn't going anywhere, and after a while, he let me in, sat me down, made me swear not to say a word to anyone. And then he told me what happened in the field. He said when he got out there, it felt like it was going to be bad, like his stomach had just completely given out from being sick. But when it finally came, it hurt in a way that wasn't right. Really, really wrong. And when he turned around, there was something moving on the ground at his feet. Something that had just come out of him. Moving. Squirming around in the grass in the dark. That's when he noticed the blood on the backs of his legs. That's how it got on his hands. He said he just ran. Didn't look back, didn't think, just ran. I didn't say anything for a while. I didn't know what to say. He told me he kept dreaming about it. Said he could hear the sound it made, this low, wet clicking.
and that sometimes when he woke up at night, he was convinced it was still in him, waiting. He wouldn't go see a doctor again, wouldn't talk to anyone about it professionally.
Said they'd either think he was crazy or they'd want to cut him open, and he wasn't willing to do either. I tried to reassure him. I tried. But I'm not going to sit here and tell you I believed my own words, because I didn't. I genuinely don't know what happened to him out there.
Part of me thinks the infection from that bite just did something terrible to his body, and his fever made him see things that weren't there. That's the explanation that lets me sleep. But Dutch doesn't say things he doesn't mean. He's not built that way. And he was certain.
Whatever he saw that night, to him, it was absolutely real. He's my buddy, and I'm scared for him. But if I'm being honest with you, what scares me more is the thought of what bit him. Whatever that thing was, that's still out there in Satan's kingdom, and what he believes he left behind that night in that dark field, covered in his own blood. So, I grew up hiking and camping a lot, especially with my family when I was young. It was just part of life. But when I moved to Seattle for college in 1990, finding people who actually wanted to go out on the trails with me turned out to be a lot harder than I'd expected. And I don't want to make it sound like I didn't connect with anyone, because I did. I met some genuinely great people, a few of whom I'm still in touch with to this day. But weekends were mostly for parties, and campus life kept everyone pretty stretched. So sometimes I'd wake up on a Saturday morning and find that a trip we'd been planning for weeks had just quietly fallen apart overnight. I remember feeling pretty deflated when that happened. But I didn't let it stop me. I'd just head out on my own whenever I really needed to breathe. The first couple of times felt a little strange without company, but after a while, I started to genuinely love it. The quiet of being alone on a trail is something that's hard to put into words until you've really felt it. And on weekdays, when I'd sometimes head out then too, there'd be almost no one around. Just me and the trees, and this feeling like I might be the last person on Earth. I got kind of addicted to that, honestly. College was so relentlessly social that it would drain me in ways I didn't always recognize until I was already exhausted. So getting out into the woods whenever I could felt like something I genuinely needed, not just something I enjoyed. And then I started visiting the Redwood State Parks, and everything sort of shifted up a gear. Because for the very first time in my life, I was standing at the base of a coastal redwood. I don't know how to really describe it except to say that it stopped me completely. You tilt your head back and back and back, and you still can't quite find the top. When you're walking among a whole stand of them, there's this strange feeling that you've somehow shrunk. Like the scale of everything has been quietly recalibrated without your permission. They're the tallest living things on Earth, most of them somewhere between 300 and 350 feet, with trunks that can grow just over 20 feet wide. And they're ancient. Some of the oldest ones in California are estimated to be over 2,000 years old. Walking among them sometimes feels like being on another planet entirely. It's genuinely surreal, especially for someone like me who didn't grow up with them nearby. After that, I was going up to the forests around Mendocino 3 or 4 times a month whenever I could manage it. I'd try to leave on a Friday, spend a night or two out on the trails, and then get back to Portland in time for class on Monday. It wasn't always possible, especially during my final year, when job hunting took over most of my energy. But the redwoods became my default, my go-to.
By my late 20s, I'd been to Del Norte Coast, Jedediah Smith, and Prairie Creek State Parks so many times that I'd lost count. I knew those trails well. Not like the back of my hand, but well enough to move through the forest with real confidence. I was an experienced hiker and camper. I was comfortable out there, and I think I'd started to feel like I'd seen just about everything those woods had to offer. But then, on a weekend hike in the summer of 1996, that idea got corrected in a way that I'm still not entirely sure how to talk about. By that point, I'd been hiking in Mendocino County for close to 7 years, and sometime before that summer, I'd had a chance encounter with a local homeowner out on the trails. We got to talking, and he was kind enough to let me park my truck outside his place whenever I came through. His house was part of a small cluster of country homes near where the Willets and Compche roads meet, not far from the Noyo River. It meant I had almost direct access to the deep woods right from there, with just a thin strip of civilization before the trees swallowed everything up. And when I say deep woods, I mean genuinely deep. Sometimes I'd end up 3 or 4 miles from the nearest marked trail, and up to 20 miles from the nearest highway. Hiking alone in areas like that carries real risk. If something goes wrong, getting help is difficult, sometimes very difficult. But I'd also reached a point where, if I wasn't pushing into that kind of solitude, if I didn't feel truly isolated, I wasn't really satisfied. There was an exercise element to it, sure. I was always trying to push a little harder, go a little further. But there was something else underneath all of that, something harder to name. A spiritual quality, maybe. Something I leaned on to keep myself steady when the rest of life felt like too much. So in late June of 1996, I set off from my friend's place on a route I'd hiked maybe half a dozen times before. For the first 10 miles or so, I passed a couple of campgrounds and trailheads. But after that, it was all untouched forest. There were places out there that felt genuinely primordial, like the ground hadn't been disturbed in centuries.
Ageless, in a way that's almost hard to sit with for too long. But that's where the pull was for me. I usually tapped out around mile 15, but that day I pushed all the way to 18 miles before I finally called it. I'd started earlier than usual, and I'd been wanting to push into new territory for a while. So breaking what I suppose was my personal best felt genuinely good. I made camp, ate a little food, did a quick hygiene routine with some wet wipes, had a cigarette, and went to sleep.
The next morning, I ate a few granola bars for breakfast, packed up my tent, and started making my way back toward my truck. 18 miles in meant 18 miles out, and I had a long walk ahead of me if I wanted to get home before it was too late to order food. I walked for about 4 or 5 hours, stopped for a quick lunch, and got back on the move as fast as I could. I was focused on keeping my bearings and covering ground, so I was mostly looking either at the terrain right in front of me or at my compass. But at one point, I just happened to look up for no particular reason, and I saw something that stopped me completely. Now, despite the name, it isn't only redwoods growing out in those parks. You also get Douglas firs, western hemlocks, spruce trees, and, as I encountered that day, clusters of tan oak trees. There were about 5 or 6 of them, all leaning at angles somewhere between 60 and 80 degrees. That alone isn't unusual in dense growth. But what immediately caught my attention was that they were all leaning toward each other. They looked like the frame of some enormous ancient structure, like a teepee half-built and then abandoned by something very large. And when I looked up, all of their foliage had bunched together and intertwined into this dense, impermeable mass of leaves and branches overhead. I'd never seen anything like it. I just stood there for a moment, staring up at it, genuinely uncertain what I was looking at. My first thought was that it was some kind of nest or den. It didn't look remotely human in construction, but I wanted to get a closer look before drawing any conclusions. So I started walking toward it slowly. The woods were calm and quiet, which made me think whatever it was, if anything, was probably empty. But as I got closer, I heard something that stopped me dead. It came from inside the nest, from up in that dense tangle of leaves and branches, which by then was maybe 30 meters directly above my head. The sound was like someone striking a stick against a hollow tube, a kind of tud, 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 but loud, with that echoey resonance to it. I froze and looked straight up, and I could feel the hair on my arms and the back of my neck standing up, as I understood that something was inside it. My best guess in that moment was a bear. I had no real framework for what was happening, but that's where my mind went. A black bear, maybe a mother with cubs, that had somehow gotten up into this convergence of branches and made a den there. And if she was making that noise by tapping her claws against something, she was probably doing it as a warning. Stay back. I stood completely still for what felt like a full minute after I first heard it. Then, when maybe 20 or 30 seconds of silence had passed and the sound hadn't repeated, I started backing up slowly, keeping my eyes fixed on the canopy above me. I'd taken about 3 careful steps backward when I heard it again. Softer this time. Fewer repetitions, but definitely coming from the same place. I didn't run. I knew better than that. If whatever was up there had chase instincts, turning and bolting would probably trigger them. So I didn't. I kept my eyes on that mass of foliage and kept backing up slowly until I was 40 or 50 meters away. Only then did I turn around and pick up my pace a little, and every 2 or 3 seconds, I'd look back over my shoulder just to check. Nothing came down from the nest. I didn't hear the knocking sound again either. But then, I heard something different, and it made me spin around. At first, it sounded like old bark stretching and splitting, the kind of sound you hear just before a tree comes down. And then, almost at the same moment, I heard rustling up high, coming from somewhere near that nest. I turned back fully expecting to see a bear charging toward me through the trees. But what I saw instead is something I have never been able to fully explain. The tan oaks, the ones that had been leaning toward each other, were moving. Not all at once. They took turns, each one rising slowly up out of the ground, exposing these long, pale root tendrils as it lifted. And then just as slowly, each one was lowered back down with a soft compression of soil. I could not make sense of what I was looking at. My brain simply refused to process it for a few seconds. I actually tried blinking, which I know sounds absurd, but it was the only thing I could think to do. It didn't help. The movements didn't stop. They got stranger. The tanoaks, which had been leaning at an angle, began to bend. Not like trees bend in wind, but with a kind of articulation, flexing at points where there shouldn't have been any give at all. And the great mass of foliage above, that dense interwoven canopy, began to slowly descend, dragged downward with a sustained rustling that sounded almost like whispering. And then, in a moment that I can only describe as the bottom dropping out of my understanding of things, I realized what I was actually looking at. It wasn't 5 or 6 trees. It was one thing. And those weren't tree trunks rising and falling. They were its legs. I don't know how long the confusion held me in place. A second, maybe. Possibly 2. But the moment it clicked, the moment my brain finally assembled what my eyes had been sending it, I turned and ran. It was the only time in my life I've ever felt that kind of terror. That total, physical, full-body certainty that if you don't move
Right now, you are going to die. And underneath all of that fear, the most intense adrenaline surge I have ever experienced. Running through dense forest with a 40 or 50-pound pack is brutal under any circumstances. The straps were digging into my shoulders, the ground kept shifting under my feet, roots snagged at my ankles, low branches caught me across the face. I took a couple of hard falls and scrambled back up and kept going.
The world was just a blur of green and brown. My calves started to cramp, my lower back knotted up hard, and still, I ran. I must have covered half a mile before my body finally said, "No more." My legs went heavy, my vision tunneled, my stomach lurched. I stumbled to a stop, bent over with my hands on my knees, and was sick, completely sick. Just stood there heaving with the pack still on my back, gasping. When it stopped, I straightened up and looked behind me. The woods were empty, just trees. The relief was enormous, but I didn't really relax, not fully, until I was back at my truck. It was almost 9 at night by the time I got there. The homeowner wasn't around, and honestly, I was in no state to talk to anyone. I drove home in near silence, just some talk radio to keep my mind from looping back to what I'd seen. And when I got home and showered, I sat down and started thinking, which turned fairly quickly into drinking. I knew no one would believe me. That wasn't really what bothered me. What frightened me most was the possibility that I was losing my mind, that what I'd seen was a hallucination, a symptom of something serious and getting worse. I called my doctor's office from work the next morning. My coworkers noticed I wasn't quite myself, but I told them I was just a bit under the weather and had already made an appointment. A few days later, I was sitting in her office, and when she asked what the problem was, it took me longer than I expected to just say it. I think I'm seeing things. She was great about it, calm, professional, didn't make me feel like I'd said something alarming. She ran some basic neurological checks, asked about my sleep, whether I was on any medication, any family history of mental illness. I told her sleep in the woods that weekend hadn't been great, but generally I was okay.
No medication, no family history of psychosis.
She essentially told me there was probably nothing to worry about. I appeared fit and healthy, and the most likely explanation was a one-off episode caused by some combination of exhaustion and dehydration. If it happened again, I should come back. Otherwise, try not to dwell on it. I should have been relieved. And I suppose part of me was, briefly. But it didn't make what I'd seen feel any less real. I could still hear the hollow knocking. I could still see those shapes rising out of the ground. I could still hear how quiet it was as they moved. Like whatever it was being careful, trying not to be heard. A few hours later, I realized that hearing nothing was wrong with me hadn't actually reassured me at all. Because if I wasn't hallucinating, then what was that thing? By 1997, even then, I was able to get online. It wasn't much, but there were search engines and forums you could dig through. I spent time in the paranormal sections of a few of them. I found communities where people shared unusual experiences. I found detailed discussions of cryptids. But the place where I had the most luck was a site called The Well.
You had to pay a subscription fee to access it, which meant the people there tended to take things seriously. There was a dedicated cryptozoology forum, and the tone there was genuinely different from the UFO boards and Usenet groups that were mostly filled with outlandish claims. The Well forum had posts about Bigfoot that were thoughtful and skeptical. One user noted that while dense forests in the Pacific Northwest could theoretically conceal a small population of large mammals, the absence of physical or genetic evidence made it unlikely. Posts like that made me trust the community. And then, after hours going through the archives,
I found something that made my blood run cold. A post from a since-deleted account described almost exactly what I had seen. The person had run terrified through the woods. The thing hadn't chased them. It hadn't even seemed to notice them.
But seeing it was enough. They asked if anyone else had experienced something similar. Most of the responses were skeptical or curious. But one comment stood out. A user described what he called a large stick insect type creature, something that camouflaged itself as tree trunks and leaves and branches.
Like a moth, he wrote. The kind that's the color of bark, invisible until it moves. He pointed out that there are dozens of examples of camouflage in nature, and that what we'd encountered was simply a larger version of something that already existed. Natural.
Just much, much bigger than we were prepared for. I had to reach out to him. His comment was about 6 months old, and I had no way of knowing if he still checked that account. But I wrote anyway, and a few days later he replied. He lived in San Francisco and invited me over so we could talk through what we'd each seen.
The idea of speaking to someone who wouldn't look at me like I was unwell was enormously appealing. So one weekend I drove up, checked into a motel, and went to his apartment the following afternoon. His emails had been well written and thoughtful, so I'd expected someone fairly grounded, at least within the context of cryptozoology. But I think I was so desperate for any kind of connection around this experience that I wasn't being realistic. When I met him, I knew almost immediately that I'd made a mistake.
He was unkempt, to put it as kindly as I can. His apartment was in a similar state, and while I told myself it might still be worth having the conversation, it only took a few minutes to understand that the person in front of me was not the same person who had written those careful, measured posts. He had a great deal to say, most of it difficult to follow, all of it presented as interconnected in ways that weren't clear. I won't go through all of it, but when he told me he could communicate with the creature in the woods and would arrange for me to see it again for a few $1,000s, I understood that I wasn't just talking to someone unreliable. I was being scammed. And I was furious in a way that I genuinely struggled to contain. I considered just leaving immediately, but I was in a stranger's apartment and thought it wiser to be polite. I told him I had to go. He asked if we could swap numbers. I gave him a fake one, thanked him, and left. The anger faded on the drive home. What replaced it was something closer to grief. I felt foolish. And as I drove back towards San Jose, I started to understand that I was at risk of letting this thing consume me. I took a kind of mental step back and tried to see myself 5, 10, 20 years from now, if I couldn't find a way to make peace with it. What I saw wasn't pretty. An obsessive, isolated version of myself who'd given up everything chasing something no one else would believe. I saw myself trapped in a courtroom of my own making, playing defendant and prosecutor and unreliable witness all at once. I could picture the polite smiles, the subject changes, the look that says, "Yeah, sure, buddy." And the frustrating thing is that I can't simply decide not to care. I can't lie to myself about what I saw. So I've carried it. I've managed to build something like a normal life around it. But it's there. It feeds a kind of ambient anxiety that's hard to shake. The frustration amplifies it, and around it goes. I'm not always sure anymore who or what I'm even frustrated at. The thing in the woods, or the world that has no place for it, or my own mind that won't let it rest. But that's also why I'm here, I suppose. Why finding something like this, a quiet voice in the dark, has meant more than I expected. It's been a very long time since I felt anything close to peace at the end of the day. And somehow,
Somehow, this helps.
So this was back in October of 2014. The trees were already stripped bare by then, and there was that kind of cold that gets in under your jacket no matter what you wear. Me and my mate Pete drove up to Loch Carver in Scotland for a fishing weekend. We'd known each other since we were kids, primary school, so we were close in that easy, unspoken way. But once jobs came along, and then marriages, and then kids, the chances to just be around each other got fewer and further between.
That was around 2009, 2010. And it was around then that Pete first invited me fishing. I didn't even know he was into it. But after that first time, sitting on a riverbank with him, I understood immediately what it did for him. When your whole life is either chaos at work or chaos at home, and you love your life, don't get me wrong, but it wears you down. Sitting still beside water for an afternoon turns out to be something close to sacred. So cut to a few years later, and we're driving up to this private loch in Scotland that we'd gotten permission to fish at. A friend of a friend's dad had a membership, so we just had to drop his name if anyone showed up. Permission was especially important since we were camping there for 2 nights. It wasn't our first trip like that. We'd been on about a dozen by then, so we'd long since stopped roughing it and started bringing things to make life easier.
The jet boil for tea and coffee, charging banks for our phones, a portable speaker, that kind of thing. But that year, Pete had a little surprise for me.
We just set up camp when he pulls out 2 small walkie-talkies from a waterproof bag, all charged up.
He'd gotten them to save our phone batteries, since we were always burning through them, playing music or showing each other stupid videos. Between that and all the texting and calling back and forth, the radios made sense. They were supposed to last a week on a charge, so we were well covered, and they were useful. Because a weekend of fishing isn't just sitting side by side the whole time. One of you wanders off for firewood, or to fetch something from camp, or to look for fresh bait. That can take a while. So having the radios wasn't just practical, they were genuinely entertaining.
Pete would hold down the button and come out with something like, "Zulu 5er 9er, this is Oscar Kilo Charlie. You're a bell end and your mum's a slag. Over." And I'd fire back with something equally stupid. We'd go back and forth like that, taking the piss out of each other in military cadence. It passed the time. That's what we were doing on the Saturday afternoon when I had to make a 6-mile round trip on foot to pick up a lighter. Both of ours had stopped working within about half an hour of each other. We'd already had a couple of cans by then, and I volunteered to walk while Pete stayed to watch our gear. We kept in touch on the radios for a while, but somewhere around the 2-mile mark, the hills swallowed the signal. I made it to a small country newsagent's, bought a few disposable lighters and some other bits, and then started the 3 miles back. Every so often I'd test the radio. Nothing for the first mile or so. Then once I climbed back up over the hills, I started catching faint static. Not enough to talk through. I kept testing every couple of minutes, wondering why the range seemed worse coming back than it had going out. The sky had gone a deep gray by then. It was the kind of late afternoon in October where the light just drains away without warning, and the wind off the hills carries that wet, earthy smell of dead leaves. I had my torch in my pack, but hadn't needed it yet. And then my radio crackled back to life. It was hard to make out at first. I kept telling Pete I couldn't hear him properly, that he needed to speak up, but it didn't seem like he could hear me either. I kept walking, radio on, waiting for the voice to break through the static properly. When it did, something sounded very, very wrong. There was this metallic whining coming from the speaker. I switched it off and on again,
thinking it was interference.
But the second it came back on, it was louder, clearer, and it wasn't interference. It was a voice, and it sounded like crying.
Not wailing, not dramatic.
Just those soft, broken whimpers and sobs, coming in stops and starts. Like whoever it was kept pressing the transmission button and then just crying into it without saying anything. My first thought was that Pete had somehow gotten bad news. A text from home. Something serious. People only cry like that when someone's died. I asked him if he was all right. Kept asking as I picked up my pace. He wouldn't respond.
Couldn't hear me, I assumed. I was walking faster now, talking into the radio in short bursts, trying to stay calm. Then the voice started speaking. I remember feeling a kind of relief when I heard words, thinking at least now I'd understand what had happened. But what I heard didn't make any sense. The voice, still thick with crying, said, "Margaret, I'm so sorry." I said something like, "What? Who's Margaret? What's going on, mate?" He didn't hear me. He just kept going, crying, whimpering, and repeating that name. "Margaret, I'm so sorry. Please forgive me." Over and over. Pete had never mentioned anyone called Margaret. Not a girlfriend, not a relative, not anyone. So I didn't know what to make of it. I started jogging. Every so often I'd breathe something into the radio. "I'm on my way. Whatever it is, we'll sort it. Just hang on." But I didn't believe my own words. I was frightened. Pete wasn't someone who cried. I'd known him since we were small, and I'd seen him take a fall that nearly split his head open on a rope swing without shedding a single tear. He held it together like it was a point of pride. To hear him sobbing into that radio, if it even was him, it put the fear of God into me. Then the voice got louder. He started shouting the name. "Margaret, please forgive me. Forgive me." And with the volume came distortion. Everything breaking up, and then, before the radio went completely silent, there was this long, horrible, electronic scream. And then nothing. I ran, sprinted down the dirt track, past the entrance to the lock, all the way back to camp, torch beams swinging ahead of me in the dark. When I got there was no one. I shouted Pete's name. No answer. Ran to where we'd been fishing, shouted again. Still nothing. I think I screamed his name a third time before I heard him. "What?" he called out, stepping out of the trees to my left with a load of firewood under his arm. He sounded mildly irritated, wondering what the fuss was about. And he looked fine. Completely fine. Not a trace of distress on him. I stared at him for a moment and asked, "Is this a joke?" He said no, and looked at me like I'd lost the plot. He'd had his radio on him the whole time. Said it had gone quiet after I'd crossed the hills on my way to the shop, and he hadn't heard a thing since. Not until I was standing in front of him, breathless and wild-eyed in the dark. Once I'd caught my breath, and the relief had settled, I told him what I'd heard. The crying. The apologies. And he shook his head, said he hadn't been crying, hadn't heard me trying to reach him. So we accepted that I'd picked up someone else's transmission somehow. The hills, the radios being cheap, some fluke of the frequency. It was strange, but it had a shape you could almost hold on to. And then I mentioned the name. I told him the voice had been saying sorry to someone called Margaret. Pete's expression changed. His brow dropped. His eyes narrowed. He went quiet for a moment, and then he asked me, very carefully. "Have I not told you?" I asked him to explain. He took a breath and asked if I'd been going through his phone. I told him I hadn't, and then I demanded he tell me what was going on. He looked like he was about to speak and then stopped, collected himself, and then he told me, quietly, that only 2 people in the world knew what he was about to say. His girlfriend had found out she was pregnant just a week or so before the trip. They hadn't been planning it, but they'd decided to keep it, and they'd even started talking about names. If it was a boy, they'd probably go with something like Jack. But if it was a girl, there was one name they both loved without question: Margaret. I stood there in the cold and the dark, and I didn't say anything for a long moment. Then I asked him if he was joking. He swore on his kid's life that he wasn't. We went back and forth like that for a while, each of us making the other swear they hadn't been playing a trick, that they weren't making it up, that there was no way any of this was staged. And once we'd both accepted that we were each telling the truth, we were left with something neither of us could quite hold in our hands. We settled eventually on the idea that I'd accidentally tuned into someone else's frequency, and that it had simply been a terrible coincidence, the name matching what Pete and his girlfriend had chosen. That the man I'd heard had been having some kind of breakdown, that the scream was the end of it, whatever it was. A logical explanation. A chilling one, but logical. We spent the rest of that night sitting by the fire, talking it all the way through. The wind came in off the loch, and the trees made that hollow October sound. And by the time we turned in, we'd mostly talked ourselves down. Back home, it became a story we'd tell. Mates down the pub, round campfires. Some of them said it was rubbish, but the ones who really knew us knew we weren't the type to make something like that up. And for a while, that's all it was. A strange little story. But then the months passed, and my mind kept returning to it. Pete and his girlfriend had a baby girl in the spring of 2015. They named her Margaret. When he told me, I went cold. I smiled and said all the right things. But underneath it, I felt something shift that hasn't fully settled since. I know radio transmissions don't travel backwards through time. I've looked it up more times than I can count. The physics of it, wormholes, tachyons, all of it. Theoretically, in the most speculative sense, it might be possible for a signal to carry information in ways we don't fully understand. But I know that's not the same as saying it happened. What I'm left with is this. That voice on the radio, crying, begging for forgiveness from a girl not yet born. What I heard felt like grief. Felt like the aftermath of something irreversible. Margaret is 10 years old now, and the older she gets, the lighter that feeling becomes. But it's still there. Some nights I find myself thinking about it, and I have to put it down deliberately, like setting something heavy on a shelf. Someone told me once that maybe what I heard was only a possibility, something that could happen, not something that would. That by some strange mechanism, hearing it was enough to prevent it. I'd like to believe that. I really would. But I can't quite get there. Not all the way. Okay, so first thing, and I want to be really clear about this, I'm not here to convince anybody that this is real. That's not what this is. This is just me reporting my experience, answering questions from people who are genuinely curious, because the subject deserves that, right? In parapsychology, telepathy is basically the ability to pick up on another person's thoughts or feelings or
what they're going through, without any words, no body language, no signals, nothing like that, just direct. So, how did I find out I could do this? I was 8 years old. 8. My friend Dario and I were at this little corner shop near our school, and we grabbed these cinnamon hard candies, the kind in the crinkly wrappers, you know the ones, and we each popped one in our mouths. And I loved it immediately, that warm, spicy kick.
But then, I heard Dario say, clear as anything, "Ugh, this is disgusting." So I just go, "What? No, it's really good though." And he stops. He just freezes and stares at me like I've grown a second head and goes, "How did you know I didn't like it?" I didn't say that. I thought it. I only thought it. And I genuinely didn't understand what was happening. I was 8, you know? He was spooked. Actually spooked. Spit the candy out right there on the pavement and walked home without saying another word. That was it. That was the moment. And after that, I started noticing it more and more. When I was talking with friends, I'd catch this voice, not always loud, sometimes barely anything, just before they were about to say something. And I'd say it first. I'd just say it before they could. And at first, people were surprised, kind of delighted even. That wore off fast, real fast. They started calling me strange, calling me exhausting to be around. Said I made them uncomfortable. Some of them just quietly stopped talking to me altogether. So I made a decision. I stopped doing it. Or, well, I stopped showing that I was doing it. I kept it completely to myself. And that's how I kept my friendships more or less intact. Then, as a teenager, something kind of funny happened with all of this. I ended up going on dates with a lot of girls. Like, a lot, my friends noticed. And they'd ask me, how? What was my secret? And I'd just laugh and say, when you know what the other person is actually thinking, it's easy. And they'd crack up every time because they thought I was joking. I wasn't joking. Now here's something I want to explain because people always ask. The voice I hear isn't always the person's actual voice. Sometimes it doesn't sound like them at all. It's more like catching their intention or the emotional weight behind something before it becomes words. Other times it's their exact voice, totally recognizable. It really depends on how clearly that person is forming the thought in their own mind. It varies a lot. Throughout my life, I have told a small handful of people. And every single time, they've needed proof. So I describe something they were thinking right at that moment, something specific. And even then, most of them concluded it was some kind of trick. Mentalism, they'd say. A cold reading thing. I understand it, I do, but it gets old. As an adult, I decided the most honest thing I could do with this was actually help people with it. So I trained as a therapist. And look, I do well. My clients respond really well to the sessions, and I think it's because I can meet them exactly where they are, because I already know what they're carrying into the room before they've found the words for it. It's not a party trick. For me, it never was. You know, there are things that happen to you when you're young that you carry quietly for years, not because you've forgotten them, but because you don't quite have the words. And honestly,
you're not sure anyone would believe you anyway. I was 17 when it happened the first time. My younger sister and I were cutting through the school parking lot on our way home for lunch. We only lived about 2 blocks away. It was a Tuesday, I think. Overcast, that kind of flat gray sky that makes everything look a little washed out. And there's this girl, a classmate of my sister's, behind the wheel of someone's old sedan, spinning donuts in the far corner of the lot. You could smell the rubber, that sharp, acrid bite of burning tires. There was a girl in the passenger seat, and even from where we were standing, you could tell she was scared. Her body language was all wrong, stiff, pressed against the door. And then the door came open. I don't know if she pushed it or if the latch gave, but she was out, and then she was under. The car rolled over her. And then, I think the driver panicked, didn't understand what had happened. The car reversed. Over her again. I knew. The way you just know sometimes, in your body before your mind catches up. And then I saw it. The closest I've ever come to describing it is this. Refractive light, the kind you see bending through water, mixed with something like a fine mist, almost particles, but softer than that, translucent. It rose up slowly from just above the roof of the car, maybe 6 or 8 feet into that gray air. And then it was simply gone. Not dispersed, gone. My sister sprinted toward the school to call for help. I ended up on my hands and knees in the grass at the edge of the lot, dry heaving. I've always been like that. Other people's pain gets into me. What I just witnessed was more than I could hold upright. I turned it over in my mind a few times that summer. Quietly, privately. Never said a word to anyone. Who would I even tell? By the time I was in my late 20s, it had gone soft around the edges the way old memories do. Present, but distant. And then it happened again. A close friend was driving me to the airport, SeaTac, early morning. One of those business trips where you're half asleep and watching the city slide past the window. We were on the old elevated stretch of highway that runs along the waterfront, the kind of road that always smells faintly of salt and diesel. We came around a curve, and traffic had already started to slow. There'd just been a collision, a motorcycle and a pickup truck. The truck had gone over onto its side, passenger windows facing up toward the sky. A woman nearby was in the grip of a full panic attack, hands at her throat, that particular kind of breathing. Another woman was kneeling beside the motorcyclist on the pavement, 2 fingers pressed to the side of his neck, searching. And there it was again. The same refracted shimmer. The same soft, near-transparent particles lifting upward and away from him, unhurried, before vanishing entirely into the morning air. And a moment later, the woman kneeling over him slowly lowered her head. I didn't need anyone to tell me. I've thought about it a great deal since then. What is it exactly? I'm not a person who reaches for easy answers. And I'm not asking you to reach for one either. Maybe it's something we'd call a soul, in the oldest sense of that word. Maybe it's something else. Some coherent structure of matter and energy, the same elements forged in the heart of a dying star, releasing back into whatever it is they came from. The physics of it, the chemistry, the biology, none of our current frameworks quite have a shelf for it. What I know is that I've seen it twice, under nearly identical circumstances, decades apart. And both times, it was the quietest thing in the world. Okay, I'm going to try to tell this as clearly as I can.
But I'm still a little rattled, honestly. I'm on my lunch break right now, sitting in my truck, and I figured I'd just get this out. I drive a 5-ton truck for a third-party logistics company. I work out of a big factory, like massive, over 5,000 employees. But I'm not going to say which company or which factory because, yeah, I need this job. I'm contracted through a separate logistics outfit, and part of my deal is that I'm the first person on site every single morning.
4 a.m., no exceptions. The whole point is to have materials ready and staged before the factory floor shifts start at 7. Other people trickle in around 6:30, but from 4 until then, it's just me. I work in this caged loading area, a dedicated section that only I have real access to.
Well, me and 2 coworkers, but they come in later. So, in practice, at that hour, it's completely mine. And it is dark in there. I mean, genuinely dark. The overhead lighting is, I don't know, inadequate is maybe the polite word for it. I wear a headlamp just to read labels on cargo. That's not an exaggeration. During the day, it's fine because natural light filters in, but at 4 in the morning, it's its own little world in there. Totally quiet, totally still. I've done this routine well over 1,000 times.
I know every sound that place makes. The hum of whatever machinery is idling, the way certain pallets shift, the distant thud of the building settling. I know it. It's my normal. So this morning, around 4:15, I stopped loading to send my boss a quick text. Just a routine check-in. Nothing unusual. And right then, something hissed. Loudly, right in my ear, and I felt warm air on my neck. I completely lost it. If the security cameras picked it up, I probably looked absolutely unhinged because I was backpedaling fast and spinning around trying to see whatever was behind me. I flinched so hard I actually gave myself a little whiplash, like my neck genuinely hurt afterward, which I don't know if that detail is embarrassing or just tells you how violent the reaction was. Both, probably. I didn't find anything. No animal, no person, nothing I could point to. I didn't stay to look very long, I'll be honest. I went straight outside and sat in my car and waited. My coworker Derek comes in about an hour after me, and I sat there until I saw his headlights pull in. When he found me outside, I told him I wasn't feeling well and needed some air. I didn't really explain it. I don't know how I would have. I've been going back and forth all morning about whether to come in tomorrow. And I know that sounds dramatic. It was a sound, right? It was a noise, but you have to understand, I have never had anything like that happen to me at work. Not once. And for context, this factory has been running for over 50 years. People have died in there from machinery accidents over the years. It's not a secret. And I've had other experiences in my life, other places, things I'd call paranormal without too much hesitation. But never here. This place has always just felt like a job. I don't know what it was. I'm not going to sit here and tell you it was definitely something, but I also can't explain the warmth. That part is the part I keep coming back to. The hiss I could maybe talk myself out of. Some trick of acoustics or pressure or whatever. But the warm air on my neck, that one's harder to file away neatly. Anyway, lunch break's almost over. Yeah, so the grass rustled. That's what got me. You'd think the 8-foot white thing moving like it didn't believe in friction would be the headline, but no. It was just the grass, quietly confirming that whatever I saw was, in fact, physically present in the world. Great.
Fantastic detail to have. Okay, let me back up. This was September, Central Texas, somewhere around 1 in the morning. And I was walking across a field I had no business being in. I hadn't told anyone I'd left the house. I hadn't told anyone where I was going.
I was going through some pretty bad depression. The kind that stops feeling like sadness and starts feeling like a conclusion. And I'd made a plan. There was a radio tower out past this field, close to an old water tower, and I decided that was where I was headed. Not a plan I'm proud of, but there it is. So I'm crossing this field, and off to the side there's an old abandoned building. Looks like it was built from a couple of shipping containers welded together. The kind of structure that has no explanation and nobody seems to own. I wasn't paying much attention to it. I was pretty focused on where I was going. In that awful, hollow way, where your brain just locks onto one thing and won't let go. And then I stopped. On the far side of that building, something was peeking around the corner. Just the upper half of it, like it was curious, or cautious, or both. I only had it in my vision for maybe a second, maybe less. But here's what I can tell you. It was tall, easily 8 feet, probably more. It was completely white, not pale or off-white, just white. And the shape of it wasn't right. Not wrong like a deformity. Wrong like it belonged to a category of things I didn't have a name for. The moment it registered that I'd seen it, it was gone. It turned and ran, and I don't mean it jogged away into the dark. I mean it moved in a way that did not match its size. It was too fast, too smooth. Like watching something that had never had to negotiate with gravity. The kind of movement that makes your brain go quiet, because your brain is suddenly doing math it doesn't know how to finish. And then, the grass rustled, which, again, shouldn't have been the terrifying part. But somehow, that soft little rustle did more damage than the visual, because it meant something with mass had been standing there. Something real. Now I want to be clear about a few things, because I know how this sounds. I am not a person who believes in things I can't explain. I follow logic. I like a good reason. So the first thing I did, standing there, in that field at 1 in the morning, was run through the obvious answers. Cow, right? I'd heard mooing earlier, somewhere in the distance. It probably had to be a cow. I even kept walking far enough to get a proper look around the building, half convinced I was going to feel very embarrassed and head home. The cows were all fenced in, far off, not moving. There was nothing else near that building, and no cow alive, no cow that has ever existed, stands like that, moves like that, and is the color of fresh paint. What I haven't talked about yet is how I felt in that moment, and I think that might actually be the most important part of this whole thing. It wasn't fear exactly, or not just fear. It was something older than that. Like some part of me that doesn't speak in words just stood up and said we are leaving right now, and started moving before I'd consciously agreed to it. A wave of dread so complete it didn't leave room for anything else, including the plan I'd come out there with. I had walked across that field fully intending not to walk back. And then I walked back, Faster than I've probably ever moved in my life, honestly. Not looking behind me, heart doing things hearts probably shouldn't do. But I walked back. I don't have a tidy explanation for what I saw. I'm not going to tell you it was paranormal. I'm not going to tell you it wasn't. I have no history of hallucinations. I wasn't on anything. And I was unfortunately very, very sober for the whole experience. I know what I saw, and I know what it did to me. If you've seen something like this near towers or out in the isolated stretches of central Texas, I'd genuinely like to know. Because I've been sitting on this for months now, and I'd like to feel slightly less alone in it. So here's something I've never really told many people outside the family. When I was around 10, our dog ran off. His name was Frodo. This was before the Lord of the Rings films, just so you know. So my father and my older brother were already fans of the books. Frodo running away wasn't new. It had happened before. We did what we always did. Put out radio announcements, stuck flyers up around the neighborhood. Nothing came of it. Then one day, out of nowhere, my father just said it. We're going to get Frodo back. No explanation. We got in the car, drove down this strange, rocky road, far from anything familiar. And there he was, Frodo, sitting right by the gate of some house, waiting. No one came out. My father opened the gate, the dog climbed in, and we drove home. That was it. 20 years passed before my father told us what actually happened. He's a physician. He had a patient come in for an appointment, and the man sat down and looked at him and said, "You seem troubled. What's going on?" My father told him the dog had disappeared and that his youngest son was taking it hard. The man asked for a piece of paper and a pencil. He drew a map, handed it over and said, "Your dog is here." We followed the map. We found Frodo. The night my father finally told us this, we were all together as a family. My godfather listened and said, "Some people just have those abilities." Then my mother looked at me and said, "Of course, like Juliana," and everyone turned. I had never said a word about any of this to them. My family always seemed so rational, so grounded, and honestly, it embarrassed me. But I pulled together whatever courage I had and said yes. And then I just started talking, things I'd kept to myself for years. Seeing ghosts when I was small. Other things. My godfather stood up and went inside without a word. I wasn't sure what to make of it. He came back carrying a bottle of old Portuguese wine he'd been saving, and glasses for everyone. He poured, lifted his glass, and said, "To Juliana, for the courage to share something real with us today." That was one of the sweetest evenings I can remember. I have been thinking about what my daughter and I encountered last weekend, and the more I turn it over in my mind, the less I can explain it. We have been trail running together for a couple of years now. It started as something to keep us both active, and somewhere along the way, it became something we genuinely look forward to. A reason to be out in the world together. This past Saturday, we drove about 2 hours east of Seattle toward the mountains, to a trailhead neither of us had visited before. Quite remote. We arrived around 8 in the morning, the air still cool and sharp, and started up what turned out to be a demanding trail. steep enough that we were walking more than we were running through much of it. About halfway through, on a fairly sharp descent, we passed a woman coming up the other way. She was alone. I would have put her somewhere between 65 and 70, and she was dressed entirely in white. Modern hiking clothes, all of it. Nothing antique or unusual about the style. Hiking pants, a vest, a hat. She carried one trekking pole and wore a small, white backpack. Everything looked clean and properly fitted. We said hello as we passed. She didn't respond. We were moving at a decent pace, so I thought nothing of it. People are often in their own world on a trail. We continued on. The climb grew harder. We covered nearly 3 miles of uphill terrain before the trail began to change character. The path widened into what had once been a forest road, and then that road became increasingly overgrown, swallowed by brush on both sides, until it was no longer passable at all. We stopped at the edge of it, catching our breath in a small clearing just past a low ridge. And there she was, a hiker in white. Same vest, same hat, same trekking pole, same backpack. Standing there quietly at the end of the overgrown road. It had been perhaps 30 minutes since we had passed the woman on the descent. There had been no other trails branching off, no shortcuts, no way around us. We had been moving uphill at a steady pace the entire time. The terrain between where we had first seen her and where we now stood was steep, continuous, and entirely one-directional. I remember thinking in that moment that it must simply be a coincidence, another person in similar gear. It did not feel frightening, not then. She looked at us calmly and said something to the effect of, "Looks like the trail ends here." Unremarkable. We agreed, turned around, and began making our way back down. It was only later, sitting in the car on the drive home, that the full weight of it settled in. How had she arrived there before us? We had been running. She was a woman of at least 65, navigating 5 miles of steep, rough terrain. And she had somehow reached the end of an overgrown road ahead of 2 people who had been moving at pace the entire time. On a trail with no branches, no alternate routes. And when we ran back down that same path, we never passed the first woman again. I am not someone who is easily unsettled. I have spent a good part of my life outdoors, and I tend toward practical explanations. But I have not been able to find one for this. We have talked about it several times since, my daughter and I, and we always arrive at the same place. A long pause, and then silence. So let me tell you about something that happened to me when I was 16, because I still think about it, and I still don't have an explanation for it. And I'm not the kind of person who goes looking for ghost stories. I want to be clear about that. My school was selected for a government grant, one of those programs where they pick 25 students to go do restoration work at an abandoned village in exchange for room and board. Miss 5 days of school, do some real work, learn something. The village was called Granadilla in Extremadura, if you want to look it up. The program was something like the Program for the Recovery and Educational Use of Abandoned Villages. And the history of the place is genuinely haunting before anything even happened to us. The village sits on the banks of a reservoir. In the 1960s, a dam flooded the valley and the town along with it. The people who refused to leave drowned. The old cemetery is still underwater to this day. We cleaned streets, painted walls, helped in the kitchen, looked after some of the livestock. Hard work. But honestly, we had an incredible time. We were teenagers with a whole village to ourselves for a week. We staged fake weddings. We snuck out to stargaze. We bothered the cattle at 2 in the morning.
You know how 16-year-olds are when nobody's watching too closely.
But I'm getting ahead of myself. The first night, the counselors who lived there and ran the camp took us to the new cemetery, not the one underwater, the proper one, to tell us scary stories. Ghosts, lovers who supposedly threw themselves from the old castle, that kind of thing. And one of the counselors had gone ahead and hidden himself behind the cemetery wall to bang on it and make noises during the stories.
Everyone was laughing and scared at the same time. That good kind of scared, where you know you're safe. And then, in the distance, a car appeared. Now, you have to understand where we are. Extremadura in January. Deep winter. No moon to speak of. No streetlights on that road, because there is almost nothing out there for 20 minutes in any direction. That road goes to Granadilla and nowhere else. So we're standing in the dark, seeing nothing but our flashlights, and now these headlights coming slowly down the road. I notice the counselors look at each other. Not a sly look, not the look of people in on a joke. A genuinely confused look. There were 50 of us out there that night. Our group, another school, 4 teachers, 3 village counselors. Everyone who was supposed to be there was already there. So who was driving toward us at midnight on a road that leads to nowhere? The car drove so slowly it was almost strange in itself. It came almost to where we were standing, stopped, and then turned around and went back the way it came and disappeared into the dark. We giggled. We assumed it was part of the bit. But the counselors didn't smile. They didn't break. They looked genuinely unsettled and tried to keep the stories going. A few minutes later, the car came back, this time with another one behind it. Both identical, old, boxy, white, the kind of cars that look almost square. And they were driving in a line, slowly, one right behind the other, like a procession. One of the teachers signaled to another, asking if he knew who they were. Both shook their heads. The cars did the same thing again. Came close, waited, turned back, disappeared. Some of the kids started calling out to them, nervous laughter, but nervous. The counselor who'd been hiding behind the wall had already come out by then and was standing with the rest of us, staring at the spot where the cars had gone. Then they came back a third time. And now there were 3 of them. 3 identical white cars, one behind the other, same slow crawl down the road. But this time they didn't turn around. They pulled off into a small gravel area at the side of the cemetery, maybe 50 meters from us, and they stopped. The engines cut off at almost the same moment. The doors opened, and 3 figures, same height, same build, got out and stood there. Just stood there. I say they were staring at us because that's what it felt like, but I never saw their faces. I couldn't make out any features at all. Just 3 shapes in the dark, completely still. My teacher told us to get up, and we all started following the counselors back toward the village. The teachers walked behind us and kept telling us to stay calm. I was walking right next to one of them, and I heard a counselor say quietly, "This isn't our business anymore, not with the kids here." When we got back into Granadilla, the counselors closed the gate. The village is walled. There was only one way in, and now it was shut. Whatever those cars were, whoever those people were, they couldn't reach us. A few of my classmates cried that night. The teachers told them it was probably a prank, someone trying to scare us. But no one really believed that. And honestly, no one could say what it was either.
We didn't see those cars again for the rest of the week. The village had no purpose-built accommodation for us, so we slept in the old houses, 2 rooms each, 6 beds per room. And despite that first night, the week was wonderful.
I loved it. I genuinely loved the work. I loved the people I met. I loved exploring every corner of that place in the dark. By the last night, we were all exhausted. Barely slept all week with the activity and the physical labor, and it was starting to show. When dinner was finished, almost everyone went straight to bed. By around 1 a.m, the whole village was quiet. Not a sound.
Our room had a large window we'd left open all week to let in the cold night air, so we would have heard anyone moving around outside. I couldn't sleep. I never can when I'm excited, and I had a lot to think about.
The week, the people, the work. I'd almost forgotten about the cars. So I was just lying there in the dark, listening to my roommate's breathing, going over everything in my head. And that's when I heard the front door open downstairs. It's a heavy old door, one of those that drags across the wooden floor when you move it. You cannot open it quietly. It's impossible. I wasn't worried at first. I figured it was a teacher doing a check, making sure everyone was in bed. They'd never come to our house before, but it was the last night. Maybe they were making the rounds. I heard footsteps on the stairs. Slow footsteps. Slow enough that it felt strange. Not how you'd walk if you were tired and just trying not to wake anyone. Strange, slow. I lifted my head to see if any of my friends were awake. They weren't. The person reached the landing at the top of the stairs, where there were 2 doors facing each other. The girls from the other school on one side, us on the other. They stopped. Then they started walking toward our door. Our door was as old as everything else in the house.
It didn't sit right in the frame, so there was a gap at the bottom, maybe 5 centimeters, and light from the landing came through it. I was sitting up in bed by then. I looked at the door, and I saw 2 feet standing right up against it. So close to the door they must have been leaning against the wood.
The handle moved. Not all the way. Not like someone pushing through. Just moved. Slightly. The way it might if something with very little strength was trying to turn it. And then it stopped. And then it moved again. I had unzipped my sleeping bag. I was sitting on the edge of the bed, trying not to let my feet touch the floor so I wouldn't make a sound. I looked around the room again. Everyone was still asleep. I stood up. The floorboard creaked under me. Whatever was on the other side of that door ran. Not walked, not hurried, ran. Down those stairs at a speed that I cannot describe to you properly. The sound of it on the wood was enormous, like something that weighed 300 kilos throwing itself down each step. The whole staircase shook with it. And when it hit the ground floor, that front door slammed so hard the wall moved. I stood in the same spot and I did not move. I was shaking. I was completely cold. Here's what I kept coming back to. I wasn't thinking ghost. I wasn't thinking monster. I was thinking, okay, it could have been a kid. It could have been a teacher. It could have been someone trying to mess with us. But no person runs that fast. No person makes that much noise going down a flight of stairs. And no person slams a door hard enough to shake a stone wall and then produces no sound at all afterward. No footsteps on the gravel outside. No laughter. No lights coming on in the other houses. Nothing. I woke my roommates up crying. We went outside in our pajamas and walked around the house and checked the neighboring buildings. Nothing. We went to our teacher's house and knocked, and she answered the door in her pajamas, clearly asleep 30 seconds before, completely confused about why we were standing there at that hour. I've told this story more times than I can count. I still get the same feeling in my chest when I get to that part with the door handle. I don't know what came into our house that night in Granadilla, but I know it wasn't a person. Years later, the village appeared on a well-known Spanish television program about paranormal events. They talked about spirits and entities that still move through those old houses, tied to everything that was lost when the water came. I don't know if I believe in any of that, but I also can't explain what happened, and I've had a long time to try. You know, it's funny. I never really thought about sharing this story until now, even though I've mentioned bits of it in YouTube comments and brought it up on my show a couple of times. But I figured it's about time I just laid it all out. So it starts when I was around 5 or 6 years old, somewhere between 1988 and 1989, and I started seeing this figure in my grandfather's house, walking up and down the stairs. I called him the Bloody Man. I couldn't tell you what his face looked like. I honestly don't know if I ever looked at it directly, or if there was even a face there to look at. What I do remember is that he wore a hospital gown and had a bandage on his head, all soaked through with blood. And it was never some 3 a.m. thing. It was always around bedtime. Every time. Here's the thing, though. I wasn't scared. Not even a little. I'm still not sure why. Maybe something or someone made me feel like it was okay not to be. Or maybe I was just too young to know I was supposed to be terrified. Either way, I'd watch him go up and down those stairs and just take it in. I didn't find out who he was until years later. Turns out it was my uncle. He'd been beaten over the head with a baseball bat, came home that night, and his brain swelled while he slept. The family found him in the morning and got him to the hospital, but he died there a few days later. This was August of 1982. I wasn't born until December of 1983. So the man I was watching on those stairs had been gone for years before I ever took my first breath. There's a lot more to his story and to that night, but I'll hold on to that for another time. I saw the Bloody Man somewhere between 15 and 30 times over those years. Then my mom and I moved out and got our own place. And that was that. Or so I thought. About 5 years later, I was 12 or 13, and we moved back into that house. My grandfather had suffered a series of mini-strokes and ended up in a wheelchair, so my mom went back to take care of him. I never saw the Bloody Man again after that. But that house was far from done with me. Maybe 5 or 6 months after moving back, I was sitting in my room showing my little sister how to play Sonic the Hedgehog. I'm in the middle of explaining something to her when, clear as a bell, a woman's voice says her name. My sister, Elena, she was about 5 at the time, just hops right up, goes to the door and says, "Yeah, ma'am?" And I couldn't move. I was completely frozen. 2 reasons for that. First, I knew with absolute certainty that the voice didn't belong to our mom. It was our grandmother's voice. And our grandmother had been dead for 10 years. Second thing, and this is what really got me, Elena didn't seem to catch it, but that voice hadn't come from downstairs. It came from right there at our feet, at the foot of the bed. So I'm sitting there like a statue while Elena calls down for our mom,
who hollers back that she's been in the kitchen washing dishes and never called for anyone. Elena came trudging back to the bed looking all sulky, and I asked her what was wrong. She goes, "I hate those stupid stairs.
The bloody man is scary." I almost fell off the bed. I started asking her, did any of my friends tell her about the bloody man? Did she hear it somewhere? Who told her? And she got upset, started crying, begging me to believe her that she really sees him and that nobody told her anything. Same age I was when I first started seeing him, 5 years old. After that, things got a little more active, let's say. Every time I had friends sleep over, and this went on for about a year, the bedroom door would start shaking. We always figured it might be my stepfather messing around, so we'd open it while it was still shaking. Nobody there. Ever. And the moment we realized no one was standing on the other side, that's when the fear really hit. Then would come these horrible scratching sounds, like claws dragging all the way down the door. Me and however many guys were over would all be fighting each other to get into the corner of the bed as far from that door as possible. So if you're keeping count, that's me and Elena both seeing the bloody man. Elena and I both hearing the voice, and 3 of my friends who witnessed the door shaking and the scratching. 5 people total. But here's where it gets really something else. About a year after all that, we sold the house and moved a couple cities over. Later on, I brought it up with my mom. Told her I was surprised she'd sold the house she grew up in. She said the bad memories had started to crowd out the good ones. And then she said, besides, your grandfather started creeping me out near the end. Turns out, toward the end of his life, my grandfather kept telling her that his son, my uncle, was still there every night. Up and down those goddamn stairs, he'd say. Up and down, up and down. The man had been watching the same bloody man I watched as a kid, watching his own son. And I thought that was the end of it. Then, 7 or 8 years after we sold the house, the guy who bought it ran into my uncle, my living uncle, his brother, at a gym, and made a beeline straight for him, demanding to know what was in that house. Turns out he, his wife, and 2 of their kids had all been seeing my uncle around the place. The figure, I mean. They kept catching him standing behind them in mirrors throughout the house. Eventually, they just got rid of all the mirrors, and it stopped. Once I heard that story, I made it a point to walk past the house every now and then, hoping to catch someone coming out. One day I got lucky and ran into their youngest son on his way out. I introduced myself and asked him what he knew about it. He said he was pretty young when all of it was happening, so he didn't see much himself. But he confirmed what his family had gone through. The mirrors, all of it. Then he looked at me kind of puzzled and said he didn't quite understand the mirror thing, because that wasn't how it was for his family, just for them. So that's 3 people from my family, 3 friends, and at least 3 or 4 people from a completely different family, all seeing or hearing essentially the same thing in that same house over the span of decades. I'd genuinely give anything to know what was actually happening in there. So I've been listening for a while, and this is my first time sending something in. I know a lot of these run pretty long, and I want to warn you up front. I'm actually combining 2 separate stories here, because they happen so close together, and they rhyme with each other in this uncomfortable way that made it feel wrong to keep telling them apart. The downside is that by the end,
It's probably going to sound like I'm making things up. I promise you I'm not. Every single thing I'm about to tell you actually happened.
All right, so all of this takes place in the early fall of 2003, starting sometime around September, give or take a few weeks either way. I'm a high school senior at the time, no driver's license yet. My best friend, I'll call him Matt, and I had gotten really into urban exploration. We'd already been through a few abandoned houses, some old barns, the usual stuff you find when you're a teenager in a semi-rural area with too much time and not enough sense. There was even this interesting spot right near our school, an old service station that had been designed in the 70s to be hidden from the road, completely screened by trees instead of having big flashy signage.
Kind of a fascinating concept, honestly, but it was condos by the time we found it, so not much to explore. We were running out of easy targets and needed something with a little more weight to it. That's when I stumbled across a place called Little People Village. I want to talk about it for a minute because it's the thing that set everything else in motion, even though the place itself isn't really the heart of either story. I found it through one of those early internet sites that cataloged creepy locations and urban legends. The same kind of site where you'd find Dudleytown, various abandoned psychiatric hospitals, that sort of thing. You can still dig up photos of LPV if you know where to look. The legend was that some eccentric craftsman had built this tiny, incredibly detailed stonework village out in the woods. There was also this throne, carved from stone, that felt tonally wrong compared to the rest of it. Like whoever built the village also fancied himself the king of it. The story went that if you sat on the throne, you were cursed to die 7 years later. Totally airtight, very credible mythology. The problem was that in 2003, the location information floating around online was genuinely terrible. Multiple sources, all contradicting each other, none of them specific enough to actually be useful. That meant Matt and I had a lot of ground to cover. Lots of wrong turns, lots of exits on the same stretch of interstate, a lot of wandering around. And that wandering is exactly what led to the first event. We did eventually find LPV, by the way. It's wedged into the strip of green belt between a highway exit and a run of high-voltage power lines. Turns out it was a roadside attraction back when trolley lines still connected smaller towns. And when the interstate came in, the trolley went away, and so did the foot traffic. You can still see evidence of the old thruway if you know what you're looking at. And yes, for the record, I sat on the throne. Still here, so far. But early on in our search, a few exits further up that same highway, we spotted what looked like an abandoned nursing home or hospice care complex set back from the road. Since we were coming up empty on the main objective, we figured it was worth checking out. And ironically, I say ironically because it was very much a backup plan. We ended up going back to that place more times than we ever went to LPV. Easily over a dozen visits between the two of us before it got too busy to safely keep visiting. The encounter I want to tell you about happened somewhere in the middle of all those visits. Let me give you a sense of the layout first, just for the main building where this happens. It was shaped like a T, like that Tetris piece, if that helps. A central hub on the ground level, with wings coming off it, 2 floors plus a basement. Each of the side wings had a stairwell, and the central hub had an elevator that obviously didn't work anymore. The only way in was through a busted window on the basement level, and I hated that basement every single time. The moment you dropped in through that window, you landed in this massive open room with a stage, an upright piano, and these murals covering the walls that felt deeply unsettling. They had this bleak, institutional quality that reminded me of the kind of art you'd see in old photographs of Cold War-era public buildings. The rest of the place had all the usual evidence of prior visits. Spray paint, smashed furniture, dead birds, and a couple of extremely unambiguous deposits in the bathrooms that I'll leave to your imagination.
No squatter camps, no used needles, nothing like that. Matt and I knew every inch of that building.
Every room, every closet, every place a person could reasonably hide. There was one room upstairs where the floor was covered in something that looked a lot like dried blood, which we noted and then very deliberately did not think about too hard. Okay, so, main event.
Matt and I are in the central hub on the ground floor.
This particular day, we'd brought along these very realistic-looking BB guns. I know. And we'd been shooting at various pieces of debris that had been left behind during the clean-out. Everything was already destroyed, so it felt pretty low stakes. We'd been inside for a good 40 minutes at that point and had covered the whole building. Then, directly above us, we hear someone running.
Full tilt, flat out running, down the side wing on the second floor. And this wasn't a small sound. Whatever made it was moving heavy, easily 6 feet, 250, wearing thick-soled work boots from the sound of it, just pounding across that floor. Now, foolishly, because we were teenagers and Matt fancied himself pretty tough, we didn't leave. We looked at each other and bolted for the stairs. He went toward the wing where the running came from. I went to the other stairwell to cut off anyone trying to double back. The footsteps never reached either stairway. Which, here's the thing. To get out of the building, you have to go through the basement. That's the only exit. And those stairs are the only way to the basement. Whatever made that noise had nowhere to go.
We put together a plan. Matt starts at his end of the corridor and works toward me, clearing rooms one by one.
I stay in the hall, and we work back and forth between us. We went through every single room on that floor. There was nobody there. A person that size doesn't fit somewhere I can't fit, and we both knew all the hiding spots cold. The only thing we didn't fully investigate was the drop ceiling, and honestly, it wouldn't have held someone that heavy without caving in.
We searched hard for close to 45 minutes before we finally gave it up. It was getting dark by then anyway. We made our way out through the basement and walked back across the lot to where Matt had his truck parked, tucked into the far corner out of sight. We were maybe a third of the way across the lot when we both just stopped. At the same moment, without either of us saying a word, we both felt it. That very specific, very unpleasant sensation of being watched. Slowly, together, we turned around. In the second floor corner window near the stairs, there was a face looking out at us. I'm going to be careful here because I don't want to overdress it. It looked the way those things look in the stories. Pale, gaunt, grayish. The kind of face that registers immediately as wrong. No body attached to it. No hand holding it up against the glass. Just a face, with this faint haziness around it, like it wasn't quite solid. Even if you want to be rational about it, even if you say, okay, there was someone in the building with us, the noise we heard upstairs does not match the figure in that window. A person making that kind of sound on the floor above us is not the same as whatever that pale, weightless thing was looking out at us. I'll leave that one open. I know what we both saw, and I know what we both heard. And I'm fairly comfortable saying that was not a living person. That building never gave us another encounter after that, of any kind. A lot of people died there, which I suppose isn't surprising given what it was. I've always wondered whether the condo complex they eventually put up on the site inherited anything from it.
All right. Second story.
I don't remember whether this happened before or after the hospice. It was within a couple of weeks either way. Remember how I mentioned asylums earlier, in passing? Here's where that comes in. There was a facility called Undercliff Sanitarium.
tucked about half a mile down a service road in the woods, connected to a busy highway overpass near our local shopping mall, which has since closed, rest in peace. The backside of the property ran up against a trap rock ridge that connected to a state park. The other side was the highway. I probably found it through the same type of website, but honestly, it was practically in our backyard, so it was impossible to ignore. Undercliff got demolished sometime around 2014 or 2016. I'm a little fuzzy on exactly when.
It had been shut down sometime in the 90s, like a lot of similar facilities around that era. From what I understood, it had treated children with tuberculosis and other illnesses, as well as kids with behavioral and psychiatric needs. Pretty grim history. What I didn't know at the time, and only found out later, was that the complex was still partially in use by various state agencies. Multiple departments operated out of buildings on that service road, including a state police barracks that was there specifically because of the easy highway access. I eventually found an old photograph on an online forum that showed the entire complex from above, including all the security camera positions and which buildings housed which agencies. When I finally saw that picture, a lot of things made a lot more sense. The safe way in, apparently, was to come up over the ridge from the state park side and loop around the back. That is absolutely not the approach I took. I found that picture after the fact and just sat there going, "Yep, that tracks."
To give you a sense of how seriously they took security there, later that same school year, I went back with a different friend and 2 other people one evening. The plan was simple: drive the loop around the main building, take a few pictures on a digital camera, and leave. I got maybe 3 shots off, 2 on the front of the building and 1 on the side. By the time we reached the back, there were 3 cruisers blocking us in. We couldn't have been there more than a minute.
Trespassing citations for everyone. They did not play around. I never made it inside. But that comes later. For now, it's that first fall afternoon, and Matt and I drive over in his old manual Ford Ranger. Stick shift, manual locks, hand crank windows, the whole package. We had no idea how locked down the place was. Fortunately, almost by accident, we made one good decision. We parked behind one of the smaller auxiliary buildings near the front of the complex, in a small concrete courtyard on the side facing away from most of the actual security. That turned out to be a very lucky choice. The building itself wasn't large, somewhere in the range of 3,000 to 5,000 square feet maybe. We get out, and Matt locks up the truck.
All of it. Both doors, all the windows including the rear sliding glass,
and the diamond plate toolbox bolted in the bed that had its own separate keyed lock. We then decided to walk the perimeter of the building to look for a way in before committing to anything. That walk could not have taken more than 2 minutes. I've since timed how long it takes me to walk around a building roughly the same size as my house, and it's about that. We come around the last corner and stop.
Everything on that truck was open. Every door, every window, the tailgate, the hood, the toolbox, the glove compartment, the center console, all of it, wide open. There is no timeline in which a person could have picked every single one of those locks. Manual keyed locks on the doors and the toolbox, plus latches on everything else, and then vanished in under 2 minutes.
The area around the mall had some rougher neighborhoods nearby, but this was half a mile into the woods on a service road. And nothing was taken. If it had been someone from the area looking to steal something, they would have taken something. It wasn't the police either. I'd already seen how they operated, and that's not how they operated. We just left.
Both of us, no discussion, no debate.
We got in the truck and went. When I got home, I sat down at my computer and started looking for anything I hadn't already read about Undercliff. and I found a site I hadn't come across before. It's still findable today.
I'm reading through it, and then I hit a particular account, and I just felt this cold, quiet wave move through me. Because it was our afternoon, almost beat for beat, the same building, the same courtyard, the same kind of inexplicable disturbance to locked property. From what I pieced together reading that site, there had been an incident in roughly the 1930s. A child at the facility had been killed by other children in that courtyard, stabbed.
The accounts on the site described ongoing, mischievous or disruptive activity concentrated specifically in that area. And later, when I finally got my hands on that aerial photograph with the security layout, I was able to confirm that the building we'd parked next to was the only one in the complex that fit the geography of the story. I called Matt and said, "You have to read this right now." So that's both of them. 2 events, 2 or 3 weeks apart, both documented, both witnessed, both in places with genuine histories of death and trauma.
I understand completely if it sounds like too much. Even telling it now, laid out end to end like this, I get why it strains credibility. But I'm not someone who sees things regularly, and I've never hallucinated in my life. I lean skeptical, genuinely, and in both cases, I wasn't alone. I don't know what else to tell you, except that it happened. So I want to tell you something, and I need you to just sit with it for a minute before you decide what to make of it. I grew up in a household with Christian values around me. Catholic private school for a couple of years, that kind of thing. But nobody really pressed it on me. My family was mild about it. They held those values the way some people hold old furniture, just part of the house. And that was a problem child. Always had been. I found some of the Bible stories interesting enough, but I never believed any of it. Not really. That matters. Because what I'm about to tell you didn't come from a place of faith. It came from the opposite of that. When I was around 12, this would have been late autumn of 2003, somewhere in there. The kind of season where the days die early and the air just smells like something ending. I was deep into everything strange. Ancient aliens, witchcraft, the Illuminati, the demonic, websites, books, all of it. The sky outside always seemed gray that year. I remember that. I was just a kid sitting at a screen in the dark while the wind moved the bare branches outside my window. I had no actual reason to believe any of it. It was more like a hunger than a conviction. And then my family decided to move. My parents had found a house they liked and were close to closing on it. My mother wanted my grandmother to come see it first. So we drove out there one late afternoon, the sky already going that deep bruised color it gets in November. I ran around the empty rooms, the way you do when you're young, and a house is just possibility. My mother walked my grandmother through the place. When it was done, my grandmother felt uneasy, specifically about the second floor. She worried about what would happen if there was ever a fire while my sibling and I were up there. My mother didn't take that as a hard reason to walk away, though. On the drive back, with the rain starting to come down against the car windows, my mother mentioned quietly that she'd been unsettled during the tour. She said she could have sworn she saw a small girl staring at her from the second floor window. My parents looked into the history of the house. They found that there had, in fact, been a fire on the second floor years before. A young girl had died in it. And still, that wasn't what stopped them from buying it. What stopped them was a roach infestation found during inspection,
My mother simply would not have that. So we moved on and found our actual new home in another town nearby.
My grandmother approved of this one without hesitation. A few days after we'd settled in, there was a knock at the door. It was the woman who had sold us the house. She wanted to pass something along to us. Her mother had died there, she said.
She would appear from time to time, but we shouldn't be frightened. She was gentle, just attached to the place. We filed that away and tried to get on with things. A few weeks later, I made a new friend who lived just down the street. We got close quickly, and so did our families. At the first get-together we had, his parents asked mine about the move, and my parents walked them through the whole story. The other house, the girl in the window, the fire. And that's when it got strange. His family had lived in that house for nearly a decade. They had moved out, they said, because it was haunted. There were two presences there, a young girl and something else. An old man, something they described as cruel. His family was large. 3 older brothers, 2 younger brothers, 2 younger sisters, one of them adopted. And they ran a daycare out of the house, so it was constantly full of people. Each of the older brothers had something happen to them there that they never fully recovered from. The eldest, who was 21 at the time, still slept with the lights on because of what he'd experienced. That was the first time in my life I watched a group of people who knew each other, who weren't performing, confirm the same thing independently. That meant something to me. I was 14, maybe 15, still chasing all of it. I wanted nothing more than to make contact with something I couldn't explain. I tried everything. Crystal balls, mirrors in the dark, black ink, every method I could dig up. Nothing came of any of it. I was frustrated in the way only a teenager can be frustrated, like the world was withholding something it owed me. Then one Christmas morning, I unwrapped a Ouija board. And I want to stop here and say what I need to say plainly. Do not use one. I mean that. Not as performance, not as warning for effect. I mean it from somewhere quiet and certain inside me. I didn't use it right away. It sat in its box for a while. Then one evening my friend was over, and I remembered it, and I asked him if he wanted to try it with me. He said yes, but nervously. I took him down to the basement, because of course I did. Where else? And set the board out on the floor under the single bare bulb down there, rain tapping at the small, ground-level windows. He backed out before we even started. I mocked him for it, told him I'd do it alone. And I did. I put my fingers on the planchette and I asked questions into the dark. Nothing happened. No movement, no signal, nothing. I put it back in the box, carried it upstairs, and that was that. Or so I thought. Within a day or two, small things started happening. Lights behaving strangely. My dogs acting like they were watching something I couldn't see. Doors that had been closed standing open. Objects that had been on shelves appearing somewhere else. I wasn't frightened. I was thrilled. I thought this was everything I'd been waiting for. I dove deeper into anything occult-related I could find. This went on steadily for about 2 years, and then I saw something. I was 16. I was cutting through the dining room from the kitchen, heading toward the living room, when I caught something in my peripheral, a woman moving through the connecting hallway toward the kitchen. I registered the color of her clothing, a pale pink, almost dusty rose, before I fully turned to look. By the time I reached the living room,
I found my mother and father sitting on the sofa together watching something on television. My mother was not wearing pink. She had not been in the hallway. I told them immediately. They looked at me briefly and turned back to the screen. I didn't push it. I was too occupied with what I'd felt. Not fear, not at all. Something closer to vindication.
I decided the woman I'd seen was the one the previous owner had told us about. Her mother, still in the house, watching over it. I thought of her as something like a guardian. I never saw her again. And that was the worst thing that could have happened to me in a way.
Because it made me comfortable. It made me think that whatever was on the other side of things was like her, just quiet and lost and harmless. I carried that assumption forward when I shouldn't have. Over the next 2 years, whatever had been there grew worse. The insomnia came first.
Then the cold spots. Patches of air in the house that stopped you the way a grave stops you, without you quite knowing why. Closet doors would open during the night even when I'd locked and wedged them shut. Objects moved from shelves. Toys left in a bin under the basement stairs would go off on their own. Battery-powered things I had already removed the batteries from. They spoke their little recorded words in the dark anyway. Televisions would lose their picture and go to white static. Then the volume would climb without anyone touching them. I'd unplug them from the wall. They would stay on. The volume would keep climbing. I'm sitting here with chills just turning this over in my memory. These weren't things you talked yourself out of. They weren't sounds that could be wind or movements that could be the house settling. They were impossible things, and they just kept happening. One night I was in the basement. It had been redone as a proper TV room by then, which was where a lot of this activity seemed to concentrate. It was late autumn again, the kind of night where the cold comes in under the doors, and the whole house feels sealed. I was reading one of the Harry Potter books under a small clip-on reading lamp, the only light I had. I was thinking about how strange it was that people had called those books dangerous, even satanic, when I was right there in the middle of one, and all it felt like was wonder. The bulb exploded. Not flickered, not died. Exploded, throwing glass toward me. I wasn't cut, but I was on my feet immediately, already moving toward the stairs in the dark. As I hit the base of the stairs, the toys under them started going, their little voices cutting through the black. I ran. I made it to the basement door and slapped the hallway light switch as I came through.
That bulb exploded. 2 more after that as I moved through the house. 4 total that night. I want to be honest with you. I know electrical faults exist. I know coincidences stack up sometimes. I'm a rational person. But I also know what I felt that night and what I know now. And I'll let you draw your own conclusions. My bedroom on the 2nd floor was where things finally went quiet, and that's where I stayed. From there, it was just the accumulation. Trying not to look at my closet door because it would always be open when I checked.
Lying on my spring mattress and feeling the coils depress beside me. Slowly, like something climbing up. Feeling the weight shift. Feeling the shape of it. Not half feeling it the way you second-guess yourself. Feeling it the way you feel a hand on your shoulder. Completely and without question. And the arms. Because I wasn't sleeping, I was always awake when everyone else had gone under. I started noticing it across multiple nights, across multiple people. Whoever was asleep near me would sometimes have an arm rise. Not roll over, not shift, but rise, straight up toward the ceiling, from a dead sleep. I watched it happen to a cousin, to 2 friends who'd stayed over at the same time.
Each time, it felt like something was showing me it could. The night I watched it happen to my younger brother, he's 4 years younger than me. I had been sleeping on an air mattress in his room because I couldn't handle being alone anymore. I watched his arm go up and he woke while it was still happening. He came out of sleep confused, looked at what his own arm was doing, and then was just gone, on his feet, turning, running directly into the wall at full speed. I laughed. I couldn't help it. The sheer cartoon terror of it. The way his legs were already trying to run before he'd fully landed. The way the blankets twisted underneath him. It was the funniest and most horrible thing I'd ever seen in my life. And both things were true at once. Neither of us slept after that. Now, this is the part I've been building toward. Everything before this was the approach. By 18, I had grown strange about it. Not braver exactly, but numb. When something happens every night, it stops being an event. It becomes weather. I was sleeping in the basement again by then, against the far wall on the couch, which was where I'd more or less made my bed. I had 3 dogs. One of them was a small white chihuahua named Lady, and she was the most timid creature you've ever met. Frightened of thunderstorms, frightened of her own shadow, the kind of dog that treats strangers like a natural disaster. I turned the lights out and lay back, and she hopped up onto my chest the way she always did, and curled there. She stood up. Not stretched, stood. Alert, rigid, growling. Her fur raised, her teeth showing, her whole body locked toward the dark in front of us. Lady did not growl. In years of knowing her, she did not make that sound. I sat up. I looked into the dark with her. She was trying to put herself between me and something I couldn't see. Then she stopped. Her tail went down. She made a sound I can only describe as defeat. And she left, jumped down and disappeared into the dark. And I was alone. Before I could process that, I was flat on my back, arms pinned, back forced into the cushions with a pressure I have no frame for. I was looking up and I could see there was nothing there. Nothing physical. Nothing that should have been capable of doing this. And it was doing it anyway. What I felt from it. I'm going to say this once, and I want you to hear it. It was hatred. Not anger. Not malice in the way a person might be malicious. Something much older and much colder than that. A hatred of everything that I was. Of the fact that I existed at all. I felt it the way you feel temperature. It was just there, total and real and completely outside anything I had a category for. Whatever that thing was, it understood that I was prey, and it was something else entirely, and I felt that understanding pass through me like cold water. It held me there. 10 seconds maybe, though time wasn't working right. And then it let go. I was up and through the dark and on the stairs before the thought had fully formed. The lights went one by one. I made it to the 2nd floor, screaming, burst into my parents' room and shook my mother and father by the shoulders, and they would not wake up, both of them. Like trying to pull someone back from somewhere very far away. I went to my brother's room. Same thing. I shook him and called his name, and he lay there breathing and gone. I was 18. I had spent years convincing myself I wasn't afraid of any of it. I climbed into my brother's bed and pulled the blanket up, and it started again. The same force, the same pressure, the same hatred, over and over, 10 times.
More than 10. Each time it released, I couldn't move. I lay there and felt something I can only describe as my sense of myself coming apart. Like whatever makes you you was being slowly pulled at. I don't know what made me remember.
Maybe there was nothing left but that one thing. I said Jesus' name, out loud, in the dark, to nothing and everything. It stopped. Not gradually, not with some diminishing presence trailing off. It stopped on a dime, the way a sound stops when you pull the plug, and the room was just a room. That was 15 years ago now. Not one thing, not a flicker, not a cold spot, not a sound that shouldn't have been there has come back. Whatever had been building for years across that house was simply gone. For the next year, I prayed every night. 15 minutes at least, going through everything I had to say. I don't do that every night anymore, but I'm more faithful now, in the quiet way, than I ever was in those years when I was searching for something to believe in. The morning after, I talked to my parents. They listened. I thought back to where all of it had started, the board, and I looked up how to dispose of one properly. Every source I found said the same thing. Burn it. That day we carried it out to the fire pit in the backyard. I didn't stay to watch. I couldn't be near it. It was only years later, going over everything with my mother, that she told me what actually happened. She and my father had doused it in gasoline. It didn't burn. It just sat there, dry and unchanged, in the middle of a fire. They ended up putting it in the trash. Watched the truck take it away. I've told myself it eventually ended up incinerated somewhere. I suppose I'd rather believe that. That's all of it.